Hello and welcome everybody, Brian here, and welcome to I Was a Teenage EXOCOLONIST. Alright, so before we begin, this game is going to have a lot of trigger warnings. We'll go over it at the beginning as we go and we get into the stream. But I got myself a new green screen. I got myself a bigger one. Just because I felt like I had to go ahead and actually... There's other things I want to do. I don't want to just go ahead and just limit myself to just Let's Plays and stuff like that. So I wanted to go ahead and get a bigger one, so that way I can go ahead and do more walking around kind of stuff. And I basically just want to play with it. I want to do some different things with it, stuff like that. So that's a thing. Newest AMV from Has-Been Hotel and See You Again had been out for about a month now, and it's doing okay. It's not getting what I thought it would get, but I'm not going to worry about that. So, back to I Was a Teenage EXOCOLONIST. This game does have a lot of trigger warnings. We're going to go over it now real quick before we go ahead and we actually go into this proper, just so that way you guys know what we're getting into here with this one. I think I'm going to make myself a little bigger now. Alright. I think that'll work. Okay, so let's go over the content warnings before we go and we start this game. So, I Was a Teenage EXOCOLONIST is suitable for ages 13 and older. It does not contain excessive violence or implicit sex. However, it does deal with mature topics which will be uncomfortable for some players. I am not one of those players. But as a viewer, I'm letting you in on this now so that way we can enjoy this game with some fun. So that we can have fun with it. There are many ways to live your life on Vertumna, which is a new planet. And just like in real life, some choices can lead you to dark places. Broadly, content warnings for the game include the following. Select one to learn more. Major character death. Obviously, many characters died during the course of this game. Some are children at the time of their deaths, some are family and close friends of your character. Some may be saved by winning card battles, having a high enough skill at a certain point, making different choices, or unlocking the ability to save them by replaying the game. Some characters cannot be saved no matter how you play the game. Alright, spoilers, who exactly dies? Tammy can die, your mother, your father, one of your teachers, the governor, Tammy's father can die. You can save him by witnessing the event, succeeding a card battle, preventing him from leaving the colony. Dis may disappear, but he doesn't die. Com will die, he cannot be saved, which is something that I already kind of knew. Sim appears to die, but he does not. Who the hell is Sim? I don't even know who that is. Children in peril, dying. Tammy is obviously the one that you can go ahead and die. Alright. Got animal cruelty and death, bodily harm and grossness, implied sexual content, drugs and alcohol, violence and text, mental health and trauma, domestic abuse, traumatic or global events, which I don't even know what the heck is all these about. Genocide, pandemics, famines, terrorism, and climate change. Yes, all those things are in there. But it's just part of the game, so I guess we'll go over everything else too. Two of the love interests will unavoidably form a relationship with each other. The man in this relationship is verbally and emotionally abusive the woman, with physical abuse implied. It is possible to convince either of them to end the relationship through befriending one of them or both, though you will witness more of this abuse. If you befriend them but do not convince them to break up, you may see their unhappiness deepen in the epilogue scene. Ultimately, she flees the relationship after extensive abuse. Now, it is possible to avoid this storyline entirely by speaking to these characters after they connect on your 17th birthday. So, that is going to be the girl who we're working with, Anemone, today. Anemone goes ahead and hooks up with this character named Vase, who, as we progress through the game, spoilers, is going to be like one of those additional characters to the game as we progress from childhood to teenage to adult. The game starts at when you're 10 years old, you go to your age 20, and then you get an ending based on what you did during the game. Like, you go and you be like an engineer, you get to be a good warrior, a sports player, you can be like a farmer. There's so many different endings, so many things you can do in this game. And I've already played 3 of the endings so far, of which I've only gotten 2, because I died in my first run. So that's that. So the one that we're going to be focusing on this one is unfortunately domestic abuse, mental health, and trauma. Living multiple lifetimes takes a toll on your character's mental health. They experience disturbing dreams and moments of depersonalization. Telling too many people about your prophetic dreams can trigger a scene where your character is offered medication and forced to take a month of rest. Further sharing your dreams results in a scene where they are institutionalized and forcibly given medical treatment to cure them. This can be easily avoided by not mentioning your dreams. Some of your peers suffer from mental health, including issues such as depression, survivor guilt, and PTSD. It is possible to learn while working as a nurse or barista that a friend's mother took her own life while suffering from depression. We're just going over all this. Violence in text. There are many scenes where gory violence is described, sometimes in great detail. There are no gory images. Your character can be harmed in a number of ways, though they are regularly returned to health by miraculous medical technology. Making choices that result in your healing may cause others to die or become permanently injured. Other characters can be harmed and may die both on and off screen. One of your peers is a violent bully and regularly attacks other peers. His romantic partner, and possibly yourself. That must be Vase we're talking about. Another team may become disillusionized and violently lash out the colony in an act of terrorism, possibly causing mass casualties. I'm guessing that's Dis. You may learn that one character attacked another when they were children. Don't know about that one. A woman's hand is broken in a public display of power. Yes, I've seen that one. And it wasn't really so much the, it wasn't her hand that broke, but they had this hollow spear on their hand, which is like a little thing that you go and you use, and it like pops up an image of what they're seeing, stuff like that. What he did is he went and like pressed down her hand and broke that hollow spear. But I guess if that implies that he broke her hand, then yes, that's basically what happens in there. Drugs and alcohol, we all know drugs and alcohol are part of most games, so there's nothing really we can worry about this one. Implied sexual content. Characters will flirt with you, some using some explicit language. Through the course of the game, your character will have multiple number of opportunities to be intimate with love interests. All scenes fade to black. These scenes are not available until your character is 16. All activities are described as consensual. There is one scene where being intimate with someone can avoid a conflict, which could be construed as duress, though it is only one option. It is possible to convince love interests to cheat on their partner with you. Your character can enter into a relationship with a being who is technically thousands of years old. That would be there's a computer they call congruence in this game. She's an AI. There you go. A 19-year-old may choose to become pregnant and have a child. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that because we have children under 17 or 18 or 19 having children and stuff like that. Bodily harm and grossness. The player character can run into situations while exploring where they may be violently attacked, swallowed whole, and partially digested, ripped apart, and other disturbing events. I haven't seen any of this, but I'll take your word for it. Descriptions of various creatures may be disturbing. Combat is usually optional, but won't always be clean or cartoony. You can kill an animal at the end of the first year by stabbing it in the eye. I didn't know about that one. Wonder how that one happens. That'd be awesome. All right, we've already covered all this. So, all right. I have gone through everything. I have listed everything that can possibly go wrong in this game. You are informed, so now you can make your decision whether you want to leave the stream now or leave the VOD, stuff like that. I mean, that's just your decision at this point. But if you're here to just see what happens, this turn should turn out to be interesting. And obviously the music cut out because there is no more music to play, just going like this little. So this is the girl we're focusing on right here, Anemone. We can choose her as like a childhood friend, stuff like that as we go along. This here is Tangent. I did her on the first run, and Tammy, who is one of our characters who does die in her youth. You'll see that. We'll figure that out later. But let's go and start a new game. There's a lot of reading to this, by the way. And I'm using the controller because I don't want the mouse sitting there. We'll just move the mouse over here for now, and bam. Warning! This game deals with mature subjects that may not be suitable for all players. Please see our content warnings in the system menu for a detailed list of themes and events. We've already gone through that, so we don't have to worry about that. You guys are informed. You wake to chaos. A confusion of light and heat and smoke. Fire! Your head is pounding. You must have hit it and blacked out, but you aren't sure how you got here or what on Vertumna is happening. There's something important you need to remember. Your stomach lurches as the floor crumbles beneath your feet and then collapses. Your body aches and your eyes burn from the smoke. A figure appears through the flames. It's your friend. Your friend? Wait, you can't remember her name. She's gesturing and shouting at you. All you hear is a ringing in your ears. What's going on? You try to speak, but the words come out jumbled. Your throat seizes around a lung full of choking smoke, and you feel dizzy and confused. Your friend pulls you out of the rubble. She throws your arm over the shoulder and half drags you towards the door. Through it, you see deep, eerie twilight, dark blue and cold against the heat of the fire around you. Glow season. Glowing eyes. You shake your head to clear your vision. Is that some kind of dog? Like from Earth? The creature howls and lunges, its jaws open. And you die! And now the game begins. I need to go get myself some water. I'm a goofus. Should have done this before I started this game, but I'm an idiot. As usual. Alright, ready. This is more better. Alright. You are born in the stratospheric. Whoops. Earth's first colony ship, halfway through its 20-year voyage to a wormhole at the edge of the Sol system. Your parents run the hydroponic gardens which make fresh air and vegetables for the ship. Like the other colonists, they bravely chose to make this one-way journey to the uncharted planet Vertumna 4 in the hope that they could escape Earth's troubles. They had you the old-fashioned way, merging their genes like they merged their cultures and traditions. They name you Solane. You're a bright-eyed child with an active imagination. Sometimes too active, your mom says. Use the sliders on the left to go in. Okay, so this is where you get to decide whether Solane gets to be a woman, a man, or a neutral they-them. And then you get to go and decide like whether, in late teens, this is what you're going to end up becoming. So this is like the gender-neutral version right here. Androgynous appearance in late teens. I never tried that one. I always go for the masculine appearance because I am a man. And then we just continue. We don't have a childhood friend yet, but we get to choose all this stuff later on. Your earliest memories are of your 4th birthday. It's a big cake with a neat hollow effect that looks like fire. But when you reach out to touch it, all you get is a handful of icing. Yummy! Your favorite present is... Now, this is basically a card game. And I guess the best way to describe it is that you're playing a game of poker. You've got all these cards, stuff like that. You can make straights, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and on and on. You can make pairs, triples, quadruplets. You can get all 5 in a row. Think of it as like Yahtzee, almost like. It's each card you get has like a certain value, blah blah blah, all stuff like that. You'll see as we go along. But like when you go and you start out the game, I recommend going and like doing something that you want to go and actually focus on. Because a lot of times it's gonna focus on, like, from what I've gathered so far, what your character's eventual love interest is gonna be. Be it one of the guys or the girls, it doesn't matter. So for this one, what I want to try and do is I want to try to focus more on like toughness, because Anemone eventually becomes a soldier. We'll find out more as we go along, but she becomes a soldier, so having toughness is a good way to go and like advance in her story. So we'll go with this. All right, kick that ball up and down the corridors all day. You want to play with Calm and the other older kids? The security chief Brett says you should wait a few years. He seems nice. You don't understand why the other kids are scared of him. From as early as you can remember, you've had vivid dreams every night. You dream about your friends, but they're more grown up. You dream about your parents, too, only they're more serious. At night, you explore a vast, unexplored wilderness open up under wide open skies, enjoying the feeling of rain hitting your face. Except sometimes you dream of monsters. Sometimes the bad dreams make you scared to go to sleep. So every night before lights out, your dad tells you a bedtime story. You often ask for Tales of Earth, a place you've only seen in holovids. Your dad doesn't want to talk about it. Oh, let me say that for another time, he'll say, or maybe when you're older. He prefers made-up stories. Your favorite story is... So this eventually comes around after you beat the game the first time. You start getting stuff from like a past life, stuff like that. And again, these will go ahead and help you out with your potential stats, I guess, and what kind of cards you get as you go along. I don't like this card. I don't like that card either. +1 skill on challenge wins, +2 to challenges. That doesn't really do me much good, so I'm going to go with Future Dog and the Space Cadets here. It kind of goes against what I'm going with right now, but I use that turtle card, and it's not something that I like. Future Dog can turn into a light beam that the cadets can ride on. They have adventures in the farthest reaches of space. Kind of you. Every child in the Stratospheric is given one genetic enhancement. By 6, you see signs of your... I always go for super strength because it's one of the better cards. Uncle Tonin says it's a lazy person's dream. Eat whatever you want. Don't exercise at all. It still looks like you spend all day at the gym. I don't care. I'm the one that gets to go ahead and... I'm the one that's part of this character. So you can see like on like the far left over there how we got like all of our... On the far left how we got like all our stats over there and stuff like that. Like strength. All that stuff. Basically, the ones we're going to be focusing on mostly are toughness, perception, combat, animal, and bravery. Because bravery is going to be what actually helps us get into the later game stuff. Whoops. Okay. You're incredibly strong for your age, but you go easy on your friend Anemone because she's the one we're going for here. Anemone runs everywhere she goes. You chase each other through the corridor and have pretend laser fights amid the flashing lights and noise of the engineering wing. One day, you're scrambling up onto a console to get the drop on her, but something you touch causes all sorts of flashing lights and screaming sirens. Dr. Instance rushes in, furious, but Anemone steps forward and says it's your fault. You admit you were playing Tag 2, say you were trying to learn stuff, let Anemone take the blame, blah, 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 blah. Anemone is impressed by your bravery, but Instance says she's disappointed with both of you. Aww. It seems to you that she's always disappointed with everything. What can you say? She's a grumpy old hag. What can you say there? You're both drawn to the quarter wings for the next few days. It's not so bad, because at least you're together. Haha, screw you, Instance. When you're 10 years old, when the ship finally reaches the wormhole. Professor Hal says it's like a doorway to other star systems, with a planet for Tumna 4 on the other side. You run emergency drills for months to prepare. When the day finally comes, it starts with a rumble. Then things start to slide off the tables. You hurry to gather near the escape pods just in case. Single file, everyone. Professor Hal instructs you to follow him. You do as you say, do as he says. The emergency area is crowded with families. It's going to be fine, Solane, your dad sues. We'll be through the wormhole and down the planet before you know it, just like we practiced. Your mom gives him a sharp, worried look. You can't promise him that. What's wrong with you? Doesn't Mom have a nice six-pack? It's a fine lady if I've ever seen one. Red emergency lights switch on as a siren begins to sound somewhere distant on the ship. You try to breathe slowly like you were taught, but you're very scared. You let out a porthole. You look out a porthole. The stars are gone. When you're frightened, you need organizing 5 or better. Put on a tough face. Sometimes you pretend to be confident so the people around you will be less scared. You look over at your classmate, Tang, and realize she's doing the same thing. She gives you a hard smile. You return it, and keep focusing on your breathing. You wait. The shaking builds. Then everything starts to get very weird. The hallway stretches. As you're stretching too, your arms are impossibly long. Your head feels like it's sort of filling up like a balloon and contracting down to the size of an atom at the same time. Is this the wormhole? You hear the distant, ominous squeal of metal giving way as the ship shudders and lurches in slow motion. The weirdest part is a sense of deja vu. You're sure this has happened to you before, and you know somehow that everything is going to be okay. The shudder reaches a crescendo. You hear an impossibly loud crunch and feel weightless for a few seconds before gravity slams you back against the wall head first. You black out. As you slip unconscious, you feel yourself twisted out of time. It's today, yesterday, and tomorrow all at once. And more than just one tomorrow. Lots of them. Different tomorrows. That's from all the past lives I've lived up until this point. You find yourself in a place that you know from your dreams. Till fields, dramatic ridges, and a stranger. But also not a stranger. Grinning as she grabs your hand. Hurry up, she says. I'm not going to let you miss this. Distantly, you can feel the ship's shaking has stopped and hear your parents' worried voices. Feeling safe, you step further into the warm embrace of the stars. You drift. Gradually, your consciousness reforms. You wake up in the med bay. The med bed under the walls. The med bay under you plays a soft tone. An automated voice speaks. 2 weeks have elapsed. The patient's cranial injury has completed healing. It may now be safely discharged. As the fog lifts from your head, you realize something seems different about this room. It's so bright. You try to focus on the window. Something is definitely different. Sunlight? Instead of the familiar blackness of space, bright light from twin blue and yellow suns is streaming through the windows. You peer out and see fields, glass-walled domes, and walls ringed by giant mushrooms like trees. There are construction materials everywhere, and people walking around outside. On the ground? You better get out there and join them. Rush outside and start your new life. Nice. So now we can actually walk around and stuff like that and do all our cool little stuff. This is basically where the whole game is going to take place until we go ahead and like get to something different. I'm going to do something over here real quick. Alright. Alright, that's just me clicking. Alright, let's start. Oh! Tammy jumps as you step out of the ship's quarters behind her. You're awake! You've been asleep in med bay for days. You alright? You rub your eyes. You feel groggy. Everything is so strange. The air feels moist and the ground is covered with pale blue powder that crunches under your feet. The reflections of it are blinding. You squint and look up, then almost fall over from vertigo. The sky goes on forever. Around you are fungal trees, taller than anything you've ever seen before. Your heart pounds in your chest. Are you feeling okay, Solane? You better go see your dad, Timmy says, worried. He and your mom have been waiting for you to wake up. She points southeast towards some old geodesic domes, which will be the geoponics. Solane! Your dad gives you a big warm hug. I'm so happy you're finally awake. Dr. Instance thought it'd be best to keep you all asleep while your noggin healed. Your mother and I thought you might sleep away the whole year, my snooty little gooseberry. He checks your head and looks relieved. He was clearly very worried about you, but covers it with jokes and smiles. Ah, you love your dad. Welcome to Vertumna, he says, gesturing around you. You've never seen the stratospheric from the outside, except in pictures. The ship has been separated in two, and parts taken off to form other buildings and a big wall around the whole colony. The alien jungle creeps right up to the wall. Only the geodesic greenhouses pass outside it, dotting their way up the hill. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm glad you agree, he says. Your mother and I, we've been waiting a long time to see grass and trees again, even if they are purple. Oh, before I forget, he pulls a package out from his satchel and hands it to you. You blink and stare at it blankly. Don't you know what day it is, he asks. You honestly don't. You remind him that you've been asleep in medbay. Happy birthday, he shouts, wrapping you in a warm hug. Your birthday already? You feel a dizzying sense of deja vu. You stare hard at the wrapped package. You know exactly what is in there. You remember it. No. You dreamed about this package some years ago on the ship. Inside will be a small medallion in the shape of a sun that your dad made by hand. What an awesome dad. How did you know this? It's exactly as you imagined, as you dreamed. A feeling of panic rises in your throat. Your hand shakes. But how? Your dad notices. You okay, Solane? He snaps his finger. Dr. Instant shouldn't have let you out so early. Sometimes those sleeping meds take a while to wear off. They might make your head feel funny for a few hours. You nod. Maybe that's all it is. Someone shouts your dad's name. Listen, I'm so sorry, Solane, he says, but I have to get back to work. There was an incident when we landed and... He stops himself. Don't worry, we're gonna fix it. Your mother and I. Professor Hal is expecting you in classes, if you're feeling up to it, your dad says, pointing west to the engineering wing in the rear end of the bisected ship. Then he points to the large door as you came out earlier. Or, you can relax in our quarters until you're feeling better. We'll talk later tonight, he says, and kisses the top of your head and ruffles your hair. Have a wonderful birthday, Solane. I love you. Love you too, Dad. So now we can go ahead and well, okay, there's not really much we can do here. We can talk to all these people now because, why the hell not? Might as well get to know our shipmates, right? You see Dis sitting on the ground beside some bushes. Is he hiding from somebody? She's been watching the gate and the wall to the south, where grumps are coming and going. Kids aren't allowed past the walls, he says quietly, without looking up. They say there's nothing to be afraid of, but then why do we need walls? You stare at the gate, and have a sudden rush of memory so strong that you think you might faint. You imagine something crashing through a wall, something enormous and dark and wriggly. For years in space, you've had half-remembered nightmares of monsters, of your ship being destroyed, of sifting through wreckage that used to be your home, trying to find something. Your dad always told you the dreams weren't real. Breaking you from your daydream, just whispered, I think there are monsters out there. I believe you. No, you don't, he says. You're being sarcastic, I can tell. Nobody believes me. He turns his back and ignores you. They're huge and wriggly and dangerous. Stop making fun of me, Diss pouted. You're as bad as Mars. Let's come over and say hi to Anemone. Hi, Solane. Anemone seems really at home here. She's rolling a sports ball around with her foot, making patterns in the words. This is stuff is different from snow on Earth, she tells you, because it isn't cold, but it's still neat, and you can make stuff out of it. Your foggy head clears a little. Anemone is simple, physical, real. You always feel grounded near her. What are you making? Just no smile, she says. But earlier, me and Cal made a big snow pal. You missed it while you were sleeping in medbay. She smiles her broad gap to smile at you. Now that you're awake, we can play. Now that I'm going to be doing voices for these characters. Nope, just some little bugs. The grunts would say if there are monsters, we're monsters, right? She shrugs and smiles reassuringly. Even if there were monsters, Chief Rhett would beat them all up. So don't worry. My mom says we're safer than we were in space. You both look over at the wreckage of the stratospheric, the spaceship where you were born. Anemone's mom, Antecedent, is probably right about that. Look what the wormhole did to your ship. Why aren't you in school? She smashed her forehead. School? I wondered where everybody was. I guess I'm going to be late for humanities class. She doesn't look very worried to you. That's okay, she says. Professor Hal is chill. He won't mind, but we should probably go now. She grins and starts running towards engineering. Hey, race you! No fair! She's getting a head start. Ooh, can we do something here? No, we can't. A small team led by Security Chief Rhett was enough to keep the peace on the stratospheric. To stay busy, they also ran the exercise gym and sports ball courts. Here on Vertumna, the garrison has expanded fast. They're building a huge wall around the colony and have an outdoor firing range and a big covered dojo. And best of all, a regulation-sized sports ball court! Yeah! Engineering. A low, throbbing noise comes from the engine room, which provides power to the colony. Other corridors lead off to the teaching labs and medbay. You know the route to your classroom well, but the rest of this wing is off limits to children. Congruence, the ship's onboard AI, beams down at you from a nearby holoscreen. Don't forget to study hard, Solane. This is who you can eventually, fall in love with as well. The robot. I didn't actually go too far into her story because I think eventually what they might end up doing is building a body for her, and then she'll become a real girl, or at least a real girl that can walk anyway. I'm gonna move myself over so that way you can kind of see the choices and stuff like that that are happening here. Alright, we don't really care about the stats as much, but we do need to go and keep an eye on so you guys can see the choices and stuff like that as we progress. Ah, my eye! My contact's acting weird. Alright then. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with life sciences because that's going to be something good to have as we go along. Now you can see on the top of the screen there, especially that third one over there, it's got the happy face and the frowny face. That's obviously your stress meter, stuff like that. That's going to determine whether or not, how long you can actually do activities on the ship. And the other one is whether you're with the colony or against the colony. Depending on which route you go, will have consequences at the end of the game. I haven't gone to the far right yet, but I've done a lot of the left stuff, and I think I'm going to keep on the good side for now. Maybe we'll do a different one later on. Alright, let's study life sciences. Good afternoon, my burgeoning biologists and up-and-coming chemists. Okay, I'll do it for the adults. I don't care about it. Professor Hal welcomes you back to your old classroom. This afternoon, we'll learn what I like to call the wet sciences. He gestures to the hollow projected lesson plan. Biology, chemistry, medicine, ecology, and genealogy. You'll learn a little bit of everything with opportunities to further study in your favorite field. If you're looking for something a little drier, try registering for engineering classes. For today's lesson, Professor Hell tells you, we'll start with a fun group project. You'll be studying the mush tree, a prominent natural resource native to Vertumna. In the ideal conditions, it can grow up to the speed of over a meter a day and have a diameter of up to 30 centimeters. He stands on his tiptoes and gestures to illustrate. Your team will experiment to find those ideal conditions. You're teamed up with Tang and Cal and are given a mush tree spore and a bucket to grow it in. The rest up to you. Tang looks Tang looks up Surveyor's notes on the HoloNet. Mush trees, she reads, are most abundant south of the colony in the stormy, moist regions of the Subquest swamp. What if we use water instead of soil? Cal suggests. What they do with hydroponics? Tang nods. If they like wet weather, that might work. Solana, do you have any suggestions? Okay, so ideally the one that we did here is this one here. Run electric current through it. What? Tang explains. Solana, how does that have any basis in reality? She looks at Cal for support, and he just shrugs. But he doesn't look convinced either. Neither understands why you'd want to electrocute a plant. You explain that there are storms in the swamp, electrical storms, and maybe somehow that, well... Maybe Solana is right, Tang nods slowly. It could make sense, and if it is true, we'd be the first ones to discover it. This is enough to entice Tang into most things. You attach a small battery to run a weak current through your bucket of water and drop the spore in. The next morning, your spore is the only one already growing. By the end of the day, it's already half a meter tall. And the day after that, it's so huge, it hits the ceiling and you have to move it outside. Your tree outpaces all the others by a long shot. At the end of the week, Tang probably displays an edit to the surveyor's HoloNet notes. Shows rapid growth when stimulated with a mild electric current, as discovered by our junior botanists. Get to work. Alright, so here basically is like where the game focuses heaviest on. You can go on, you can do like all this goes ahead and like eventually gets you to this goal over here. If you can't beat the goal, then you can go ahead and like push through and just use your stress to go on and get through. But usually in the beginning of the game, this is more or less pretty easy to do. And it does have like its own little thing, but to be honest with you, I don't really care about that, so I'm not too big on earning the stars. I'm more interested in like finishing it. But I think if you get like the 3 stars, you get bonuses to your stats, so it's probably a good idea to do. I just personally don't really care too much, to be honest with you. Your parents have been working from first dawn to well after dinner every day. You know growing food is an important job, and it's vital to get crops in the ground right away. But there seems to be something more than that. It's such a change from growing up on the stratosphere, when you saw them all the time. You stay up and wait for them at night before going to bed. Though you can tell they're exhausted, they make an effort to spend time with you. I'm sorry we haven't seen much of you, little gooseberry, your dad says. Your mom watches you as she works a pebble out of her gardening tiller, which also serves as a crutch. How have you been holding up? Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, you can get this if you want to, but honestly, it's like a really bad card, and it's really not worth it. So, I'm going to go different. School's so boring. Your mom gives you the look. Solana, things are different now that we've landed. You won't be a kid for much longer. You have to start thinking about the future, and that future starts with a good education. I mean, she's not wrong, but still, you're wrong. Your dad has a more sympathetic smile. You just have to find a subject you like. And Professor Hal will give you kudos if you get good grades. You can spend those at the depot once it's open. You know, says your dad, raising an eyebrow at your mom, I think there are lots of different ways to learn, and school is just one of them. You can learn from working on a hobby or by helping a friend. Your mom shakes her head and sighs, though you can tell she's trying to put on a gentle expression. We both agree that this colony is an experiment, and that means we're going to have to do things differently than on Earth. You're old enough now to be making your own decisions about your education and future. And if that means you find your own way, we'll accept that. Your dad puts a hand on your shoulder. We'll be proud of you no matter what you do. Try talking to your friends that may have ideas for how to spend your time. And come by geoponics, your mom adds. We could use your help. Unlock shoveling dirt in geoponics. Alright, so this is where it starts to get to be a little more interesting. Because now we get to go ahead and actually choose like where we do stuff like that. And the greenhouse. Okay, it does actually. Wow, this is actually a better way to increase toughness than the other one. Wow, I should have been doing this all along. The greenhouses have different biomes inside, growing plants from Earth that might belong in the desert, jungle, or temperate forest. Some are so delicate you have to spray off any germs in an airlock before you can enter. The seasonal garden outside is dotted with blue nobodies. Little flowers with what look like wriggling creatures stuck inside each one. A sign displays it's a decoy meant to attract some kind of flying predator to come pollinate the flower. So, like I said, we can actually start making choices here where we want to go. You find your mom hard at work setting up the greenhouses with a small construction crew. You've seen these plants pinned to the wall of your family's quarters for years now. These geodesic domes will house the more delicate plants from Earth. Spinach, tomatoes, maybe even fruit. She takes a swig from her canteen as you approach. Looking for something to do, she asks? Remember, Solane, you're responsible for your own schedule now that we've landed. You can decide how to spend your time, so long as it's productive. She points towards the engineering wing in the back half of the stratospheric severed frame. Professor Hal's still expecting you in class, but a well-rounded education includes practical application. You're old enough to help with the work around here. Your mom claps for your hand on the shoulder. I've got another minute. Anything you need to know? Yeah, you can go and just go through and learn about all this stuff. Learn about geoponics, learn about engineering, all that stuff like that. But if you want to play the game yourself, you can do it on your own. I think I'll put a link in the description at the end of this, because I don't think I can do it right now while the video's still going. Anyways. Hello, my little potato. Your dad's smiling warmly. What have you been up to today? Playing and just hanging out with my friends. That Cal's a good boy, he says. And have you seen Anemone? She's been out by the garrison playing sports ball. I think she's spent every day out since we landed. He chuckles to himself. Guess that's what happens when you've got enough brothers to make your own sports ball team. He breathes deeply and looks slowly around. Vertumna is magnificent, isn't it? You nod. Seasons! He shouts, throwing his hands wide. I miss seasons. Back on Earth, it got much, much colder, and the snow wasn't half as pretty as our spark snow. He sighs, stretching. Usually until dust season, both the suns will be high in the sky, and it'll be real hot then. You'll see. For some reason, that doesn't bother me. I do enjoy a spat of heat. It's the cold I don't like. Anemone is bumping a sports ball with her wrist, trying to keep it in the air. Heads up! She shouts and bumps the ball in your direction. Think fast! Do a trick. You catch the ball with your wrist, bop it up, and headbutt it back to Anemone. She grins a huge gap-toothed smile. Whoa! Nice move, Solane. You bounce the ball back and forth with her, trying to see how many times you can rally and keep it going. Anemone tells you about the new sports ball court. A proper regulation-sized court, way bigger than the little zero-G one on the stratospheric. Her brother Com is coaching the junior sports ball team this year. He's so great, she says. He's good at everything, especially spiking. He's coaching me to play awesome like him. You should come join us. Nice. So, what do I want to do? A small team led by Security Chief Rhett was busy to keep the peace on the Stratospheric. To stay busy, they also ran the exercise gym and sports ball courts. Yeah, okay. So, I think what I'm going to do for now is focus on biology. A low throbbing noise comes from the engine room, which provides power to the colony. Alright, so there we can go. We can start. You know the route to your classroom well, blah, 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 blah. Don't forget to study arts, Solane. Okay, so it's the same thing. Study life sciences. You learn about Vertumnan geology by comparing various rock samples from Earth to ones from Vertumna, placing them in Mohs hardness scale. The Earth samples are so weird and gray compared to the pinks, purples, yellows, and teals collected by the surveyors. Earth must have been a dull place. Kinda, yeah. I'm gonna actually switch these two around. Nice. This week you had a few more bouts of deja vu, remembering what someone is about to say or do just before they do it. Sometimes they actually do it, but not always. This morning you were sure Professor Hal was going to trip on an uneven floor in the cafeteria and spill his plate of hash browns. He even told Mars to watch. He didn't, though. As Professor Hal walked away, his hash browns safe for today, Mars called you a liar and a dummy. I'm not. At night, your dreams are all mixed up with stuff that you know can't be real. You're chased by monsters the size of buildings, only to be saved by strange people that you've never met. You're holding hands with someone you love. You're crying as you help lift a shrouded body into the colony recycler. Everything seems so familiar. But when you try to recall their faces when you wake up, they're smeared in your memory like wet paint. You've lived this life before, in your dreams. You're sure of it. In the light of day, you try to remember everything from your dreams, but it's impossible. You can't live a lifetime in dreams. Anytime you try to tell someone, they think you're playing a trick. Or that you're sick and need to go to medbay. You eventually decide to stay quiet about your strange dreams. Why? They're not dreams. They're memories. You lived it enough times to know. Over and over. Your head is filled with memories. You've lived and died on this planet more times than you can count. Why are you stuck like this? Being stuck in a time loop would be even harder to explain than having prophetic dreams. It's the right choice to keep it to yourself. Next month! It is actually kind of fun to go around and just talk to everybody. You see Tammy sitting quietly near the entrance of the lounge. You've known her for, well, your entire life. Back on the ship, you used to play with her. Tammy had the best doll collection. After her mom died, her dad used all his nanoprinter creds to print her a different doll every month for a whole year. Her ears perk up when she sees you. "Oh, hello, Solane," she says. Her voice is soft and dreamy, like a beam of starlight. "Do you want to play dolls?" "I sure do!" You don't think Tammy will ever be too old to play with dolls. If anything, she has even more of them now. She takes you to the quarters and brings out the entire Spacey Stacy doll collection. A disturbingly realistic baby with real bowel movements and two super fancy posable dolls named Lily and Tilly, who can be programmed to move on their own. Tammy isn't very good at programming, so Lily and Tilly just roll around and awkwardly roll around awkwardly when you turn them on. You cover quickly by saying they must be breakdancing in a club. The two of you spend the afternoon making up stories of their rise to stardom as professional dancers. Children's imagination. A sharp whistle interrupts your thoughts. Hey, Solana, Mars calls out to you. Come here. I have a job for you. You walk over to Mars, who's sheltering from the snow under the ship's overhang. It's so gross here, she complains. This spark snow would ruin my good clothes. At least on the ship we had climate control. Ugh. Tabby made me some soy sweets. There's no way I'm going out there in all this weather, she continues. Since you like running around it, could you fetch them for me? Okay, fine. Good! Mars claps. She's probably just down the hill near the quarry. Good lord. Mars sighs. She's scared to take more than a few steps down the door. All she wants to do is hide inside and make sweets. And what's wrong with that? Oh. Tammy is staring obliviously at the sky, smiling to herself. She startles as you approach. Oh, hello, Solana, she says, putting her hand to her chest. Do you need something? I'm here for Mars' soy sweets. Tammy smiles at you. Oh, it's so nice of you to help out Mars. She's a very important person, you know. She hands you a box wrapped in a pink and yellow scarf. One order of mango soy sweets made fresh this morning, she says. Please tell Mars that she can have the scarf back, okay? She used some of her kudos to a nano printer for me because it's so dusty here, but I think I'm getting used to it now. Tammy smiles again and tucks her hair behind her big elven ears. Mars is so cool, she says fondly. Sometimes she's kind of bossy, but I know she really cares too. Yeah, okay, whatever. Mars puts her hands out expectantly. Give it here! Okay, I always go ahead and do that, but I want to try this one. I hate them. You did what? Mars shrieks. Those are mine! Tay made them for me! She crosses her arms and huffs at you. I knew you wouldn't be good at delivery, she says. That's what I told Administrator Sec. Mars gestures to the door behind her. I think they're still looking for the delivery people. You want to make it up to me, she says. Tell Sec I referred you. Try to eat your next delivery, nullhead. I don't regret that for a second. Oh, the joy of this is trying out new things for me as well. Cal is riding around the geoponics gardens on his hoverboard. The board comes to a sudden shuddering stop on the rocky ground in front of you. Cal falls off but catches his balance before he eats dirt. Hi, Solana. Real ground is way harder to hover on than ship floors. They're bumpy everywhere. We all have to adapt. Yeah, Cal explains. Things are actually way better planet side. Hovering outside is rad. Look at this. He runs over to a small depression in a nearby hill and presents it like it's something amazing. Look at this. It's a skateboard. Okay, cool. Can I try? Sure, but please be careful. Bob says if I break my hoverboard, we can't make another one. You take turns riding around the bowl, trying to get up enough speed going down one side to come back up the other. You don't land any tricks. It's hard just staying on the board with this uneven ground, but it's still fun. Yeah, man. I'm ready for me money. Tangent is hunched over her hollow palm. That's that thing that I was telling you guys about earlier with the girl who got her hand crushed. Is that they got that thing like what Tang's got up there right now. Tangent is hunched over her hollow palm, frowning up and poking angrily at the air. She speaks without looking up at you. Professor Hell wants us to prop a list of the native flora with pictures. There should be a catalog on the colony holonet, but I can't find it anywhere. Plants? Try looking outside? She looks down, then up and squints her eyes at you. Is that a joke? Well, it's not funny, Solana. I need to finish this bio assignment so I can start on the engineering lab after lunch. And then I have a physics quiz to study for. She rolls her eyes. If you don't want help, go kick a ball or some with the other kids. As you inch away, Tension's already forgotten about you and is back to her hollow palm. Ugh. Okay, it's the same thing that we saw last time. This week in biology class, you're learning about predators and prey. Professor Hal brings up a picture of a hopeye on the hollow projector and asks, "Who can tell me what special thing hopeyes do when they see a predator?" Tang's hand shut up. "They hop away very quickly. That's why we call it a hopeye." Hal nods. Man, one of these days I'll get that one too. Okay. That's true, but that's not what I was getting at. Tang stammers and looks upset, like she can't believe she got something wrong. Hal scans the class again. "Anyone else? Solana?" I need to do that for the next time. I don't know. "Come on, Solana, think about it," Hal says encouragingly. "You could at least try to guess." You give him a blank look. "They dump their feet to warn other hopeyes in the area," he says. "They're very communal animals." You look over to see Tang smirking at you. You both got it wrong, but she still thinks she's better than you. Ugh. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to kind of switch these. Because that'll give me a straight, and then I can just do a pair. There. I didn't even see what I got for that. Whoops. Alright, so today we should probably relax, because if we don't, we're not going to be able to do anything. And that'll defeat the purpose of doing anything at all. The ship quarters are where everyone sleeps, eats, and hangs out. The private bedrooms are small. You share one with your parents, so colonists spend most of their time in the big common area. There's a lounge and cafeteria and a creche where all the kids and babies are raised communally. Relax in the lounge. The lounge is a long, well-lit hall along the outer hull of the ship's midsection. It's strewn with tables and cushions and serves as a communal living room for the tiny one-room spaces every family is assigned. You flop down to the lounge's big beanbag pile with some other kids. Kelly has a dazed, peaceful look on his face. The air smells so good on Vertumna. So is it dirty even? He knows his clothes are filthy, but obviously Cal couldn't care less. And now he bounces. "Holy crap! There's so much space to run around and play in. Common Chief Rhett set up an outdoor sports ball court, and it is way huger than the old one on the ship." Tangent carefully selects one cushion from the pile and perches on it. The school is expanded to some of the empty engineering bays, she tells you, and we're getting a big new lab to do experiments using local resources. There's so much to learn about this planet. Anemone rolls her eyes, but Tang continues. "We shouldn't forget our studies just because we've landed," she says firmly. "Ugh, school, let's play outside." Solana is right, you hear over your shoulder, and you start out to find Dis standing right beside you. "Gah! Why did he get here? Did you see those huge beasts in the jungle as we were landing?" Dis continues picking up a thread on his sweater until it unravels. "I wonder if there are more out there." You've had less of the deja vu dreams come to life feeling this week, and you're starting to think you'd even imagined it. Suddenly, you got a prickling sensation in the back of your neck and remember that Mart is about to enter the lounge and tell everyone to look outside. You stare at the door. Mars walks through it as if on cue. "OMG, everybody, look outside! They're hoisting a flag over command," she says, clapping her hands excitedly. "You know what that means, right?" She stands tall with her hands on her hips. "Vertumna is officially humanity's first exocolony ever!" You look out at the flag, feeling dizzy, and suddenly mouth the words along to what she says next. You remember this moment too well. "This is history, kids," she claims, wrapping Anemone and Tangent under each arm. "And we were there." Relaxing. Took the month off. So here, like, when you relax, you get to go and choose to get rid of a card. I'm going to get rid of this one because the 0 cards are pretty much useless. You wake from an afternoon nap. The dream you're in is one you've had many times. The air is strangely pink and fluffy, kind of sticky, and you have to push your way through it. It feels like every step takes an eternity. You push through the pink cloud and emerge into the children's creche, where you know well to see your friend Tammy standing before an enormous bear made of pure light. It lunges at her, through her, and she collapses to the ground like a fainting fairy tale princess. You wake with your heart racing. Tammy's leaning over you where you've been sleeping in the nearest nest of pillows. She shakes your shoulder gently. "Oh, I'm sorry, Solana," she says, as if speaking to a small child. I think you were having a nightmare. Are you okay? Are you? Nothing bad happened in the dream, but you feel sick with dread. Since you're awake, you should visit the cafeteria. Auntie Seaton is making a new kind of candy, she says. It's made of cotton. Isn't that weird? I have to go tidy the creche first, then I'll meet you there. Save some for me, okay? Tammy skips off towards the creche, humming to herself. You feel groggy and need a minute to clear your head. That dream. Forget dreams. Get the candy! Wait, go say Tammy. So I've done both these already. We're going to save her. You sprint down the hall of the children's creche, where the little kids play and learn during the day. It's empty. All the younger kids are probably off eating candy with Auntie Seated. You spot Tammy tidying up some drawing supplies near the craftsman. Above her, a hollow projector displays an enormous floating teddy bear made of purple light. It bobs silently in the air. Mr. Bearsworth, a decade of happy memories playing with it flashed through your mind in an instant. Tammy stands up on her toes and reaches for the switch to turn it off. You slam into her, knocking her feet onto the ground. At the same moment, the hollow projector sparks and explodes. The bear disappears, and the whole room goes dark. In the dim emergency lighting, you see Tammy's eyes wide with surprise and fear. She sits up and rubs her elbow, staring at you. Sorry, are you hurt? It's okay, she says, looking like she might be. Why did you do that? Owie! It was an accident. I tripped. Oh, she mutters. She sniffles and wipes her nose, looking like she's not trying not to cry. Are you okay? Tell her you're fine and say sorry again for hurting her. You're just happy that you followed your dream and got here in time. You decide not to mention the dream, since she seems weirded out already. After a minute, the lights come back on. The projector is dead. A thin trickle of stinky smoke coming from the base. Don't worry, Tammy says, brightening as she gets to her feet. Professor Hal can fix it. He can fix anything. By the time you find the professor and finish cleaning up, you've forgotten all about the pink candy in the cafeteria. Damn it! You know, I think I'm going to work on engineering for this one. Because there are things that go along in the story that I kind of want to see if I can catch on. But I think, in order to get to engineering, I need to have reasoning 5 or greater. In order to do that, I gotta keep going on this track. So I'm on the right path. Alright. Solana, Tangent says, approaching you with purpose. We just crossed my brother. Who, this? Yes, dead, he says impatiently. I need to figure out where he's been disappearing. Ever since we landed, I barely see him anymore. He doesn't even come home at night sometimes, and She trails off and looks at her feet. Well, I'm not very good to my brother as of late. But people are becoming worried. I get the feeling Tang is the one who's worried, but she doesn't want to admit it. I'll find out. Thank you, Solana, she says, looking relieved for a second before her expression darkens again. I mean, it would be a ridiculous waste of resources if something happened to him, and no one knew where he was or how to find him. Right, of course. Tang doesn't get worried. Liars putting up a false persona. Okay, there's something about you. You step cautiously through the colony gate. Hey there, kiddo! Solane blocks your way with a smile. I'm afraid our suggestion is off limit for now. It's not safe out there for kids. You better toughen up so you can join the squad when you're older. Tough enough. Well, so you are. Uncle Tony exclaimed, standing back to admire you with pride. You know, I'd say you might be having a growth spurt, Solane. They'd better watch out for you on the sports field. Listen, he tells you, I can see that you're a tough cookie, and I'd love to have you on my surveyor team in the future. But you have to wait a few more years first. Come see me when you're older, okay, kiddo? Dejected, you drag your feet as you walk back through the gates of safety. Psst! What's that? You look around questioningly. Psst! It's Des. He's hiding behind some bushes. That's so typical. He puts a finger to his lips and motions for you to follow him. Sure, you figure. Why not? He leads you silently along the walls toward the garrison, then crouches down the bushes between the sports ball field and a security pavilion to fiddle with something. Suddenly he's gone. What? Where did that little brat go? Check to make sure nobody else noticed. And scuttle over to where you last saw him. Behind some poplar bushes, there's a drainage pipe in the wall big enough to crawl through. A heavy grate keeps animals out, but it's loose. You can slide aside to get through. You can sneak out. If the adults won't let you visit the Valley of Vertigo or the Subaquest swamps or the other cool places surveyors get to go, well, you can sneak through here to explore just outside the colony walls. If this does it, how dangerous can it be? What, you're trying to say this is weak or something like that? Tammy is sitting down on the grass with a baby on her lap. They're playing nicely with some flowers or a strand of the beads in Tammy's hair or something. Tammy keeps gently removing her hair from the baby's mouth. Oh, Solane, she goes as you join her. Aren't babies the best? Can I say no? There are so many new babies in the creche. You'd think we were starting a colony or something, Tammy laughs. But the parents are too busy doing other work and somebody needs to take care of the little ones. She looks down lovingly to the baby who is now sucking on part of her skirt, getting a goddamn baby drill. You could help too. It'll be fun. The baby chooses this moment to spit up a big puddle of pale yellow liquid onto Tammy's dress. Oopsie. Tammy coos and picks the baby up. Then she hands them out toward you. Could you take them for a minute while I find this towel, Solane? The baby ups and rolls their eyes. They still look a little queasy to you. Okay, I guess. You hold the child at arm's length, willing them to keep the rest of their stomach in. They hang up again, then let out a tremendous belt as loud as drunken solar. You have to admit that was kind of cute. How do I get my friendship up with this? How do I even get to like 10? There's really not. Oh, wait. No, there's not enough money for that yet. You tell this that Sister Tangent wants to know where he's been disappearing off to. His eyes flip briefly to yours. Then, wait a minute, hold on a sec here. Am I even close to like getting there with him? Oh, come on! There's a lot of different people here that I don't even think I've unlocked yet. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know I can change that as I move along. It doesn't say anything. You know, I'm just gonna leave him alone. Just show there's some relief as you go. So then I trapped it in my room, and Emily says, telling you all about the bug she saw in her quarters. Its wings were as big as my hand, and had feelers like, whoa! It was bouncing all over the place like boing, boing, boing. She just was excitedly swinging her arms over her head. The bugs here are so big, and they're everywhere. It's like the Australia of Earth. It's so not cool. I was going to give it to Tang, she says. She loves gross bug stuff. But she said I should just let it go. Because if it stung me, I might get weird mutant powers. I mean, other than the ones I already have. And I wanted to see if I could get more weird mutant powers. So I started jumping around off higher and higher things until I was jumping off the back of the ship. And I got in so much trouble. But it wasn't even that high. She stops in her tracks. Hold on, she says, stopping to rub irritably at her knees for probably the 100th time in the past 5 minutes. I'm gonna die! I busted up my knees and it's so itchy when my scales grow in. Annie, don't pick at it. Chief Steward Antecedent's voice rings out across the garrison yard, pleasant but firm. It instantly transports you back to being in the ship crash, tugging on her skirts and calling her auntie. Anemone stands up straight, her hands flying to her side. But Mom! Anemone whines, sticking her fingers into her knees as Aunt Seed approaches you both. It's so fantastically itchy! I know, lovely, Auntie Seed soothes her, patting her down her riotous red hair. But the more you pick at it, the thicker your scales are going to grow in. Anemone tucks her hands under her armpits to keep from scratching. What if I want to have cool scales? She pouts. Auntie Seed smiles indulgently. At the rate you're going, I'm sure you'll be covered in them before you know it. No need to rush. Anemone's scale is dotted with patches of protective blue-green scales that grow in whenever she gets a cut or scrape. She rubs the patch on her jaw indignantly, the one she got when she ran headfirst into the food synthesizer back on the ship. Auntie Seed opens her satchel and pulls out a bundle of clothes. The queue for the nanoprinter is over a week long, so I patched your pants with scraps from your brother's clothing. Please try not to put any more holes in them or yourself, okay? She hands the clothes to Anemone and kisses her on her forehead. Anemone sticks out her tongue and gasps. Yuck! Anemone evaluates the clothes as her mom walks away. Galactic! She breathes as she runs her hands over the odd-colored patches. Then right there in the middle of the yard, she unashamedly squirms out of her pants and pulls on the new ones. Wow! I look like a fire jet from the Hollows, she exclaims, showing off her new pants. Like when they censor your kill count on your planes. Or like a really cool scar. Yeah, you get it. My pants are scarred, just like me. Nothing else, the story of this game is actually kind of amusing. You meet your dad adjusting a watering pot in your mom's flower garden. He's having a sneezing fit, his eyes running red. You're alarmed. You've never seen him look sick before. People were hardly ever ill in the stratospheric, except sometimes when the zero-G rooms made them queasy. Not to worry, my little beanstalk, he says nasally. I'll be fine. It's just this pollen making my head a little stuffy. He wipes his nose with a handkerchief and looks around everywhere you turn. The air is soupy and tinged with pink from all the floating pollen. On Earth, your dad tells you, we used to call this hay fever. Even though it had nothing to do with hay, your mom cuts in, carrying a large bouquet of flowers. The native flowers seem to be in full bloom this time of year. She buries her nose deep in them, and they smell fantastic. Your dad smiles kindly and agrees that they sure are beautiful, one I can smell. Then he blows his nose loudly. Sniff the flowers. They do smell good, and they look harmless. Your dad's eyes look so sad. Maybe that's just the allergies. Hey, Solana, I know the last few weeks have been very hard for you. This might be a good time to relax and stick around in the quarters wing. Do you think that worked? Did my voice sound all nasally and stuff like that? I should talk to you. Want to look at the maybe? Look, I can't let you outside. You're too young for that. Vertigo. Never actually looked through any of those before. I'm gonna sneak out. It's because curiosity is getting the better of me. You stepped through the drain pipe and out of the colony before anyone saw you. Anyone, that is. Except for a dark form watching you from the trees nearby. Could that be... Is that Dis? He turns and disappears into the jungle. Now you're sure of it. That was definitely Dis. He's not allowed outside the colony either. Let's follow him. You scamper after him through the bush. He hits the branches and brambles, scraping at your arms and legs. Without a proper envirosuit, you get all scratched up. This kid's fast. Clearly side Dis in his trail again. Okay. But you do learn something by trying. You leave the path and sneak around a strand of mush trees to one of the little sawmills dotted this area. It's a small but busy operation. 3 people feeding mush tree logs into some kind of machine, while a 4th one directs a 4-legged robot with a plasma saw mounted on the front. You stay out of sight and watch how they do it. When one tree crashes down, it almost seems like the others are wincing. It's probably just your imagination, though. They aren't planting new ones or leaving any behind. You know the mush trees regrow every year, but can they still regrow when you cut down everything like this? Typical humanity. Even the smaller trees and bushes are getting ground up for mulch. With a scary big grinder that sounds like a roaring beast. The entire process makes you uneasy, but also proud of how industrious your colony is. So we can actually eventually use these items for something later. Don't exactly know what, because I haven't really gone that far into it. But I do know it's useful. Hey, it's you. Your way is blocked by a strange small creature with 1 foot and 4 large eyes. Oh. 2 of which blink sideways on top of its head like frog eyes. Oh, this must be a hop eye. You've heard people talk about them, but you've never seen one up close. It suddenly starts flailing around, like there is something wrong with it, even though it was fine just a second ago. It keeps pausing to look at you. Then it goes back to flailing. What is its deal? So I'm fairly certain that I'm probably not going to win this. But there is a possibility that I probably could as well. I'm going to do this. Look at that, I actually managed to beat it. And then we'll do Saving Tammy. You know, I like to go ahead and just keep going with it. It worked out pretty good. 4 of a kind. Nice. You stop trying to get past it and just listen. Oh! You can hear little squeaking noises from nearby. It's probably warning you away from its nest. You carefully avoid the nest while speaking in soothing tones. The agitated little guardian titters warnings at you, but eventually lets you by. It's only got the 1 foot, it looks like. That's interesting. Yay, we did good. Excuse me. So, when you play the game for the first time, it's a good idea to go ahead and pick up those mush tree things that we're picking up, because eventually, I believe, I don't remember what they were used for, but I know they were used for something. I just can't remember what it was, and I can't remember if it was through engineering or not. But maybe we'll find out, because we're probably gonna do the engineering route, just because I want to be able to fix things throughout the story. So once I get to engineering, I think I'm going to go that route instead of biology. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Anyways. Plants grow fast during pollen. They choke the path here. You can't see an obvious way through. So push our way through the plant. Push our way through! Guess I'll just do this. All cards under 2 become 2. Put that one there. Then 2, 2, and 2. Oh, it's gotta be a red card. And now we can do like, though I don't think this would work, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay, so it does give you a straight. And just to go ahead and put him down. You find a good stick and whack, whack, whack your way through the tangle of new growth. Take that, nature! Ooh, there's some fun. Oh, there's 10. Oh! I've never seen him out here before. We have to go and see what we got here. A large, woolly blue creature is floating here. No. A large, woolly blue creature floating here a meter off the ground. It seems to be upside down, which is causing it some distress. Its segmented legs kick uselessly in the air as it tries to right itself. This must be a flow cow. The colony is working on domesticating these, though you haven't seen one up close before. Her slitted eyes look at you imploringly. She makes a helpless lowing noise, and tries again to flip over, but she can't. Can't do anything with that right now. At the top of a rise off to the east, you think you spot someone watching you. They're dressed in black. Is that Dis? They look away. Too tall to be Dis. Another surveyor? You blink and the figure is gone. Hike over to look for clues. You bushwhack down into a valley and up the other path to where you thought you saw them standing. No signs of a camp or anything obvious like a dropped pack. No note saying, "I'm watching you." "I'm watching you." Signed, mysterious figure. Spooky. Spooky! If I keep following this path, will I eventually get back to where he is? Okay, I don't want to do it, but I'm going to pop the float cow. There's nothing for it. You have to pop her dorsal bladder and let the liquid drain out, or she'll not be able to flip over. She struggles and screams as you open your utility knife and jab into it. Her bladder into her bladder. Immediately, you're drenched by a hot explosion. What you hope is milk. Gross, gross, gross! The float cow spirals away as a sudden jet and liquid propels her away from you. You hope she'll be okay. You're decidedly not okay with how you smell now. Okay, I'm sorry, Float Cow. I didn't want to do that, but I really want to talk to him. You spot Uncle Tonin, Chief Supervisor. Tonin, that is, bumbling about, preparing some automated survey equipment in a clearing. He's very cautious, jumpy even, but he's making a lot of noise. Every few minutes he'll pause to listen and check his surroundings and go back to banging away. It shouldn't be too hard to avoid if you don't get caught sneaking out. But what if I want to get caught by him? Well, that's unfortunate. I want to give up and see what happens. You break a branch. Oh. Well, that was dumb and boring. Alright, now we gotta go take a rest. Because we wasted all our energy. Seriously. Alright, whatever. Seems like a quiet time anyway, so we can take a rest. Your parents must be some of the busiest adults in the colony. You hardly ever see them unless you visit them in geoponics. Often in the lounge, you watch Tammy cuddled up with her dad watching a holiday together, and Cal chatting with his mother or one of her partners, and Mars showing off for her two dads. Makes you feel a little lonely. I am going to get rid of this one here. So obviously you get to a point in the game where it just gets boring. No. Little throbbing, studying life science. Why the hell am I on that anyways? Am I not there yet? Of course I'm not there yet. Why would I be there? Whoops. Get to work. Alright. 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. Probably didn't counter the street. Oh well, whatever. It's time for Vertumnalia. Unicott and the Council have called a festival to celebrate life here on the planet Vertumna. Everyone gathers in the colony square to hear Governor Unicott's speech. In Earth's history, Unicott begins and clears her throat. In Earth's history, Vertumna was known as a god of seasons, change, gardens, and fruit. It's no coincidence that our four bears out of Vertumna Project chose to take out such an auspicious name. In the host of city future bountiful shades of humanity. We will continue the tradition of Vertumnalia, a midsummer festival to celebrate our Vertumna. Yeah, I've lost track of my own words. This lush planet upon which we find ourselves today. Clap. Everyone cheers and applauds. Yay! Hooray! Woo! The members of the council all get up on stage one at a time to give their own short speeches. Governor Unicott announces with one. Governor Unicott command, Chief Marisette command, Security Chief Red Garrison, blah blah blah, the council. When it's your mother Flutu's turn, she announces that tonight you'll be eating some of the very first crops grown from Vertumnan soil. Your eyes go to the feast table. Aboard the Stratosphere, it would have been mostly soy-based food from the nanoprinters, spiced up with what precious fruits and vegetables could be grown in the small growing bays. This year, the planet looks even less robust than usual, but they're supplemented by some Vertumnan plants you've come to appreciate. Juicy potato pods and slabs of edible fungi. Yeah, man. Because that's what I want to eat. Unicott takes the stage after everyone on the council has said their piece. What is a festival without festivities, she asked. Professor Hal and Security Chief Rat have organized a three-part competition for the kids. Good luck, children. Yeah! Which one do you join? The bot wrestling. A bot wrestling contest. This has been a classic competition for years in the ship. Someone has rigged up a hydraulic lifting bot to slowly stretch out, increasing in length over time. The aim is to see how long you can hold it closed using any part of your body before it pops open. Anemone and Cal are competing with you. Cal doesn't like that it's a competition, but he does love bot wrestling. Ah, itchy. Ah! Wrestle the bot. Yeah, this is where it starts getting annoying, is that you can't get the cards you need. Okay, +1 for gems on the others on other cards. Okay, so this one can make this one more powerful, maybe. It didn't, but I was hopeful. Well, cards under 2 become 2. Which is very convenient because all I have are zeros! At least these guys, anyways, will become 2s. Kudos! Anemone's brother Com is a judge and awards bonus points for technique as well as for brute strength. You sit on the hydraulic bot and use your weight at first. Then switch to a bear hug when it starts to wobble and push you off the ground. You make it a full 5 minutes of increasing difficulty before it eventually springs from your grasp and scuttles into a corner free to last. You just barely edge on Anemone. She offers you her hand, then pulls it back at the last second before running away, foolish child. After the festivities are over, everyone takes time off for a much-needed break. During the feast heat of dust, a few days rest is exactly what you need to feel refreshed. Okie dokie. Hey, Cal. You're looking for Cal in the garden when you nearly trip over someone else, one of the younger kids, and they're blindfolded. Hey! They exclaim, ripping out the blindfold off their face and throwing it to the ground. It's Cirrus, one of Anemone's brothers. He glares at you. I was almost done! Cal jogs over and grabs Cirrus in a friendly headlock, ruffling his messy red hair. Dude, you were so close. Cirrus stamps his feet and complains that you got in his way. Not his fault, Cal says. He didn't know we were playing the game. Give me a sec. I want to teach him how to play. Cal turns to you as Cirrus leaves. Sorry, Solane, he says, sheepishly. I was teaching Cyrus the new game, but he's more like Anemone than I thought. Real competitive, you know. He stops to pick up the blindfold, brushing off the dirt. I've been trying to come up with different kinds of games other than sports ball, he says. No winners or losers. I just want to have fun with my friends. Do you want to learn how to play? Let me check my schedule. Yes. Cal's smile looks like it's going to stretch right off his face. Radical, he shouts, jumping up and down with excitement. Okay, so, first, put on this blindfold. The blindfold is a little scratchy and smells like dirt. You can feel Cal's big hands on your shoulders. I'm going to spin you around, and when I let you go, you got to listen to my instructions. You got to listen to my instructions. We're going to walk all the way to the cafeteria, okay? You nod. You can't see Cal's grin, but you can hear it in his voice. He spins you around. 1, 2, 3. First, Cal says, you've got to walk forward 10 steps. Do you follow her instructions and make it difficult for him? I mean, technically we could do it, but I kind of want to see if we can do it. So let's just do our best. You take 10 steps forward, straight forward, holding your hands out for balance. The rocky dirt between the garden beds crunches under your feet. Yeah, Cal says. Now turn to your right and take 15 steps until you get to a door. Let's get it right. Turn to the right and walk forward, counting out 15 steps. When you stop, Cal laughs. You can hear his footsteps crunching behind you. I forgot how much bigger I am than you. You're like 2 more steps away. You take 2 more steps until your outstretched hands land on a warm metal of the door. Success! Awesome, Cal says. You can't help but smile. This is fun. Now hit the door bottom on the right and keep going and keep door button on the right and keep walking forward until I say stop. Go really slowly, okay? No! Ah, man. You open the door and start to walk forward. The path slopes downwards and your feet slip a little bit, even though you're moving as slowly as you can. Real dirt is nothing like the metal floors of stratospheric. It's turbo rocky here, Cal says, and you can just feel the uneasiness prickle up the back of your arms. Keep going forward slowly. Can you trust him? You try to do as you're told, but after a few steps, your foot knocks against a sprawling root and you fall forward, catching yourself on your knees, hands and knees. Ouch! Tear off the blindfold, a sudden rush of tears flooding your eyes. Kyle's beside you in an instant, kneeling on the rocks. You okay, he asked. You look down at yourself. Your knees and hands are pretty scraped up, and your pride's bruised, but other than that, you're okay. Cal helps you stand. I'm sorry, Solana. I'll be a better helper next time. He asks if you want to get some potato juice at the cafeteria instead. Spend the rest of the afternoon brainstorming more games where there are no winners or losers. I mean, technically we win when we get to the thing, right? So there are winners and losers. It's just that the winner, we win when we get to the thing, but we lose if we don't. Anemone! You and Anemone are playing in the garrison yard with sticks, chasing each other around and pretending to be sword fighting. The adults training nearby are patient with you as long as you don't get near their target dummies. But sometimes you stray too close. Watch out, Annie! One of the security personnel calls out as Anemone bumps into her. You can't stay behind the fences, okay? It's Anemone! She retorts as you both retreat to a safe distance. Anemone throws her stick to the ground and pouts. Just because everyone else shortens her name, it doesn't mean I have to do it. I like being Anemone. But having a nickname is kind of cool and mysterious, like having a call sign, you know? What would you call me, Solana? What did you think of Nemi? Nemi tilts her head. Huh? She mimes swinging the sword a few times. Nemi. Yeah, call me that sometimes. At least it's not Annie. Nemi picks up her discard stick. Now, she says, branching it at you. Prepare to be defeated by the mighty Nemi. You spend the next hour sparring with Nemi in the yard. Alright, so I really want to get into engineering. Then we can start doing things that matters for where I want to go with the game. I think we're almost there. This should be the last reasoning one, right? Yeah. Then I think reasoning will grow along with us. This week in biology class, you're studying sugar bugs. This nasty species looks like purple marshmallows about the size of your fist, all puffy and squishy and kind of cute. They don't move or do much, but if you tickle them, they exude an edible syrup from a hole at the top of their bodies. And now, says Professor L, you're going to dissect one! You know, for real, I actually dissected a frog when I was in high school. And I honestly didn't really have a problem with it. The other people had problems with it, but me personally, I was fine with it. Which is kind of worrisome in my opinion. You're given, thankfully, already deceased sugar bug to work on. The moment your scalpel slices it open, a horrid smell assaults you. Sweet like rotting food. Yuck. You see Tang trying not to gag too. Dissection. So, typically, you would try and use cards that are, like, more... I don't know why I just did that, but whatever. It's out of my hand now. Alright, so we got a pair. And then we can use this 5 and 2. +1 for each gem. +1 for each gem on other cards. I mean, I guess I could end it there, I guess. Let's get it there. Darn, I didn't get anything. You carefully section your sugar bug into 6 discrete organs. You take a photo with your hollow palm and carefully fill in labels for all the parts. That's pretty good, Tank says, peeking at your work. These things are slipperier than I was expecting. Parts of mine are still moving. Blah. Great job, Clash. Now we're going to leave them overnight, says Professor Hal. The next morning, your class is in for a surprise. The sugar bugs are alive again. And there are more of them. Your teacher explains that their DNA is so malleable that almost any part of a sugar bug can turn into any other part if it needs to. The resulting sugar bugs are smaller, but will eventually grow into full-size ones. Fraternal biology is weird. Alright, so now we should be able to get into engineering and start doing things with that. Tandon is watching a construction crew build scaffolding for the new engineering pavilion. They're using mushwood, which is so light that one person can easily lift a 10-meter long pole and stack it into place. She points toward them. Human beings are so great, don't you think? Before we landed, this was all just dirty jungle. Now it's civilization. I've been wondering the adaptability in writing in biology class. The books say it's what sets us apart from the animals. Like, we don't need fur because we can make warm clothes. And if it's too hot, we can make air conditioners instead. Oh, I can actually use that this time. Also, we can sweat. Tate nods vigorously. Yes! Also that! I read that not many animals sweat, except humans. And it makes us naturally good in hot places. It's like we're made to be explorers. Together, you watch the foreman puts the blueprints for the scaffolding onto the floating screen of her hollow palm and raise it to the scaffolding to check their progress. I'd like to see an alien do that, Tank says primly. Humans look defenseless and weak, but we're the strongest species in the galaxy. Who else can literally bend reality to their will? Not a stupid alien, that's for sure. She puts one finger under her chin. I'm living proof that humanity is greater than our biology, she says. All of us are really, with our genetic enhancements, we're the next step in humans' evolution from grade 8 to galactic super species. Okay. You just calm yourself there, Tanny. Yeah, that's right, I'm gonna call her Tanny. Sounds better. Nothing to do there. Alright. Let's get engineering going. Using Congruence's HoloNet scheduling system is almost a test on its own. You feel like a hacker navigating the confusing interface, but manage to add your name to the list of drop-in students. You're now eligible to join Tangent and some of the older students in the engineering classes. Done! Let's do it. Okay, it does increase reasoning as well. But it does more reasoning than engineering, which I find a bit weird. But whatever. Professor Hal rubs his hands together as he waits for the class to settle down. He's in a great mood. It's supposed to be his favorite subject to teach. If biology and chemistry are the wet sciences, then engineering must be a dry one. Believe me, this class definitely won't be dry. He winks. It's weird. We'll also be learning math, physics, computing, robotics, architecture, and astronomy. Tangent raises her hand. Will you also learn nuclear engineering, she asks. Professor Hal nods. Yes. At a beginner level, we'll have an overview of atomic theory and take a field trip to the engine rooms to learn how our ship's nuclear reactor works to power the colony. Yay! We're studying engineering! Woohoo! We're so amazing! Oh. Alright. Should probably start working on the other things that I want to work on as well. Ooh, we can train together. Nice. On your way to the sports ball pitch, Nemi shares a story about the time her brother Cobb wanted to spike the ball so hard that he broke Utopia's nose, back when she used to play sports ball too. She describes it in gory detail. But don't go easy on me, she explains. That's why we have methods. Med beds, right? Plus, I might get a cool scar. She thumbs a blue scaled scar on her jaw, right under her ear. Well, that's just silly. Play sports ball. Nemi meets you on the court. She's bouncing from one leg to the other in excitement. My brother Kam is organizing a youth team, she tells you. Once Kombucha offers you a high five and greeting, then tosses a sports ball away. Let's start with a practice game to see what you're good at. You and Anemone are team captains. Pick a team. Oh. Nemi used to practice with Cal and Mars on the ship. Tammy? Surprised to see her here. Kam will fill it in to even up the team, but he promises to go easy on the other side. Tammy! Cal said I should join, but I'm not very good at sports, which I stand, she asked quietly. You aren't sure. You assign her to tackle back and tell her to stick like glue to the opposing team's defense. Maybe she'll get in their way instead of yours. Nemi chooses Kombucha, of course. They bump fists. Your next choice? Cal. Mind if I play goalie, he asked. Sports ball is fun, but it feels mean to score against the other team. Even though that's the whole point of the game is to score, so you can go ahead and, like, win. But whatever, I guess. You face off 3-on-3. Start the game. Let's see how. I want to get rid of these stupid things. Okay, 5 minus 2, 2, 1, 3. And for the finisher. Bam, dude. Oh, what's up, dude? 2 toughness. Hell yeah. I think I get more by going into Geoponics or Shovel Third. Tammy tackles Nemi in a brilliant takedown that surprised everyone. She really took to her role as the immovable object. Cal makes an amazing jump save, but is winded when the ball hits him in the chest. The score is tied, with Nemi and Kam putting the pressure on. Then BLAM! She scored a match point with a rad spike, all the way from the net line. Hell yeah. 2 bravery, 2 toughness. You're having a terrifying familiar dream. A monster crashing through the wall, unfathomably large. Every part of it wriggling and moving and searching for something. It travels through the colony as you watch helplessly. Time shifts to the wreckage of your home. You're picking through it, looking for something. Tears streaking down your dust-covered face as you lift heavy pieces of debris, searching. You wake up shouting, "No!" But your voice is drowned out by a deafening rumble from the skies outside. The bedroom window is covered in water? It's pouring down from the clouds. You guess this must be rain, but you never experienced it before. There's a bright flash from outside, then another crack and rumble. Thunder! It must be a thunderstorm! Still the early hours of the morning. You've already forgotten your bad dream, but you're too unsettled to go back to sleep yet. The rain beats down on the roof of your quarters, joined now and then with great peals of thunder like the footsteps of an angry beast. Go to your parents for comfort. Your dad is awake too, watching the rain from the large porthole in the kitchenette. He gives you a huge hug and gaze out together. This is good, he says quietly. It means we will have plenty of water for the crops. Pure, healthy water. Just like on Earth. Everything's going to be okay, my little potato. You hug your dad tight and hope he's right. My little potato. Alright. So what do we gotta do with you? I had to figure out a way to save him. In all the games I played, he's died every time. There's gotta be a way to save him. I just don't know how to do it. And I'm not gonna look it up to try and figure it out either. Because that just takes out the fun of it. It'll be more fun to actually do it for real. What's up, Tammy? Tammy doesn't notice you approach. She's bent over her hollow palm, intently taking notes, until you get close enough that her ears wiggle and she looks up surprised. Oh, hello, Solane, she greets you cheerfully. So sorry I didn't see you there. You ask her what she's studying, and she flushes pink and tugs on her hair. Oh, I'm not studying, she says. I'm making a list of my friend's favorite things. She laughs, a little embarrassed. Well, you're my friend, Solane, so what's your favorite color? It's red. She notes your answer, then asks what your favorite dessert is. Fresh fruit. Tammy carefully notes as well. Okay, last question. What's your favorite toy? Overboards! Oh, Tammy exclaimed. That's Cal's favorite too. Okay, now I know what to get you for your birthday. She presses her fingers together shyly. I have the color yellow, and my dolls. My favorite sweet is cake. She likes the cake. We need to get bravery to stuff up, so I need to come over here. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do anything. Mars may not be as skilled a sports ball player as Anemone, but she plays hard. She orders people around like a team captain, but she isn't so great at passing the ball. She'd rather be the star. Her favorite thing is to spike the ball right into the opposing net stop's body. Not a legal move, but she's done it so many times that the opposition now stands further back when Mars has the ball. It's exactly what she wants. Did you see that? Anemone complains to you during a break. Mars wouldn't pass the ball to either of us for 10 whole minutes. Somebody has to do something. Anemone looks at you questioningly. Let's not pass her the ball. For the rest of the game, you and Anemone pass to each other and ignore Mars. She notices, just assumes you want to be the star too, and doesn't give you any hassle. The thing you learned with Mars is that she loves to be the best. She doesn't have to have the kind of ego that makes her mean about it. Doesn't really solve the problem, but it's kind of fun anyway. Saving Tammy. Yay! Yay! We did good! Yay! We did good! And we got a hell of a lot of bravery out of that too, damn. Yay! I got more friends! Yay! I got bravery! Yay! I'm so happy! We're gonna finish up over here. Playing sports ball is miserable in the rain. Everyone complains at first, but after a while you almost begin to feel one with the rain, and it ceases to bother you. Having weather at all is still kind of a novelty, after all. And the rain keeps you from overheating, which is nice. Yay, sports ball! Yay, sports ball! Alright, so we got a pair. Oh, okay. Yay! I got 4 stars! I got 3 stars, yay! I got 3 stars. Man. The days have been getting shorter, with only the yellow sun barely skimming the horizon. One morning you wake in the darkness and have to check your hollow palm to know what time it is. You see a hollow stream from Mars. Good morning to all my pals. If you can even call it morning. They've named it glow season because everything is crazy glowing out there in the dark. I am staying the heck inside for the next month. What's the point in even going on if you can't say anything? It's going to be a long, boring month. No way, it looks cool out there. You peek out the window. The wormhole is the biggest you've ever seen it. Like a massive fiery ring in the sky. The planet must be close to it now. And out in the jungle, something new is taking place. The plants are flowering, glowing. iridescent blooms, and everything is full of life. There are strange new sounds, long hooting calls and gurgling roars. After Mars's message is a notice from the council warning everyone to stay inside, safe inside. Tammy's dad and the other survivors have been called back and the gates closed for a month. There's a tension in the air, as if everyone is waiting for something. So this is kind of like the boss fight of the level. Depending on how you do, I mean, it does. Okay, fine. It's not really a boss level, but it is like we'll just say the story advanced at this point. So I really want to know if we can save her dad. And just for this month, we're going to go ahead and just rest. So that way we'll be fresh to go for the glow season. Ship's quarters are where everyone sleeps, eats, blah, blah, blah. It's so nice to take some time off and to chill after all the stress of the school and work. Not to mention the mental toll of just living on the unpredictable planet. It looks like you're not the only one who needs some downtime. Some of the other kids are also relaxing in the lounge. Of course, Mars and Diz. Okay, but you do stink. You hear Mars defend herself. It's not my fault that you can't tell. Maybe your nose stopped working, but the rest of us can smell it, and... She waves her hands in front of her nose and makes a P.U. gesture, then turns to you. He smells awful, right, Solana? Oh, this little plant smells funny anyways. Diz smiles shyly and Mars rolls her eyes. You're right, she admits, but some of us have higher standards than others. I thought we were doing good. Let me get rid of this one. The endless dark of glow seeds must be getting to you. All week you've been having nightmares. Somebody's coming. Something bad's about to happen. Dreadful. Wait, is there a way that I can keep those doors closed? You hardly seem surprised when the emergency siren starts up. You peek out the gates. Yes, they should be closed, but they're open. Just as you dreamed or remembered. But the details are foggy. There were monsters. The closest assembly point is the children's creche. From the opposite direction, you hear shouting and loud popping noises. Gunfire. Is it calling under attack? You'll try your best to brave and fight back. First, you dodge some helpful grown-ups who point you back to the creche. Then you head outside to get your bearings. You can hear yelling from up the stairs at command and a commotion to the southeast at Geoponis where your parents are working. What does command do? I kind of want to look at them both. I want to start here first. Security Chief Red and 3 officers are defending the door to the command wing. They're too busy to notice you because a terrifying insectoid creature is lashing at them with its terrifying fangs. The monster kicks one of the officers and her rifle flies out of her hands. It skitters along the floor towards you. You manage to get the gun pointed the right way around. Here goes nothing. 5, 2, 1. 4, 2, 2, 2. 5, 5, 2, 2, 2. Nice! You don't like it, but put enough holes in it that it runs away. It's a small miracle you didn't also hurt any of the security officers. Governor Uticott emerged from the bridge looking shaken and very, very old. Chief Administrator Sec helps her down the stairs and gives you a grateful look as they pass. Later that day, you find 25 kudos in your account, a reward for your bravery. Your parents are angry, as you knew they would be, but hey, everything worked out, right? After 2 weeks of darkness, with the sun barely skimming the horizon, it seems to move higher in the sky and daytime returns. The council admits they don't know how the gates were opened or how the creatures got in. Some of the attacking creatures were once thought to be docile. Others were species nobody has ever seen before. It was like something had driven them to assault the colony. At least nobody was killed. This time. Okay, good. Her father's still alive. Okay, so I thought that was gonna be something that would hurt her. I thought her father was gonna die this year, but he didn't. And we killed the monster. So yay, we did good. We done did good, people. We done showed that bastard monster who was boss. Alright, so now let's work on engineering. Hi, kids! Ship's onboard intelligent Congruence glides into the room on her ceiling track, and the class cheers. Congruence is so cool. She's like a person, but also a machine. She knows a lot of jokes and can tell you anything about space. She never gets bored or frustrated by your questions. You all know me, she says, but I'll bet some of you have questions about how I work. What do you want to know? How do you know so many things? My brain is big, she claims. It's just enormous, really. Much bigger than this little monitor you see here. And it's good to the shit's HoloNet. So anything you can look up on your holograms, I just know. What's your job? Well, right now, part of me is showing animal videos to children in the crash. And part of me is here teaching you. Most of me is monitoring the engines which give us power, and the life support systems with that make it comfortable here. Do you have to eat and poop? She laughs, which has never sounded quite the same as a real person laughs to you. Ha 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 ha. I guess you could say I eat electricity, but not in the same way you get energy from food. But no, I have never pooped. I think it sounds kind of neat, actually. Just listen. Congruence explains that she had to do all kinds of calculations to help fly the ship and land it, and that she was designed to provide a user-friendly interface to the ship's system. But Hal has modded me to be far more than that, she says proudly. Now I can even tell jokes! Why did the computer cross the road, she asks. I don't know why. Congruence smiles wildly. 01010100. I wonder if you can actually translate that into something. I know there's probably a way to do it. Can I get a screenshot of this? Okay, but where does it go? Darn it. I guess I'll find it at some point, I guess. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Maybe I'll fill this up too while I'm there. Gotta stay hydrated, as to say. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Hold on a sec here. My mouse pad's been moving on me. I can't have that. Raw. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'll be back in a second. BRB, baby. BRB, baby. Alright. I lost my audio. No, that's right. I clicked off of it. That's why the audio went bye-bye. Because that's what happens when you click away from the game. Okay! Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, get to work. 52422. 2 engineering, 2 reasoning. Nice! So much has happened in the last month since the monster attacked during Glow. The idea of this planet as a peaceful utopia has been shattered. The security squads are training new members and keeping close watch on the gates now. They're reinforcing the wall and even installing a few robotic turrets. In class, you have drills on what to do if the colony is attacked again. And all the excitement, you forgot today was your birthday! Your parents haven't forgotten. They wake you up early with an enthusiastic shout of surprise! Of our tongue year is only a little longer than a year on Earth, so you've taken up its calendar for birthdays. Yours is on the second month of quiet. Spark snow drifts slowly past your porthole window as you snuggle with your dad. Your mom climbs up too and sits on the edge of your bed. Your dad pulls a bowl of fruit from behind his back with a flourish, like a magic trick. At least, you think it's fruit. What are those? What are those? Barber fruit, your dad grins. The foragers have been picking these just outside the walls. They might look funny, but they're tasty. Try one. You take a cautious bite. The pulp is soft and tastes a bit like lemon, only more blue? I bet you can't wait to join the surveyors out there, your dad says wistfully. Who knows what else you'll find? Solane is not allowed outside the gate, your mom interrupts, her voice sharp. It's too dangerous for kids. Well, I know, but eventually, your dad says. But your mom cuts him off again. But not now, your mom replies. Not with the attack. With everything we know is out there now. I helped. I was a hero. You knew about the monsters. Admit it! Your parents changed a heavy look. The surveyors knew there was something dangerous out there we hadn't encountered yet, your mom admits, after a guilty silence. But we didn't know it would attack the colony. We thought if we closed the gate and stayed inside, it wouldn't see us as a threat. We didn't want to scare everyone, your dad adds. It was just a precaution. Even still, your mom says, it's clear that everyone should know how to defend themselves if it happens again. To be clear, this includes knowing when to run away, your dad adds. Security Chief Rat's offering self-defense lessons at the garrison, you know. Even for kids, if you're interested. You should drop in sometime. Your mom gives you a stern look. And I've heard stories of kids sneaking out outside the wall, she said grimly. If I catch you doing that, I'm going to put a chip in your ear. You laugh. What a good joke. Your mom doesn't laugh. Probably not that dangerous. What? Me? Never. Yeah, you better never, your mom retorts, crossing her arms. You're no fun, Mommy. All I want to do is just go outside the walls and explore all the goodness out there. Let's see here. Oh, it's still sneaking out. I kind of want to... No, I can't. Too tired for that yet. You're looking a little worn out, my little firefly. Your dad greets you, looking concerned. You know, despite what your mom might say, there is such a thing as too much work. Maybe some R&R over at the large would help recharge those solar cells. What do you say? Maybe I just need a hug. Your dad throws his arms open wide. Well, get here, tiger butter. After a long hug, you do feel a little better. Your dad gives incredible hugs. Should probably work on biology, too. the sad thing is that I know what's gonna happen, but at the same time, I don't want to spoil it either. Well, I'm not gonna spoil it. Anyway, let's see what we can do here. See what we can do for defense. Oh, okay. Let's see. Playing sports ball is bravery and toughness. Going exploring is toughness as well, I think. No, I think that's more perception. If I want to go outside and do things, I have to keep increasing my combat as well. Let's start here. You attend your first session of Security Chief Threat Self-Defense classes. It's a small class, mostly security officers and other adults. You and Nemi are the only kids. She gives you a wink and a cheesy thumbs up as you listen to Rhett rant about how everyone in the colony needs to learn self-defense. You could be walking along, thinking you're safe within the walls, and a flying animal could swoop out of the sky. Then, what would you do? Rhett chops the air with his hand. I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to chop the beast right in the throat. Hiya! He points to the assembled class. But only if you learn what I'm about to teach you. And the only way to learn is by doing. Who wants to volunteer for a demonstration? The security chief doesn't scare you. Or so you pretend. Rhett is like the biggest adult you know, and he's so intense. He steps forward and Rhett nods as he crouches down. Okay, he says. I'm a manticore, stalking you through the forest. What do? I kick it in the face! You try to kick Rhett as he approaches you. He easily grabs your foot and flips you onto the mat. Ouch! Wrong! Use your brain, Solana! The first thing you do is call for help, then you run! Rhett grabs your forearm and hauls you off the ground. Only engage the enemy when there's no other alternative. No one walks away from a fight without getting hurt. So the first rule of self-defense is to not put yourself in situations where you need to fight. Nemi still thinks you're cool for acting tough. She gives you another thumbs up. Once you learn situational awareness, we'll move on to hand-to-hand self-defense, drawn on a variety of martial arts. Only when I'm confident that you're ready will we advance to weapons. There aren't that many weapons in the colony, mostly stun gloves and batons and a few plastic rifles. You hope you don't have to use them, but it'll be good to know how. Get to work! Yes! Look at all these files we got here, man. Oh, this is so sweet. Easy peasy. We got ourselves a full house. I don't think it counts, though. I don't think it counts unless you have, like, all the red cards there. But it doesn't matter, because I won! Hell yeah! 6 combat, 2 animals, 15 stress. Damn. I'm getting to be strong! Just like my mother. Yeah, I said mother. Let's face it. Solana's mother is so much stronger than her father. Nemi and Nougat are kicking up a big cloud of dust outside the garrison, passing a sports ball back and forth and chasing each other around. Nemi looks up as you approach and flails excitedly. Solana, hey! She says, jumping down. Look it! Look! She bounces the sports ball underneath. Look at what Nougat and me are practicing. Nemi bounces the sports ball from one knee to the other a few times before launching it up into the air. She crouches, leaps up after it, and spikes it with her head towards Nougat with a yell. The sports ball thuds into Nougat's chest, sending her sprawling to the dirt. For a second you freeze, waiting for the crying to start. Instead, Nougat shrieks and laughs, clutching the ball as Nemi jumps up and down and pumps her fist dramatically. 4 points for the ball not touching the ground after contact, Nemi crows. The crowd goes wild. The Garrison Galaxies win again. Woo! Nougat cups her hands over her mouth, imitating the roar of a crowd. Wow, that's awesome. I know, right? Nemi beams. She stands up straighter and puts her hands on her hip. I'm going to be just as good as my big bro someday. And Nougat will, too. Nougat. I'm going to call her Nougat. She rubs the back of her hand across her nose, leaving a smear of dirt. Hey, you better come by the sports ball pit sometime. I can show you some tricks. Nemi and Nougat look at you expectantly. Okay, I will. Yeah, great, Nemi says, bouncing off her feet. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Sports ball is my favorite thing on the planet. Her eyes go wide. Maybe even in the whole galaxy. Me too, me too, Nougat yells from where she's still lying on the ground. She picks herself up and carefully puts the ball down in front of her, then kicks it to Anemone. Did you see that? Nemi laughs. She kicked the ball with her foot. Nougat's a natural. She's already inventing new ways to play sports ball. Future Coach Nougat. Yeah, we call that football, aka soccer. Amazing. But I guess when you never lived on Earth and you don't know this stuff, then that's pretty cool. So I don't know why I'm being a dick. Anyway, Nougat puts her hands on her tiny hips. If you come to practice, you gotta play. She challenges, pointing at you. Nemi says I get to coach, so it's my rules. You and Nemi both burst out laughing. Nougat is such a little character. But she's a little cutie pie. Alright, relax in the lounge. Nothing much happens this month. You spend most of the time spacing out on whatever is on your ears speak. Occasionally nodding hello to the other colonists passing through. You binge a few seasons of a show you've been meaning to watch. Hell yeah. I don't want to forget any of these. Yeah! Engineering. You're bringing supplies to medbay when you see something unusual. Tangent curled up on a bench, her head pillowed on a rolled-up lab coat. She's fast asleep. You stop and stare. You never see Tang sleeping. She's always so busy. You're surprised she even has time to nap. You turn to leave her in peace when you bump into Nemi. Whoa! Nemi says. She hardly ever sleeps. It's like a couple hours a night. Is she sick or something? Look back at Tangent, snoozing peacefully. I'm so jealous of her genetic enhancement, Nemi says, rubbing at one of the scales sprouting on her jawline. She hardly needs any sleep, decent sleep at all. She probably stayed up all night studying for this morning's history test. There was a test? Me? I flunked it, Nemi says, matter of fact. No biggie, though. If I didn't have to sleep, I'd probably play games instead of studying anyways. Today's Hollow Pond beeps a soft alarm. She sits up and stretches, looking totally refreshed and alert. She sees you watching her and looks annoyed. Just a power nap, she says. No need to gawk, no reason to gawk. Get to work. Mental card becomes blue. Easy peasy, baby. 3 engineering, 2 reasoning. Okay. I always check around to see what's going on, just so that way I can see what's happening here. Should probably be talking to you. I kind of want to do this time around. Just because I'm a little tougher now. I'm a tough little scamp. Yeah, that's right. I can skip back through here. Some farmland is spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. There are some meager-looking crops to harvest, but animals are starting to get at them. See if you can salvage. Pull up a handful of wrinkly tubers. They're probably supposed to be potatoes eventually, or maybe yams. Hard to tell. Dig around a little longer, but it's all pretty. It's all pretty picked over. Well, isn't that just a bummer? A bummer. There's an egg here. You let your mind wander as you're walking and bumble straight into a field of gelatinous blob grass. Totally transparent. Sticky fronds are hard to see, but even harder to ignore, especially once they start glooming on your boots and slowing you down. It's like trudging through thick mud. You stubbornly decide to keep going, paying close attention to the visible signs of this blob grass field, and there aren't many, just an absence of other vegetation. Look for a path through it. I am shocked and stunned. Alright. 5522. At this point, it's more like an obligatory thing. You don't really have to do anything anymore because you already won the second round, so I'm really curious what these do. Oh, I think they're just... Oh. Never actually thought to use those. Probably should have thought to use it because it probably would have made life a little bit easier for me. But then again, I don't use my items anyways. There it is! You can hop along from that rock to that fallen rock and climb over those old pieces of surveying equipment. You get through the villainous blob grass. Spend a bunch of time on it though. And it takes some tricky balancing. It's tiring. As one might imagine. What do we got down here? You stop for lunch, eating unearthed treat grown from your own greenhouses. Watermelon! Nice and sweet, like a more solid potato pod. You munch away, spitting out the seeds. Practice spitting seeds. Take the challenge seriously, lining up targets to keep it score. Your aim improves. What was that? Was that perception just now that we did? Oh, it's combat. Well, that's cool. Time passes. This deuce. This boy be crazy! You spot Dis is sitting in a clearing, but not before he sees you first. Instead of sneaking away as usual, he stays still as you approach. Like it's totally natural that he'd be sitting in the middle of the jungle so far away from the colony walls. Now that you think about it, you're a little glad to see him. You are so far away that you can't see the walls anymore. It's really weird out here. It's getting late. Dis stares unblinkingly at you as you approach. Hi, Solane, is all he says. Your sister's worried about you. He rolls his eyes. Tangent, he replies incredulously. I doubt it. She only cares about her schoolwork. She doesn't really care. How about I show you something cool and sneaking out will be our secret, okay? He jumps up and walks a little ways to the tree, into the tree that you follow. Just a few minutes later, away, the ground drops off and a large stone outcropping juts out over the cliff face. Dis walks right to the edge without slowing. It's a long way down. Come on, he says. Okay, I'll try to be brave. I'm curious. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? I just die. Actually, we're gonna switch these. And then 5, 5, 1, 3, 1. Bam! Victorious. I'm brave! Oh. You bravely step out onto the rock and walk out to the edge with Dis. You both sit down, feet dangling over the precipice, and look out at the amazing view. It's incredible. You snap a picture with your hollow palm, but you won't share it on the net. This is your secret. Yours and Dis's. Excuse me. Keep exploring. Alright, so there are some things back here that I noticed. Sure, it doesn't matter one way or another, but... There isn't a cloud in the sky, but yet it started to rain. You can't tell where it's coming from or whether it's even water. Given how this planet is full of surprises, it's probably some animal migration or airborne tree sap. Who knows? No. You have a strong desire to not be out in it. Find a shelter and wait it out. This rain won't let up. You sit for hours under a large mushroom-capped tree, watching tiny blind creatures like worms wriggle out of the mud and swim around in the newly formed puddles. When they meet another of their species, the worm line up side by side, seeming to compare lengths. Then the shorter one bites onto the tail end of the larger one. And this way, they gradually all combine to one long creature, which fills the whole puddle. Interesting. I wonder if that's a way of surviving or something like that. I mean, okay, fine. Don't really have to worry about that now, do we? When you come across a cluster of mush trees, they're not fully grown yet, but they're still pretty big. It might be good to harvest them before they all get gross and mushy during the rainy season. If you were older, you could probably cut them down and get some kudos for them. You like the mush trees. You give one a pat and are surprised when it moves under your hand. It's not the tree though, but a camouflaged creature lying against the trunk. It's small and looks a little like an octopus or a starfish. Lots of long legs wrapped around the tree, giving it it's giving a big hug. I can talk. I know words. I know English. The planet is full of all sorts of bugs, like wrigglers, hopping beetles, shining creepers, and snaily things. Oh my. You crouch in the long grasses and explore a square meter in great detail. There's so much to see. You don't even know what any of these things are. They might not even have names yet. Let's touch one. Ew, you touched it! Oh, that was anticlimactic. You crawl through the drain pipe behind the sports ball pitch, carefully sliding the metal grate back into place behind you, then hop out of the pipe and straight into the barrel chest of Chief Surveyor Tonin. Well, 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 he says, and tries to put it on his stern face. It fails. We've been wondering where you disappeared to, Solane. I sent Utopia out with some survey drones to look for you hours ago. You're lucky your parents have been too busy to notice yet. I should probably tell them. But maybe you've already learned your lesson, he chuckles. His big hands clap you on the shoulder. No more playing outside the gates, okay? Hey! You're finishing breakfast in the common area when Marzipan struts in. Look at you eating cereal, she says, turning her nose up at you. I'll bet you don't even know what today is. It's Valentine's Day. Oh! Got her! No, you dummy, Marsh starts, then pauses and gives you a suspicious look. Wait, what'd you say? Well, anyway, today, she announced in the room, is St. Valentine's Day. We don't call it that. Jess and Tammy wanted to go over to hear more. Back on Earth, Marsh explains, it was a day when everybody had to give their best friend a gift, especially sweets. And then, put the sweets under your pillow and it makes you dream about who you're going to marry. And there are decorations of hearts, arrows, pigs. Why pigs? Tammy cocks her head. Why pigs? Before Mars can answer this, this is dumb. Marzipan just made it up. Marzipan is made up to get free candy. He rolls his eyes and walks away. As he leaves, Mars shouts at his back, "Now nobody was gonna pick you anyway, you stink!" I think it's dumb too. I know who my best friend will be. Mara's best friend. Oh really? Who could it be? She asks playfully. Not you. I'm gonna tell all the other kids about it, she says. So you go ahead and find your best friend and give them a gift. She points her finger at you. Make sure you do it by the end of the day or it doesn't count. Won't count. Let's do it. And if too many people want to be my best friend, she adds, I'll hold trials for the position. It's only fair. She tosses her hair over her shoulder and laughs. Ah, foolish child. I'm not giving you my Valentine. I'm going with my childhood friend. Nemmy's kicking a sports ball from foot to foot without letting it touch the ground. She thinks that she's going to pass it to you, then kicks it sideways and runs over to catch it before you can get there. Tissot! She giggles. Do you want to be BFFs with this girl? Yeah, let's be best friends. You offer Nemry some soy sweets. She stuffs one in her cheek, then bumps you with her shoulder so hard you nearly fall over. Sounds cool, she says as you rub your arm. Okay, best friend, tag, you're it. Run! Ah! I'm okay. May not look like it, but I'm okay. Dis is sitting in the grass near the big gates that lead out to the jungle. He's just staring out into nothingness and picking absentmindedly at the weeds. He does not notice your approach. Tease him. If he gets feeding, tell him he's going to grow roots if he sits there still like a lump forever. He draws his knees up to his chest and hugs them. Fine with me, he says grumpily. I like it here. Agreeing when you tease him. Typical Dis. You counter by telling him he smells like the dirt he's sitting in and he needs a shower. He glares briefly up at you, but doesn't want to meet your gaze. He looks back down and mumbles, Go away, Solane. Ah, that was rude. Hello, big man. Can't do that because I need a month off. Because I'm a fool who overworks himself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nah, you didn't. Mars didn't huff. Ah, because you didn't pick her for Valentine's Day. It's like nobody picked her. She calls her on, why isn't Anemone so popular all of a sudden? She doesn't even try. All she thinks about sports ball. Whatever, Mars mutters, tossing her hair. I'm just too mature for kids my age. The older kids get me, even if you don't. Maybe I should actually give her a Valentine's one time just for the shits and giggles. Maybe I'll do that if I ever do a Mars run, but as of right now, no Mars run. Let's hang out with Anemone. Hey, friendo, Anemone says. I was just gonna get out of here, but you can come with me. I'm gonna play some sports ball. So much for relaxing. Anemone grabs you by the arm and marches you to the sports ball pitch, where she strikes up a game of sports ball that is not strictly regulation. You make up your own rules, even roping her 3 younger brothers into playing. They're young, and they kind of suck at stuff, but it's still fun. Yes. That will do. Who is this? Medicinal root. Dust is such a hot season. Both suns are high in the sky, picking the usually lush Vertumnum jungle. If there's a breeze, it's warm and, you guessed it, dusty. Your parents are up every day before dawn, which comes far too early for your liking. They're usually gone by the time you wake up and home after you're asleep, so you have to visit them at work if you want to see them. Good morning, Gooseberry, your dad greets you cheerily. Have they come to see the harvest? Your mom and I are gathering crops from actual Vertumnum dirt this week. Sure, sounds really neat. He shows you around the rows of corn and beans from Earth. They all look a little yellow and scraggly, not what you'd expected. But your dad enthusiastically points out the vegetables ready to harvest. Don't forget, he tells you, the Vertumnalia Festival is coming up. There will be a talent show and a science fair. Oh, boy. I'm sure you're going to participate, Solane. What the fuck? That's the second time I dropped the water on my leg. Jeepers creepers. Hey, come on. Okay. Can I talk to you? Do you have anything? Yeah, I'm not doing that again. I already got in trouble once for that. tell Tana you know where Dis has been going. You tell her he's been sneaking out to explore the jungle. Jungle not far away, but outside the wall. Tana's concerned. Really? She says, wringing her hands. Is it safe? I'll keep him safe. She eyes you skeptically. Full offense, Solana. But you're just a kid, she replies. However, I suppose it's good to know he isn't alone out there. Okay. Let's get to self-defensing. Actually, you run into Cal and Nemi on the hill behind the garrison at a small construction site. They seem to be throwing logs. There are a bunch of them lying at the bottom of the hill. It's a caber toss, Nemi shouts to you, then grunts with the effort of lifting a 6-meter-long mush tree pole. Excuse me. She throws it like a javelin down the hill and sprints after it. My best record, she shouts and ties a piece of caution tape to the end of the pole. Your turn next, Cal says, pointing to a neatly stacked pile of construction poles behind you. From the looks of the nearby construction, they probably destined to be a new lookout tower someday. We're gonna choose a thicker, heavier one. I do the average one. Solana has made a fine pole selection, Cal narrates in a haughty voice, and has lifted it onto his shoulders. Next, he will approach the spring line and begin his run, tossing the caber before he reaches the throwing line. Lift, run, throw. Ooh, this is a pretty one, though. Oh, wait, what happened there? Ow. We're going to keep the car at 2, then. Can't change a 2 that's already a 2. Alright. And we'll put you... Oh, shoot. That's not where I wanted you to go. Okay, we'll do this. Victory is mine. No need to do this because we already won. The pole sails down the hill past all the other poles, coming to rest sticking out of the ground. Wow, you beat my best dishes, Nemi says when she jogs back up. Players can't beat each other in mushwood toss, Cal corrects her. They can only beat their own high scores. But you get 3 bonus points if it sticks out of the ground like that. You play for the rest of the afternoon, adding rules and variations as you go. You don't stop until the entire stack of poles is in a jumble at the bottom of the hill and decorated festively with caution tape. It's a wonder you got away with this. It's time once more for Vertumnalia. The mood of the colony has been muted this year, ever since the attack during Glow. Though everything is still cheerfully decorated, and the feast table is still heavy with food, mostly soy rations, this Vertumnalia just feels different in a way you can't describe. The colonists gather in the square for Governor Udicut's speech. What a year Vertumna has given us, the governor begins in her weedy voice. I stand before you so proud of everything the colony's accomplished in such a short time. I have always hoped that we would bring with us the best facets of humanity, cooperation, resilience, and creativity. And the events of this year have given me no doubt to reason to doubt my conviction. Yeah, I'm an old lady. These creatures were unexpected, but I urge everyone to consider what it means for life here. If Vertumna can sustain megafauna, then that means condensates are good for us as well. I'm starting to sound country. Yeah. Our friends in geopolitics are already working on the logistics. I still don't sound old of domesticating the wildlife. Your dad, a second cultivator, stands and gives a sheepish wave to the crowd. There's a smattering of applause. Mars elbows you. Hey, she whispers, did you hear? My dad said Unicorn's gonna announce the depot's open to the public. You shot her a questioning look. And she rolls her eyes. You know, shopping! Someone to spend all the kudos we've been saving up. They're gonna be candy and toys and make up a nice smelling soap. Not the boring kind in the communal showers. You and... Uh-oh. Well, you know the concept of shopping. They do it in the hollow vids from Earth, especially the ones Mars likes. But you've never actually done it. The colony provides everything you need, but it would be nice to buy yourself a treat. My dad gives me an allowance, Mars says, shooting you a look of pity. It's too bad your parents make you work for yours. Oh, work. Gag me. You and Mars tune back into the speeches, just as Uticott, as predicted, announces the opening of the general store at the depot. Mars gives you an annoying look as she claps. Uticott gestures the council members and said, Yes, finally, the council remains unchanged from last year. We are, as always, proud to serve you and the colony as your government. The music starts up as Governor Uticott finishes. Thank you all for your hard work and your perseverance, she says over the record. Together, we build the future! The crowd disperses, and then we can go ahead and do all this stuff this year. Okay, fine, let's do the bot wrestling. Nemi and Cal join you for bot wrestling biathlon. So called because Comus has added a hologram obstacle course this year. Competitors will each get the turn to wrestle a hydraulic bot. Trying to keep it close as long as possible this time, though, all competitors will first have to sprint across to the festival grounds, dodging and leaping over obstacles. Each obstacle triggered will subtract from your time. Start the biathlon. Okay, then we're ready. There we got a tie. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, we'll do 3. We'll do 3, then 5, then 1. Oh my god, I'm such a genius! And then we'll do 5, 5, 2, 4, 1. Hooray! Victorious. I got a kudo. Wow. Look at me go. Wow! Look at you. Look at you go. You did it. You didn't expect the hologram obstacles to move. The last one dancing around and gets in your way when you get close. Whoops. The last one dances around and gets in your way when you get close, but your reflexes are fast enough to avoid it. Calm hoots and hollers proudly at you when you absolutely destroy the competition. Even Nemi has to begrudgingly accept you beat her fair and square. She shakes your hand and tells you she'll win next year. But she never will, because I am awesome. After the festivities are over, everyone takes time off for a much-needed break. Mars organizes a water fight that takes over the whole colony, even the adults. It brightens everyone's spirits, even in the thick heat of dust. Unlock, relax. You end up on top of the western wall with discs, launching water-filled poof shrooms down on the unsuspected Anemone and the sports ball court below. The walls seem like a neat place to hang out and relax. Much quieter than the lounge if you're looking for some solitude. Oh! We done did good, people. Still want to know if there's a way I can save him. If I can save him, that'd be pretty cool. Wonder if I gotta explore more if I want to actually, like, do something. Because I'm wondering if I actually go out and explore, if the story actually opens up more that way. So that's probably the only thing that I haven't really done is like, well, okay, fine. And yeah, actually it is. Haven't actually been like a big explorer. Maybe I should try focusing on that this time around as well. While I focus on Anemone as well. I think that raises I know what I'm trying to say. Would just help making discs more better than the other one. Maybe I have to switch over to a girl next time I play this. Let's play sports ball. When there's no sports ball game on, the security team who train nearby use the field to practice long-range rifles. As you show up to the sports ball practice, Com is helping take down the net. Sorry, kiddos, he said. Red wants us practicing with the big guns today. We can't have you running around the place. The bullets in these drones rifles are heat-seeking. And even though they programmed to avoid human targets, safety first. But today was supposed to be our day to have the sports ball field, Cal complains. You sort don't even want to play sports ball. You just want to shoot your dumb, noisy guns. Nemi bounces over. Hell, oh. They have more than just huge guns. They have cool stun gloves that are like magic lightning arcing out of your fingertips. It's super galactic. Cal shakes his head. That's not the point. We're gonna stand up to these knuckleheads. You rip the net out of Com's hands and start putting it back up. Anemone looks nervous. Here comes Security Chief Rhett. She looks scary. Angry. Solane, don't back down. You stand your ground when the security chief tries to intimidate you. With his loud voice and his big chest. Today was your day to use the field, damn it! Rhett sees the fire in your eyes, and after a minute he laughs and gives in. You're a tough one, huh, Solane? He says, a twinkle in his eye. Okay, you're right. Today was your day to use the sports ball field, Com. Come, we'll have to train with something else today. Huh, wasn't so hard. Alright then, well, I'm going to use you because you have to become a 2. No, that's not what I wanted to do. It doesn't matter. This is actually what I wanted to do. There we go. We got it. We win. Bravery, toughness, yes. Probably should work on comp. No. Combat should be just about right, I think, for this part of the game. That card get +1 in physical challenges. So, like, as you level up these traits, obviously, as you see, you get, like, bonuses. So, this will help you on the game throughout as you move along. Hello, Anemone! You find Anemone in the sports ball bleachers, intently focused on her hollow palm. She looks frustrated by whatever is on it. Whoa, are you actually... What's up? I don't know what to get Com for his birthday, she grumbles. I had the top last year when I made a sports ball trophy and gave it to him. She turns off her hollow palm. I'm just running out of ideas, you know? What kind of stuff does he like? Nemi shrugs. I don't know, cool stuff, like sports ball and defense squad stuff. She smiles and rubs her nose. He's the best brother. He always plays with me and the triplets, even if he's zonked from work. And he never gets mad or teases when I get in trouble. He's just like... Nemi sits up straighter and squares her shoulders, intimidating Com. You know, Nemi, she says, lowering her voice, you have to play by the rules. Nemi picks up a blue scab on her knee. I love him the most out of anyone here. I just want to get him something good. Epic foreshadowing if you didn't already know. Yeah, you're totally right, Nemi says. I just don't want to get him a little kid gift, you know? Like how Mom taught us how to make stuff with macaroni and glue. Bleh. She wrinkles her nose. Or how Tammy always gives people weird dolls. What's up with that? The problem is, I'm not good at that stuff, she complains. What's something I can do that's easy but still cool? How about a friendship bracelet? Nemi snaps her fingers. That's right, she exclaims. Cal knows how to make all kinds of knots. He could probably help me figure out a pattern. She beams, this is a great idea. Thank you, Solane. Hey, Squirt, what are you doing up here, there? Hey, Squirt, what are you doing up there? You're down at the pitch where Com is standing with a sports ball under his arm and he's about, is this knucklehead bothering you? Nemi gasps and laughs. Com, she whines. Solange's my friend, we're just talking. Calm drops the sports ball to the ground and rolls it under his heel. I'm getting the team together to run some drills. He can come too. Nemi looks at you hopefully. Sure, I could use some practice. Nemi cheers and scampers down the bleachers, launching herself into a full body hug with Calm. You follow her descent more cautiously, listening to her chatter with Calm about her day as they walk together around the pitch, across the pitch. She really loves her big brother. Epic foreshadowing! Okay. It's really quiet. I mean, I can still hear it, but it's like, It feels like it should be louder than it actually is. Alright, let's work on combat training, I guess. You and Nemi are watching the strollers train. Her brother Calm is in the training dojo trying out a stun gun. He leans back slightly as electricity crackles from his fingertips. Then straightens up and displays his fingers experimentally towards the target dummy. A streak of lightning arcs out from his hand, charging a light bulb above the target to show a successful hit. Nemi whistles, "Wow," she says. "That looks really dangerous." You agree, dangerous and awesome. But I think it only stuns things, she continues, because it's called a stun gun. Otherwise, they would call it a kill glove, I guess. I want to have a stun glove too, she says, copying her brother's motion by splaying her fingers forward like she's casting a spell. But my mom, she doesn't like fighting. She doesn't want me to be a soldier. Why not? I don't know. Is it because I'm too young? Calm was training with Rhett when he was my age, but my mom, I don't think she likes that. I don't think she likes that. I think because I'm her only daughter, she was hoping I'd be more like Tammy, always helping in the crash. She says, "Ugh, I don't want to be no one's mom." You sit and watch Calm light up one target after another with his stun glove. His motion's gaining confidence as he learns this new tool. Card becomes red. Alright, we'll do that. Oh wait, hold on a sec. I can do better. Bam! Breathe a kind. Eight combat. 8 commie batty people. We get a new perk, ha ha ha. New cars in the depot. Yeah, I've never really actually explored the depot. Which I probably should, because it does have things that you can actually, like, use. Plus 50 combat. Plus 20 combat. Plus 50 combat. Can't afford any of them, so I don't even know why I'm even here. I think I'm gonna have to do this. Times 2 for pairs. Plus 20 combat. Plus 50 combat. I mean, eventually we're going to have combat maxed out, so I don't think it's going to matter if I get this. But having the 2-time bonus for the pairs, autoplay best hand, -2 card, -2 to card. It's probably a cheater's way of doing things. Alright, anyways. I should check it out when I actually start making money. Alright, let's play sports ball. Yeah. You're playing sports ball with Cal, Nemi, Nougat, and a few other kids. Nemi's team is absolutely destroying yours because Cal keeps letting in goals. You chalk it up to lack of skill, but you've seen Cal in drills. He's a really good goalie when it's just him versus himself. That's why you picked him. Nemi likes winning at first, but after a few innings, she gets frustrated and stomps over to Cal. "It's no fun if you're not trying," she shouts, waving her hands. "What's wrong with you?" Cal just shrugs and Anemone puffs up her cheeks. Are you going easy on me because we're friends? It's not fair. You gotta do your best. But I'd rather have fun than win, Cal says, shoving his hand in his pocket. I don't mind when the other people win. I like it when my friends are happy. I'm not happy, Anemone stomps. I'm mad. How can I show off how good I am if you're just letting me win? They keep fighting and everyone on both teams looks at each other awkwardly, wondering if you should keep playing. Bored with the stay of game, Nougat grabs the ball and starts bouncing on her head. Anteater, she goes, Push Pup, Camel, Dwarf's Moth. She says a new animal every time it bounces, making her way through the alphabet. You tell Cal to get his head in the game and play properly. He looks put out, but he nods. Nothing wins anyway, but at least it's a real win. She only rubs it in your face a little bit. Oh yeah, 'cause he cheated. He wasn't playing hard. Seriously. Bunch of bullshit. What? I got 2 of these? Okay, I thought I got rid of one of them already. I'm gonna work on engineering some now. So no, oh wait, I should probably do something for perception. I'm gonna work on engineering. First test already. Calm down, class, yells Mom. This quiz is just to find out where you all stand and what you want to learn in this class. It will help me tailor personalized lesson plans for each of you. The test pings on your hologram when you open it. It starts easy, suspiciously easy. Sure enough, every section is harder than the last, and you're quickly stumped by a question. You know the teacher said you weren't supposed to be able to answer all of them. She looked over at Tang. She's just breezing through the test. A competitive gremlin inside you has an idea. I can make a video game? Instead of doing the placement test, you fool around on your holopalm and make a game based on flinging a ball across the classroom. It's made of light, but can detect and bounce off objects in the real world, as long as you're looking at it from the right angle. Ah, you actually learn a lot. Professor Hell tells you he isn't impressed with your work ethic. The point was to see what you need to work on, not judge you for what you already know. Too bad you didn't get into the advanced materials like me. Thanks for showing you your score. I missed a couple, she claims. That's because I'm just stupid, that's why. Look, I'm just exploring. 5 engineering and 2 reasoning. Wow, look at us. We're doing amazing. Anybody else want to talk to me? Does anybody love me? Does anybody want to make me cry? What's up with you, bruh? Alright, anyways. You help the other students with their architecture work, and by that you mean you help them scavenge a bag of random spare parts and adhesives from around the colony and challenge them to make the tallest structure possible. When that's predictably a disaster, you tell them to make the most structurally sound one instead. That would work. Let's see. 5, 4, 2, 2. Die! I'm gonna go down to the die! There's a commotion in the square. An expedition's vehicle is driven through the gates and is idling in the middle of the little square. An unusual sight. People come down from command to investigate. Utopia gets out of the vehicle and trudges over to Uticott. After a brief conversation, you see Unicott gesture for people to unload the vehicle and clear the area. Stay out of the way to see what they're unloading. No! Ah! Ugh. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second here. No. Alright, let's try something real quick. It's my little friend. Is he hanging out here somewhere? It would be nice if I could see if he's out here. You mind your own business when you stumble into... There's something here. Something invisible that makes the hairs on your arms stand on end. Like an electric aura. As you walk forward, it begins to feel like something is nipping at your ankles. But when you look down, there's nothing there. You back away. The sensation stops. You move forward. Oh, it's worse. The feeling is like tiny electric bites and is growing more intense. Some kind of microscopic gnats. An electric field of some sort. It hurts. But maybe you can find a way to avoid it and get through the area. Oh, it's gotta be one of those. 33311. Okay. 66611. With trial and error and a little intuition, you find a route through whatever it is. The shock seems strongest near some low-lying fractal palms. You can hear a humming from the palms and decide it must be some kind of natural electric fence, maybe to ward off animals, like you. Spot Uncle Tonin, Chief Supervisor Tonin, that is mumbling about, preparing some automated survey equipment in the clearing. He's very cautious, jumpy even, but he's making a lot of noise. Every few minutes he'll pause to listen and check his surroundings, and then go back to banging away. Shouldn't be hard to avoid. Alright, let's try this again. This time... Sneak past Chief Professor Tonin easily, walking while he makes noise and ducking down when he stops to check his surroundings. Pressure doesn't help anything. I think that's gonna do anything, to be honest with you guys. How do I save him? Alright. I'm sure that I did something stupid. Or there's something that I missed. Tommy, Tammy, and late wet, but only if you witness Tonin die. Tonin can also be saved by talking with Tammy and late wet, but only if you witness Tonin die. Oh, okay. So I have to watch him die. Required to have unlocked sneaking out either by having a high relationship with this before year 2 at least 10 points, or by cleaning the skill check with Tonin to get. Soul must then sneak out late wet of year 2. The boss on the southwest of the colony outskirts is represented by Manicore. Oh, so I would have had to have done that like late wet of year 2. So I should have like so can I go back to the colony? So in order to do that, you'd have to save Tonin by exploring first. Damn it. Well, that sucks. What year are we in right now? Dadgummit! Alright, well, I guess that's the vibe, I guess. You feel it's a body. Chief Surveyor Tonin's body. Someone quickly covers him with a sheet, but not before the image of his torn open body is seared into your memory. However he died, it was violent and bloody. You feel your stomach cramp with nausea. What happened? Dis asks, coming over to crouch around the corner with you. You share that Uncle Tonin is dead, and he stares at the sheet-covered body, just as he could see through it. Did they say how? I'm sure they'll tell us later. No, they won't. They'll just tell us something happened. The same way a bunch of animals just happened to attack the colony. They don't want us to know about the monsters and other worse stuff. They want us to think everything is fine, but it's not. This planet isn't as nice as they say it is. They hate that they can't control us. You and Dis watch the adults carry Uncle Tonin's body away. From the way he's practically vibrating, you can tell Dis wants to ask more questions about what happened. After a few awkward minutes, he sneaks away without saying anything. Probably to try to get a good look at the body. Someone's going to have to tell Tammy. Glad it's not you. Tammy and her dad were really close. Now she's an orphan. You watch Utopia bend over to get a hug from Udicott, wiping her eyes as she finally cries. Udicott has never been the most comforting presence in your life, but it seems to help. Utopia will probably be the next chief surveyor. 24, she'll be the youngest council member. She was only a toddler when the stratosphere left Earth. Apparently her sharp eye and hoverbike flying skills are the best in expeditions. Well, damn it. That's so sad. You spend several hours a day obsessively checking the local holonets for updates. With so few people in the colony, social media can be very dead. It feels like you're talking to yourself sometimes. You try to start a few conversations, but most people are busy at work or school. That's upsetting. It's been a quiet glow, but the grim, surreal darkness of the season reminds you of last year's violence. As the months wear on, You overhear arguments at dinner. Adults warn that an attack is still coming, and others who think the first one was a fluke. Surveyors mention seeing new tracks in the forest, but are shut so people don't panic. The gates are closed. You drill emergency procedures, filing silently from the classroom to the crash to hide under tables, waiting for all the sirens to call the all clear. You drill and prepare and worry, but nothing happens. Then, just as glow is beginning to wane, the toxic purple spill of the wormhole fading as the suns almost rise past the horizon. Again, the sirens start. Reading a Hollow novel in bed when you hear them, followed by the stomp of boots down the hallway outside your quarters. An alert flashes on your hollow palm. Shelter in the crash. This is not a drill. You get another message from your dad. Me and Mom are going to stay in the greenhouses. We're safe. Just follow Annie Ann to the crash and wait for us, okay? Don't worry. We're way more prepared than we were last year. Love you. Stay safe. You could go to the crash where you belong, or you could follow the security guard and see what's happening at the gates. Just as you peek your head out your door, you're struck by a horrible premonition. Someone's in danger. In engineering. You blink and shake your head, but the feeling persists. Let's go to engineering. You don't know what compels you to go to engineering. It's nowhere near the walls, and the corridors are quiet as you approach. You burst into the classroom to find Professor Hall, cornered by a small, chittering thing. It's moving too fast to tell what it is. Every time Hal tries to get around it to flee, it climbs up the walls and keeps jumping at him. He's fending it off. He's fending it off with a tablet, but he's getting tired. As you watch, the thing leaps at his throat and tears a chunk out of him. Hal screams in pain and crumbles to the ground. You must gasp, because the thing turns to you and lunges. Defend yourself! Wait. It doesn't matter. Wait. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna use this one. Super strength! Yeah! Now! I don't know why I use you. No, wait. I can't do that. 633. 2. Barely won. It's impossible to hit the thing. It's so fast. It's like a smear at the edge of your vision. What you do manage to do, though, is lure it outside the classroom and get Congruence to slam the door shut. You hear it beating against the door as you run to Hal's side. Congruence guides you through how to hold pressure to Hal's throat to stop the bleeding, but stars, there's blood everywhere. Eventually the door is open and Chief Engineer Instance runs in, directing some of the security team to load Hal into a stretcher and take him to medbay. There's no sign of the creature. She's her face of carnage. Good work, Solane, she said grimly. You might have just saved Hal's life. Her shoulders droop. They must have crawled over the walls. Buggers! You return to your quarters. Your parents are horrified to see you covered in blood, relieved when you say it's not yours, then horrified all over again when you tell them about Professor Hal. Your dad checks his hollow palm and tells you they got him to medbed quickly, enough that his injuries should heal in a few weeks. You saved Professor Hal's life. Glow. Early quiet. Start age 12. Tammy has barely left the lounge since her father died. You often see her solemn face in the windows, peering out the colony like a ghost. She hardly talks to anyone unless they talk to her first. Tammy looks up from the sewing she's aimlessly fiddling with, She gives you a watery smile. It's clear she's been crying. Hello, Solane, she says, wiping her face. Is everything okay? Typical Tammy. Even in her saddest moments, she wants to know how she can help you. You want to talk? Tammy brightens a little. Okay, Solane, what do you want to talk about? You tell her that you want to talk about how she's been feeling lately, and her face falls again. Oh, she mumbles. Okay, I guess. I am kind of being a downer right now. Sorry. With that, Tammy starts to cry again. Her whole body curls up as she sobs, trying to hide her face in her hands so she doesn't upset everyone else in the lounge. I miss him too. You admit that you feel the same way, that you miss him terribly, and that sometimes all you want to do is cry too. She holds her arms out, and you both cling to each other as you would if you have a really good cry, laying out all your pain and your grief and sharing in each other's losses. It helps to just sit in your feelings for a little while. While Tony may be gone, your friend Tammy is still here. That's a bummer, man. But I guess that actually makes a lot of sense. I should have been exploring that whole time. Damn it. Alright, let's go to engineering. You should have known better, Tangent. You hear as you walk past the key laboratory. Curious, you listen at the door. Chief Engineer Inshin says, I know you meant well, but your presumption has cost us 3 months of work. You can't simply look at an experiment and change the parameters to your liking. Getting results is not the same as doing good science. Your findings, however scientifically interesting, are useless to us without sound methodological underpinnings. Tang's response is more subdued than you've ever heard her before. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer, she mumbles, looking down at the floor. I recognize the error of my ways. I should hope so, Instant replies, pinching the bridge of her nose in her fingers. I'll expect you in the lab first thing tomorrow morning, and I will personally supervise your work in resetting the experiment. You flatten against the wall as Instant breezes past you, barely giving you a second look as she strides down the hallway. You poke your head inside the laboratory where Tang scowls and wipes her eyes. What do you want? What were you working on? Tang sighs and rubs her eyes hard. Something I've been working on with Chief Engineer Instant, she replies. I'm not supposed to talk about it, and I don't want to talk about it. Losing the data was my fault, Tang continues. I wanted to prove I'm not the little kid from biology class. That I'm ready to work hard and really make great discoveries. Dr. Instance has always been there for me when I was a kid, and now, with my mother gone, she's the only adult in this colony who sees what I could become, she says. She believes that I can be better than what I am. It's always been that way. I just really want to impress her. I certainly hope so. Engineering! Actually, you know what? That works out pretty good, actually. Yay! We're doing great! I think. You wake up from your latest recurring dream. A monster crushing the colony gates and stampeding through the square. You try different strategies every night. This time, you run away from it and hide. It worked out a lot better than the dreams where you try to fight. When you wake up, there are tears drying on your face. It felt real enough that, for a moment, you just lie in bed with your eyes closed and try to calm your breathing. You blearily rub your eyes and... Surprise! Oh, it's your birthday! Your dad leaps onto your bed and gives you a big cup. Happy birthday, little tomato head. 12 years old now! Can you believe it? No, your mom answers for you, laughing as she hands you her presents. It was just yesterday Aunt Descendant was showing me how to change your diaper. Because of your birthday, your parents have brought in food from the canteen so you can all eat together on your bed. As you stuff your face with savory tofu chunks, you open your presents. Which one is your favorite? Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and vote off. Bouquet of flowers from your mom. They're exotic because they came from Earth. I saved these seeds in cold storage for over 20 years just for this day, your mom says proudly. These are the first Earth flowers to bloom on autumnal. White astrantia. She pinches your cheek. They're special, just like you. As your dad clears away the wrapping paper and the dishes from breakfast, your mom folds her hands on the table and gives you a serious look. Uh-oh. So, she says, we've been here 2 years now. I know your dad and I have always said you're in charge of your schedule, but we've been keeping a keen eye on you. A loving eye, your dad interjects, stuffing wrapping paper into the recycle bin pickup bin. A trusting, gentle eye. You've been staying active, your mom continues. That's great. A healthy body is a healthy mind, and you'll need both in life. Your dad joins in. So, it's time to start thinking about how you're going to contribute to the colony when you're older. At the look on your face, he laughed. Don't worry. We're not going to make you get a job right now. We're just asking, what do you want to be when you grow up? I wonder if this actually helps with an ending. I don't think I picked this last time. And I got the sports ball ending. Governor of Vertumna. You feel overwhelmed by the decision. Of course not, sweetie, your dad says, hugging you. It's okay not to know yet, and it's okay to change your mind later. We didn't know we wanted to be off-world farmers when we were 12. Of course. Sometimes you just figure it out as you go. Well, your mom starts to get up. I'm sure your friends all want to wish you a happy birthday. She stops and snaps her fingers. Oh, you might not have considered a career as a depot clerk, but Al and Bernie mentioned their daughter Mars is working there, and she needs some help. Now that people can freely order luxuries, it's pretty busy there. Sure beats shoveling dirt, your dad laughs. If you don't take that job, you tell Mars I'll be there. Your mom rolls her eyes and smiles. Mid-quiet. We're doing great! Nothing can possibly go wrong! Except for losing Uncle Tony, and that's kind of a bummer. Tangent is standing with her face held up to the sky, letting blue snowflakes land on her cheeks. They melt almost immediately. She doesn't move as you approach. After a few minutes, she winces and rubs her eyes. It stings, she says, because it's made of acid. Ah! Run away from the acid snow! Tank shakes her head at you as you scamper under cover and goes back to watching the snow. You spot Dis in the shaded gloom of nearby awning. When he sees you looking, he furtively hides his hands behind his back. As your eyes adjust, you spot the almost luminescent gaze of a hop eye peering out from under a tarp. I wasn't doing anything, Dis says. The scattering of corn kernels at his feet tells a different story. Okay, I was worried that the hop eyes were getting used to eating human food, he admits. He kneels down and extends his hand, and the hop eye blinks all four eyes at you with mistrust. Tank killed me if she saw me do this, Dis mutters. She'd probably be like, oh, we should observe what effect our presence has on the local wildlife, you know? This is the effect we're having on them, he continues. Tang doesn't get that you can't watch something without changing it. She thinks she's so smart, but she doesn't think she has the responsibility to do the right thing. Des looks at the ground. We used to be bros, he says quietly. Now I don't even understand her at all. Interesting. I found a new route. Amazing. Let's see. Want to train together? You used to be able to go mano a mano with Nemi, but she's been training hard. Get your butt kicked all over the sports ball, bitch. Well, damn it. She leans over you while you're lying on the floor, completely gassed. You okay? She laughs. I didn't go too hard, right? No. but I'm just a boy. What do you got for perception? Played a good game today. Doesn't matter who loses, blah, blah, blah. I had fun. Let's see. It's 5. No. You go over there. You go over there. You go over there. Bam! Victorious! 3 bravery, 3 toughness, and a new skill. Yeah, man. We're doing amazing. Should probably work. No, I should work on bravery for this month, I guess. We're still children, after all. I got a new perk. Draw an extra card at the start of challenge. Affects tax. Anything fun we need to do? Probably not. Good enough for me. More Sport Ball! It's Sports Ball Day. Organized by COM, a day devoted to sports ball and sports ball related activities. There are races where you have to bounce a ball on your head or trick it through an obstacle course, and net jumping, and even a dunk tank that Rhett and Com volunteered for. And, of course, there's a sports ball game at the end. Antecedent brings all the kids from the crash, and the kitchen staff makes soy dogs right on the grill for everyone. Even Dis is here. Com must have done some hardcore convincing to get him to show up at all, and actually join in a sports ball game. He's on your team, and it's not going great. Flesh is here, the spirit is definitely rebelling. Dis! Get the ball, you skeezy weirdo! Mar yells as the ball sails in his direction. Dis lets it soar over his head and makes an attempt at running for it, but when Nemi gets there first for the opposing team, he just backs away. She crows in victory and fires it into your goal. Mar stomps over to Dis. You didn't even try, she berates him. Why are you even playing if you're not going to do your best? Dis just shrinks away from her, trying to disappear into this baggy clothing. It's fine, Dis mumbles. I don't care about your stupid teams. I don't even want to be here. Com said it would count as school credit for physical and mental wellness. Ah, that explains things. All the more reason for Mars to have some compassion. Dis stalks off. You see him arguing with Com on the sideline before Com, still dripping from the dunk tank, takes his place on your team. Resume play, he says, blowing the whistle. With Com on your side, you win the game easily. The day ends with a presentation of awards. Red and Antecedent present everyone with a participation ribbon. She with a big smile, and he with a barely contained grimace. Rhett pins your ribbon to your chest and addresses you and Mars. You did great out there. I love to see what kind of drive you succeed in your youth. You're both going to be great asses in the colony someday. Believe it. Mars scoffs and flips her hair over her shoulder, but the security chief continues. If you like winning, you should come back talk to me and join the defense force when you're older. We could use strong people like you. Nearby, you see Antecedent frowning in disapproval. Because why would we want kids to defend the colony? You, Cal, and Nemi volunteer to clean up the sports equipment. While you're putting it away inside, you'll hear Rhett and Anne in the middle of the argument. It was completely inappropriate, Antecedent says, sounding, well, more spirited than you ever heard. You took their innocent fun and turned it into a military recruitment drive. You see it like that, Rhett retorts, but a lot of these sports ball kids, they're exactly the kind of people we want to defend the colony. Oh my God. Excuse me. The team players with dedication. They should know there's a place for them doing what they're good at. They can't play sports ball forever. But they're only children once, Anne replies. The whole point of being here is to be different from Earth. No more school to military pipeline. These kids aren't doing high school football, hoping for scholarships, so they don't have to join the military to go to college. Cal and Nemi look at you in confusion. You don't know what they mean either. What's a college? You put the rest of the equipment away in silence. It's always weird to hear adults arguing, especially council members like Rhett and Ann. Finally, Nemi speaks up. Ugh, my mom is such a soggy blanket, she mutters. Chief Rhett's right. It's fine if he's just telling us we're good at stuff. She slams a bunch of hard plastic balls in the recycler. Who doesn't like being told they're good at stuff? Cal puts his arm full of ropes and sacks into the recycler. No way, he says. Rhett shouldn't be trying to convince kids to join the defense force. It's not right. What do you say? He's not wrong. You agree with Cal. Rather than just being nice, he's brainwashing kids into choosing to join the defense force. Then it makes a gross sound with her mouth like, and crosses her arms. You finish cleaning the equipment room in silence. Cal and Nemi barely look at one another and don't say goodbye when they leave. You're left with the feeling that something between them is changing forever, and you're helpless to stop it. Two, 5. Bam. 4 bravery, 3 toughness. Late quiet. Early pollen. Should probably save. Moving on with life. Getting hungry. I want to eat something soon, I think. Engineering. Solane, can you come see me in class? Professor Hall pulls you aside in the hall. Kaguru is sliding along beside him. You follow him cautiously. Don't worry, he smiles. You're not in trouble. Far from it, in fact. He grabs your hand and shakes it firmly. I never thanked you for saving my life, he chuckles. Professor Hal and I are very grateful for your bravery, Congruent says. Though you should have been in the crash. Just this once, it is good you disobeyed orders. They find the thing that... Oh, it was nothing. Hal winks. Good thing you were helping me in the classroom when the attack started, right? He laughs and leans back against the desk, inadvertently sitting on something that pops and gives off a shower of acrid-smelling sparks. Whoops, he says, leaping away from his desk. Danger lurks everywhere, Solane. Keep your head on a swivel. Indeed. Keep between rounds. 3, 3, 4, 4. Bam. Yay! 2 engineering, 2 reasoning. Your dad comes back from work one day looking seriously under the weather. He's pale, with deep circles under his eyes, and he keeps sneezing. It's fine, he says. It's just all the pollen in the air. It's cooking up the old air tubes. Do you remember hay fever, Lulu? We always got it back on Earth, too. Your mom frowns and crosses her arms. We did, she agrees. So why isn't it bothering me? You're a lot tougher than me, sweet pea, your dad says. And your mom rolls her eyes. I'm sure I just have to get used to it like you did, he continues. Maybe I'll go for a stroll outside the gates later. Really get a good lungful of stuff. I'll feel bad for a few weeks, but after that I'll be fine. Your mom raises both eyebrows. Outside the gates? You? Your dad shrugs and he falls into a fit of sneezing and can't answer. Your mom directs him to go lie down in their bed. You need rest, not machismo, she scolds him. I don't have a achoo! Your dad sneezes. I'm not sure bone in my body, foo-foo. And I have to fertilize the core of the pixie beans this week. Uh-huh. Your mom grunts. Your dad pulls a handkerchief from his pocket and sneezes into it a few times. Big, yelling honk sneezes that echo through your whole quarters. He pulls it away from his face and you can tell that something's wrong. Huh. Your dad says weakly, holding the handkerchief away from his face. It's bright fuchsia pink and glittering in the light. That's weird. Then his eyes roll back on his head, his knees buckle, and your mom yells for you to call incense. Chief Engineer Instance takes your dad's vials and gives him a cursory look over, but she seems satisfied with what she sees without having to do a thorough examination. The explorers have started calling this a shimmer, she says, shining a light down your dad's throat. He's looking a little better, but not much. It's an airborne environmental toxin, likely in the pollen fog. This is way more dangerous than you think. You dreamed about this. It's super duper dangerous. Your dad just gets more and more sick every year. He could die if he's not careful. There's no need to panic, Issa says dismissively. Your dad is in excellent health otherwise. Ah, right. You're only 12. You remember being older when he... The adults are so stubborn. They're not going to listen to you. And even if they did, the shimmer is still out there. You can't keep your dad inside forever. You're going to have to find the cure. You've done it before. You can do it again. Time to go see Tang and Assistant Engineering. Even after one day of bed rest, your dad is looking a lot better. He's clearly anxious to get back out into the fields. You're gonna love this new crop, Solana. It's called a pixie beam. They glow in the dark. He's already pulling on his boots. They look so beautiful at night. I'm happy that we finally found something that would actually grow here. That isn't soy, and more soy. Dad, pixie beans are dangerous. You dreamed about these beans. They make people act all funny and they get sick. Your dad laughs. Someone's been reading too many weird Hollow novels before bed, Solana, he says, ruffling your hair. Don't worry about it, my little potato. I've been studying them since we landed, including eating them. He just has bribed himself. Look at me! I'm in great health. No one is... What is with no one believing you? Just because they're dreams doesn't mean they're not real. Your dad is acting pretty strange. But maybe it's just a shimmer brain. You remember the pixie beans mostly affected the teenagers. You wish you could remember no more. You know I wouldn't lie. I don't like them either, your mom cuts in. I agree we should be trying to cultivate native crops, but something just feels off about these ones. She shudders. I can't stomach the idea of eating something that glows in the dark. Who knows what that does to our bodies? Your dad says outvoted, huh? He says even though your mom's vote is the only one that counts. Your mom takes your father's hand and looks him in the eyes. Thank you for not forcing me to pull a ring, she says quietly. We should still grow them, but I'm not ready to put all of our resources behind them just yet. Your dad agrees. The fields will be sowed with earth crops this year. You can't exactly remember the details, but you think it's going to help. Yay! Man, I'm starting to feel like as if I have like some kind of nasally stuff too. Maybe it's from squeezing my nose when I do that. Your hollow palm pulls with a message from Tang. Hello, Solana. If you're not occupied, could I ask you for assistance in the lab? Thank you in advance. Tangent. Typical Tang. But her asking for something is something so rare that you can't help but head over right away. You find her hunched over a spectrometer, making notes on a hollow screen. Oh, you're here, she says, blinking rapidly. She looks like she's been awake for days, wrinkled, a little shiny, and with the wild-eyed looks of someone who needs a cup of black tea. I came as soon as I could. Researching the shimmer, the respiratory illness some people report during pollen, she says. I'm willing to admit it, but I need your assistance. She takes the vials with swabs inside and puts them into your hands. I need recent saliva samples from both you and your father, she says. There must be a reason why he's so susceptible to the shimmer and you're not. You share half of your genetic code with him. There must be some marker we can compare between the two samples. Then, she continues pulling another vial from the rack of test tubes, administer these to yourself for 3 days and take the samples again. The test should be able to determine if anything in your body chemistry has changed. Tang looks at you very seriously, cutting through her bleary expression. There's something going on here, she whispers. Something really, really big. I've begun to realize this is a lot more than just curing a disease. Squeezing your hand so hard it almost hurts. Unlocking the secrets of the shimmer, who it affects, and why. It could lead to a greater understanding of all life of Vertumna. And knowledge. Knowledge is more than power, Solane. It's control. Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Tang says. That races so hard. I think my eyes are going to fall out of my head. And for what? Well, I know what those other two things are. Well, for the end of debilitating disease is a pretty good reason, but Tang just shakes her head at herself before you can answer. We're at a disadvantage here, she mutters. We're fighting blind. We understand this planet if we're going to get it under control. You're funny, Tang. You really think you're going to get control of the planet? Me thinks not. But thanks to my reincarnation tactics, I can help. What if I just study biology too? Or life sciences? Screw it. Lieutenant Chief Officer Instance have been hard at work in the lab trying to find a cure for the shimmer disease. You've come to realize you remember how to cure the shimmer. You can't tell them it comes from your dreams, but you know the cause of the nightmares of fungal topiaries, and you know the cure. You think you do anyway. You offer to help and nudge the research in the right direction. Due to what looks like a series of happy accidents, you achieve a breakthrough in a matter of weeks that would have taken years. Sunlight! You try inoculations, antibiotics, and fungal creams, but what finally works is a high-intensity light treatment, mimicking the full force of the sun's during dusk, coupled with an injection to increase its potency. Of course, Tang exclaims. The fungus colonizes animals' life during pollen, and some succumb to it, but the intense light of dust scourges the fungus from the survivors. It's all part of the natural cycle. The treatment works on samples, not tested on a subject. I'll test it on your dad. You already know the treatment works, but you have to test it on someone to prove it. This way your dad is the first to get the treatment that will save his life. You expose him to the spores until he starts sneezing and oozing glitter as usual. After the injection, he stumbles into the light therapy machine. A few hours later, your dad emerges looking much better. Instant asks him how he feels. He takes a deep breath. Just great, he says with a big smile. Then he freezes. You freeze in concern. But your dad just laughs. It's kind of dusty in here, though. Dr. Instant takes his vitals and runs samples of his fluids through various machines. She's excruciatingly thorough. But after a few days, she concludes that the treatment is a success. Your father still carries a high fungal load, but its effects have been nullified by the light therapy. Remarkable, Instant says, going over your findings. Now that we have a frontline therapy, we can begin treating the population to prevent the fungus from taking hold. She looks over at Tang. Solane's discovery will be a great help with our other research. You expect Tangent might be cross that you get the credit, but she nods, looking pleased. You're just thankful that no one was killed, not your father or anyone else. The colony is safe from the shimmer. Let's get to work. Wow. Look at all these twos. Ow! Damn it! Damn it! Alright, not exactly what I wanted, but it works. Three engineering, 2 reasoning. Hell yeah. Mid-pollen. Everybody! I hate pollen. Pollen's the worst. Hello, my little tomato. Your dad's voice rings out across the fields, hale and hearty. You don't have it in yourself to be embarrassed. Not during pollen. Not with the memory of him struggling to breathe so fresh in your mind. Are you coming to check out on your old man? Teases you. Takes a deep breath, holds it, and lets it all out comfortably. Doing great. No congestion, no sneezing, and I definitely don't want to take a hike outside the walls. Your dad pulls you into a big hug, ruffling your hair. He smells like sunshine and dirt and sweat, and you've never been happier to breathe it all in. He's alive. Proud of you, he says quietly. You pull off miracles, kiddo. Hell yeah! Got Dad's approval. Oh, let's see. We got... You know what? No. This is going to be harder to level up than the other one. It's field trip day! You and your class visit the engine room to study how the ship works and how it continues to power everything in the colony. Congruence joins you. If you want to know anything about how the ship works, she's your woman. Well, not woman exactly, but... Well, she's just very smart. Hello and welcome, children, Congruous chirps. You're standing on the beating heart of the colony. Our ship's nuclear reactors? Don't worry. You're safely shielded from any radiation. My sensors are very sensitive. Power contained in these reactors is enough to sustain the colony for the next 20 years, Congruous explains. There should be more than enough time for us to develop an eco-friendly power source, such as wind, water, or solar power. You pay close attention to Congruence as she explains how the stratospheric was salvaged by the Vertumna group and fitted with an artificial intelligence, Congruence herself, to guide you through the wormhole. Oh my. The stratospheric was originally built as a vanity project of one of the very richest people on Earth, she explains. But it was never launched and eventually donated to a museum. The Vertumna group pooled their resources to acquire the ship, she continues. Funding the retrofit as a colony vessel required contributions from many people, most of whom could not join us for the journey. They are honored by the cryopreserved embryos we carried with us to the stars. What about gene tech and nanoprinters? You point out that there's a lot of technology aboard the stratospheric for a plucky little spacefaring colony. Where did it all come from anyways? Congress just smiled. That technology was acquired for the betterment of humanity, she replies. Do not concern yourself with the specifics. The cryo what nows? Cryopreserved embryos, Congruous repeats gently. Donated by those who helped found our colony. Though they are not here with us, may their legacy continue with us. At your blank look, Congruous laughs. Perhaps this is a topic better suited to life sciences, or if you require further information, through independent study with Chief Steward, Antecedent, or Chief Engineer Instance. What happens if you break down? Well, hopefully that won't happen for quite some time, Congruous replies. Barring something physically incapacitating me, such as massive power failure or a concerted attempt to destroy me, I am naturally self-repairing and resistant to attempts to manipulate or infect me with viruses, she smiles. Don't worry about me, children. I'll likely be here to teach your great-great-great-grandchildren. Wonderful work, everyone. You all pay attention very well today. That'll make this pop quiz much easier for you. Oh, shit. Congruous hollow projection erupts into fireworks at the words pop quiz, and the class groans in unison. Congruous laughs at the speakers. Just kidding, she chirps, echoing through the engine room. You're free to go. That was rude. Much. Okie dokie. For each one with gems on it. Okay, I see. Then we got a pair. And what the hell, why not? 3 engineering and 2 reasoning. Early dust. Let's take our rest. I think I'm probably gonna stop to eat something soon. Relax in the lounge. You look around the lounge. Some friends are here. Who do you hang out with? You plop down beside Diz, who's listening to music in his ears speak, and ignoring everyone else in the lounge with dogged determination. When it becomes obvious that you're not going to leave him alone, he turns off his music with off. What do you want? You ask him what he's listening to, as he replies, it's just some old Earth music. You probably won't like it. All you have is Earth music, unless you want to listen to the space shanties the adults made up in the last 20 years. So you don't know what he's talking about. You tell him to give you a little credit. He rolls his eyes, but lets you sink your ear speak to his. Grungy sounding rock music fills your skull. You spend a few hours passing music recommendations back and forth, lost in your own private soundscape. You took the month off. Hooray! It's time for the third annual Vertumnalia Festival. You gather with your family in the colony square. Everyone takes a seat as Governor Uticott approaches the stage. She folds her hands and serenely addresses the crowd. What a pleasure to address you all today as your governor, she says, looking as pleased as she ever does. In under 3 years, we've built a colony of which we can be truly proud. While we suffered hardships and losses, we remain standing as always, looking toward the future we are building together. Let us use this midsummer festival as a time to reflect on our many blessings, Unicott continued. Fresh water, good food, healthy children, and a strong community. You look around at the crowd, your friends, your parents, and the other adults who have been the background radiation of your entire life. These are the closest human beings around for light years. They are all your family. Unicott bows her head. But first, we recognize the passing of our dear friend, Chief Surveyor Melatonin. Known for his gentle nature and his curious spirit, Tonin is survived by his daughter Aspartame. Ah! They have such weird names! In the crowd, Tammy sniffles loudly. It is a place we welcome our youngest council member ever, Utopia. Representing expedition, yeah. I'm tired. Unicott invites the rest of the council to stand and be recognized among the crowd, including your mom, who huffs an annoyance. When the applause dies down and the council sits, Utopia remains standing. Actually, Auntie Unicott, y'all mind if I just make a quick announcement? Unicott announced and Utopia clears her throat. I just want to say thanks to y'all who would trust me with this job, she says, her clear voice ringing over the crowd. A cheer rises from the expeditions, and she motions to them to quiet down. Uncle Tony's left some big shoes to fill, and well, I'm going to give him my best. We've been finding some interesting stuff out there, she continues. As we fly further, we're seeing some kind of magnetic interference when trying to send word back to Colony Prime. But we're doing well out there, and we'll get the kinks worked out soon. She bends down to hug the governor as she leaves and says, Thank you, Utopia, and thank you to the rest of the council for your service. Loud music starts playing and Unicorn goes, and now it's time for games and playtime. The crowd disperses towards the feasting table, clearing the area of chairs so the children's competitions can be held, which we do this year. Com keeps adding complexity to his bot wrestling game. Last year was the hollow obstacle course, and this year there's an accuracy challenge. Sink 3 baskets, and you can move on to the next stage, Com says, unveiling something with a flourish. A vacuum bot with a basket tied to its head. It chirps as it stomps back and forth, and the crowd cheers. You're competing against Nemi and Cal. You notice they're not racing around together. Cal is playing with the vacuum bot, and Nemi is standing next to her brother. You're up first. Start the challenge! Alrighty then. +1 skill on challenge win. All cards become... Okay, well, that's stupid. 3, 3, and 3. Easy peasy. 6, 3, 4, 1. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. +1 from cards ends. 2, 1, and 2. Hooray! I win again. No skill changes. You thought the accuracy portion would be harder. Those vacuum blocks can be fast when they're on a mission. This one seems to get bored waiting for you to complete the obstacle course. So by the time you line up to take your shots with a sports ball, it stops running around and is taken to carefully vacuuming the dirt under its feet. You easily sink your baskets and move on to the wrestling competition to win by a huge margin. Nellie pouts and stomps over to Calm, yelling that it wasn't fair that you got it easy. She refuses to speak to you until Calm sits you both down and makes you shake hands, pointing out that Nemi also got hit by 5 hollow obstacles and couldn't have won anyway. Nemi begrudgingly accepts your win. Bastard. After the festivities, you take time off for a much-needed, very relaxing break. Your dad sets a slip and slide through the colony square, and everyone takes turns sliding on their stomachs and spraying at each other. It's a lot of fun. You can feel your worries floating away in the hot dust suns. Hey, oh, we did good. I still need to figure out perception, though. Study engineering. Want to do that? No. I want to come back over here. And I want to do defense training. Nemi loves to train. She says it helps clear her mind. If that's the case, she must love having an empty mind. No one else trains as hard or as long as Nemi. Look at this. Oh! Excellent! Yeah, just because I can. Five combat +3, 1 animal. They just show dirt. Get my toughness up. Anything else going on around here that I should know about? Hold this to your head now, my darling. You hear as you enter the garden for Cal. It'll help with the swelling. Cal is sitting with his mother, Auntie Tyra, who kneels beside him, holding an ice pack to his head. Cal's eyes are a little puffy. He rubs them and sniffs as you approach. Hello, Solane. Tyra greets you with a kind smile. Don't worry. Recalcitrance just took a tumble off of something he shouldn't have been climbing. Cal complains. It wasn't that bad. Yeah, it's only something he'd do. Cal shrugs. I climbed before and it was fine, he says, not disagreeing with you. It was slippery from the irrigation misters, that's all. Mom always knows how to make it better, he says with a boyish smile. Even if I'm old enough to take care of myself. My brave boy, Tyra says, stroking his hair. Thanks for humoring me. She looks over at you. Don't let him show off for you, Solane. Ground-based feats are bravery only for the rest of the day. Cal whines and wrinkles his nose. Tyra laughs and wraps him in a big motherly hug, rocking him back and forth. Despite his protest, Cal's eyes close in happiness. He really loves his mom. Yeah, that's really like the only time I think I've ever seen Tyra. Okay, Auntie Tyra. I'm guessing that this is everybody. I'm guessing this is everybody. And then the rest of these are all like the other people. The other people. Spoilers! You know what? I should go exploring. Maybe I get my perception up better that way. We're gonna sneak out. Ah! You can't stop me! I'm almost a teenager. Almost a teenager. Some farmland has spilled outside the walls. Those don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. Nothing's growing here anymore. There isn't even enough for the animals to graze on. Let's try to plant something. You're just a kid playing at being a farmer. You mess around for a few hours planting some things that look like seeds, but it's unlikely any of them will actually grow here. You don't know that. Maybe if you're lucky, something will grow, and then you'll be like, "Yay! I did good!" What are you still doing here? You spot a group of hotbys playing in the clearing. They let you get pretty close to watch them chatter at each other and rub noses. They're all friends, just like people. But they hop away if you get too close. I'm gonna walk through their territory, just because I'm a dick like that. Alright, so let's see here. We got 3, 3. And we'll do this one. And now we'll do this. This, and then this. And we'll throw that in there so we get like another one. Now we go all out. Sweet Caroline. Ba ba ba. The hotbys are wary at first, but you crouch down and copy their cute little squeaking noises. You bounce towards them, and amazingly, they don't hop away. You play with the hotbys for a few minutes before moving on. Cute little guys. A lot of that, we got to play with hotbys. Oh, how wonderful. Okay, this is the one that we did last time. We're spitting seeds. Just like a bunch of country bumpkins. I don't know why I just said that, but there you go. You stumble into... It's so hot, too so reading down about you, blah, 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 blah. Look for a shady route through it. 3. And then 3. No. What'd you get the 4 for? 6. 2. 2. 2. 2 pair! Hell yeah. 6, 3, 3, 3, 1. I win! You spend some time going the long way around, taking shelter under some mush trees. It's still sweltering in the shade, but not as bad. Wonder if I'll find... Ooh. What do we have here now, I wonder? There in the clearing, the most majestic creature you've ever seen. It's like a unicorn from your dad's storybooks, with leathery reptile skin and that shines when the light hits it. It moves so softly, like it doesn't even disturb the ground. It could be dangerous, but you want to see what it does. Be as quiet as possible. Woohoo! I don't know why I capped it, but there you go. 5, 3. We got the super goal! Yes, sir! Ah, shit. There. Doesn't matter, I won anyways. Victory! 1 perception. As you settle in to watch it from behind a strand of mush trees, the Unisaur looks up towards you, startled by your movement. You try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a long, tense moment, it goes back to its business. First, it sniffs out a good tree and rubs the scent glands in its neck against it thoroughly. Then, it pees, like a crystal waterfall, on a rock. Everything it does seems magical. You quietly take a picture with your hollow palm, but you know you can't share it or you get caught for sneaking out. Next, it sharpens its horn against a rock, which is scored with marks from having done this before. This must be its favorite sharpening rock. You notice a bulge in its stomach, and must have had a huge meal recently. Or is pregnant. Eventually it curls up for a nap. Quietly sneak away. This is so wonderful. For Tumnah is a magical place. The planet is full of all sorts of bugs. Oh. They haven't been named yet. Touch one. Ew, you touched it. Blah. Fuigaka. Why are you touching that, you stupid weirdo? Come across the culture muster, give him a friendly pat. Yep, we've done this one already. Oh, damn it! Couldn't find this time around. Yay! Well, this sucks. I'm just gonna try exploring for the rest of the month. I'm gonna sneak out and explore. Lots of kids treat the lounge as an informal study hall, especially Tangent. And Mars, too. Sometimes. If she's trying to impress Tangent. You crack open a textbook on your hollow palm and read about some old dead Earth poets. Just because you're not in class doesn't mean you can't read ahead a little bit. No. I'm gonna forget that. I should forget you, but I can only delete one card at a time. I can't just delete them at will. Yeah, just for shits and giggles, I'm actually going to explore during Solane. Just to see what happens. I'm going to sneak out. Let's see if we can find this again. The muck hides interesting bugs and other treasure. For those willing to put their hands down the right holes, are you? Let's peek inside. Looks dark. Look closer. You've stuck your hands down enough holes to know this one seems occupied. Put your hand in there. Shove your hand in the hole and rummage around. Ouch! You got bit right through your ding-dang gloves! Whatever was in there is not happy with you. I should actually, not do that. Just seems smart. You leave the path and sneak around a strand of mush trees. Okay. Four-legged robot. See them watch what they're doing. Stay outside and watch how they do it. Okay, we saw this already. And now we got this again. The second sun is beginning to set, and you're planning your route back to the gates when you spot Dis in the distance. He waits you. Hi, Solane! He waves gloomily. He sighs, I wish we didn't have to go home. I wish we could stay out here forever. I'd be way too scared. What if, he begins, what if we didn't go home? Today, I mean. What if we stayed out and camped overnight? He gestures to the back of his pack. I brought a tent just in case, and a perimeter sensor, and I found a spot right near the depot that looks safe. Yes! Camp out! Camp out! Distance up the tent while you place the perimeter posts around the edge of the clearing. If anything trips this invisible wall around your campsite, at least you'll know about it. Without even saying goodnight, Dis crawls into the tent, takes off his jacket and stuff sitting behind his head, then curls up in a ball facing the wall. He falls asleep almost immediately. You crawl in beside him and pull out a thermal blanket over yourself. You're exhausted from a long day of hiking in the jungle, so despite the excitement of being out in the wild at night, you quickly fall asleep as well. You both wake to a blaring alarm and bright lights fill in the campsite. It's a perimeter alert. Something must have triggered it. Dis sits bolt upright and looks at you with his wide eyes. Should we go out there and take a look? Let's work up the courage. We're smart. I'm strong. I can ear. At least I hope, anyways. Perfect! Perfection is thy name. Cool. I got one bravery. I'm so brave. You both carefully open the door and peek out through a crack. Nothing. Whatever it was, the lights and noise must have scared it off. The sun is almost up, and you are definitely not getting back to sleep after that. So until you eat soy rations and quietly watch the sun rise over the jungle together. When the surveyors open the gates and start prepping for the day, you pack up your gear and go home. You expect the worst, but nobody even noticed you were gone. You left the privacy curtain on your bedclothes, and your parents must have come in late and left early, thinking you were asleep there the whole time. You're lucky, but it also makes you feel a little sad. Go home. You're back! 2 bravery and 1 perception. That's a crappy way to earn perception. But whatever, I guess. Let's see. These are looking good on the red front. Let's do some engineering. The colony robots are definitely feeling the strain of life on Vertumna, though far less advanced than congruence. They're still too complicated to simply nanoprint new ones. Every time one goes permanently out of commission, life in the colony gets a little bit harder. You study their inert bodies in class, trying to figure out how to prolong the lives of the ones you have left, or possibly make new ones. I win! Yay! I'm amazing! And now we go into the glue. We're gonna save this one. Yes. We're gonna relax in the lounge. You're hanging out in the lounge and watching vids when Mars pulls you up out of the cushions. She has a devious look on her face. Solane, it's your lucky day. You get to help clean my bedroom. No way, it's my day off. Fine, Mars huffs. I'll pay you 1 whole kudos to do it. Plus a bonus if you do a good job. Nope, no deal. Mars sighs. I guess they'll find another sucker. Speaking of, have you seen Tammy? I've never done this one before. I'm just gonna do it. You tell Tammy that Mars has a super important job for her, trying to make it sound fun. You mention adventure and reward and fame! Tammy resists until you tell her what it's really about. When she hears it involves cleaning, Tammy actually screams with delight. Ooh, I like cleaning! You try not to roll your eyes. How can somebody like cleaning? Leave her and Mars to it. Okay, so that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Two data points form a line, but 3 is a pattern. The colony has been on high alert all glow, hoping that the creatures from beyond the wall don't return for a 3rd year in a row. Surveyors keep reporting that they're seeing unusual animal activity. Even the plants seem different, they say. And new tracks that must have been left by creatures larger and heavier than you've ever seen. You and the other colonists drill evacuation plans. You're in engineering when you hear this first sirens through the colony. You cover your ears against the noise and make your way to the nearby classroom. This is one of the assembly points, so you should be safe. But it wasn't so safe last year for Professor Hall. What if another creature gets in? Look at Professor Hall, and he looks back at you. Last year you saved his life, right here. Hal clears his throat, trying to think of. All right, children, he says, subconsciously touching his neck. Just remain seated. I'm certain everything will be fine. You've been told this before. As the sirens continue, you're faced with a choice. I'm going to sneak out. While Professor Hall is distracted, you crawl out from behind the table. What are you doing? Mars whispers angrily, but you ignore her. You creep along the back room and then quickly duck out of the classroom door and sprint down the hall before anyone can chase you. You slow to a walk as you near the outer doors of engineering. Something doesn't feel right. You stop to listen in the dim emergency lighting and hear the metallic popping of something overhead. In the ventilation ducts, your blood goes cold. Monsters. They're here! I can tame it. You follow the sounds to a workshop and force yourself to look up through the slats in the vent. You gasp. 2 glistening bugs, bug-like eyes, peer down at you. No, 4, 6. They blink in syncopated pairs. Then you hear it, over the sirens, a loud, soft pinging noise, halfway between a chirp and a purr. The creature skitters spiders like from what? The creature skitters spider-like from one side of the vent to the other. A small furry tentacle slithers through the slat, searching for the vent release. When it can't find one, it bangs its body against the inside of the vent, denting the metal. Burn help and escape. Seems like the right thing to do. You open a side door, then the vent, and carefully shoo the creature outside. It runs over to the outer wall, flattens its body, and burrows through a hole. At least you figured out how it got in. Maybe you'll see the little guy out in the wild someday, and they will remember what you did for it. It isn't long before the sirens turn off, ringing 3 short pulses as the all-clear messages reflect on your holopalm. You and the other children file out of engineering, and you head back to your quarters. Your parents will want to know that you're safe. Your dad gives you a big hug, but your mom slumps onto a seat at your small table. It's like they were going specifically for geoponics this time, she mutters. But your dad pets your hair and shushes her. I'm sure it was just bad luck, Flubel, he says. But your mom shakes her head and folds her hands in the front of her mouth, staring out the porthole window at the fields. Alright. We're going to start age 13 next. Puberty. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, then restart. Alright. I'm going to disappear for a second. I'm going to be right back. Yeah, okay. Let's put that right there. I'm going to go ahead and eat something real quick, because I know people don't like watching somebody eat on stream, so I will return. More better. Alright. So, what do we do now? Alright. Maybe I work on engineering again. Just because it's something that I think I do. To further your engineering knowledge, you're taking a mini class with Chief Engineer Instance on the construction and maintenance of your holopalms. These devices are engineered bismuth crystals embedded in your palm when you start school. They use the heat and electric current of the human body to power themselves, to talk to each other, and connect to the HoloNet. Congruence's massive repository of information. You can barely remember life before yours. Holopalms were commonplace by the time the Vertumna group first formed on Earth, and the square of bismuth is grown in the lab, Instance explains, so the physical device itself isn't hard to maintain. The difficulty is in the display and touch interface. Instance opens her holopalm, displaying a visible projected screen floating above her palm. As chief engineer, she also has one of the fancier versions that combines with a pair of eyeglasses to superimpose a projection right onto what she sees. The interface relies on plasma voxel generators, which require extremely small components that are impossible to nanoprint. The material will have to be mined for Vertumna itself. Tang raises her hand. Is it possible to hack these devices, she asks? Is the biological electronic interface is so thin, is it possible to hack the human body? That's something that would freak me the hell out. In a way, we've already begun to hack the human body, Instance replies. What do you call gene tech? Everything the body does and is capable of depends on 4 nucleobases in different configurations. It's no different than congruence. Human and artificial intelligence are both built from a limited code and are transformed into more by the building. Your genetic enhancements, super hearing and sight, temperature regulation, increased resistance to fear, disease and fatigue, all present in the human genome and unlocked by the power of science. The class splits into working groups to explore installing modules onto your holopalm. You and Tangent are in a group together. Arrgh. You know, one of these days I'll be able to just do this stuff without any wires at all, and then life will be grand. That would just be absolutely amazing. And that's not even the wire that's in the way right now. It's my stupid headphones. One day. Patience, they say. The class puts in the working groups. Whoa. What are you gonna do? What if I try to remove it? What are you doing? Tang hisses in horror as you try to dig the bismuth crystal out of your palm. It's a part of you. You're going to break it. That she's more concerned for the hollow palm than your actual flesh palm is interesting. But it doesn't stop you from getting a scalpel under the place where the skin gives way to the crystal. No. You think better of it and put down the scalpel. Tang rolls her eyes and gets back to work, muttering darkly under her breath about idiots who don't respect technology. Huh. I wonder what would happen if I actually do that. That'd be kind of bad, I would think. You wake to the sound of your parents arguing in hushed tones, clearly trying not to disturb you. You blink away the sleep from your eyes, eventually remembering, wait, isn't today your 13th birthday? Where's your birthday cuddles? Your parents always make a big deal about your birthday. peek out through the privacy curtain on your bunk and listen in on their argument. You're being unreasonable, your mom says. Solane is a teenager now. You have to give him the responsibility to take calculated risks, or he'll start acting out. That's just what being a teenager is. Going off into the wilderness isn't a calculated risk, your dad replies. It's too dangerous. It's weird to hear your parents arguing. If they ever disagree, they sort it out by quietly going, ah! They sort it out quietly or go to mediation. This time they sound really upset. It's unsettling. They glance at you. Your mom holds up her hand to silence you and goes right back to talking. Geranium, she grates. You said yourself that we need every person out there surveying for edible native plants. You're even going yourself. Why not your son? Your dad flails his hands out. Because, Lulu, he's our son. It's our responsibility to keep him safe. You're not keeping anyone safe by coddling him. Your mom almost shouts and your dad flinches in shock. Solane's survival depends on him understanding this planet we're living on. So you're not doing him or the colony any favors by pretending like that's not the case. I just want to say this. Won't you shut up? Your outburst at least makes them stop arguing, but they still look unhappy. You're a bit surprised at how angry you got there. Where did that come from? I'm sorry, Junebug, your dad said softly. We shouldn't be arguing in front of you. We're just worried about you and don't want you to be in danger, even though we both know it's part of growing up. Your mom's fierce expression softens. Hey, Solane, sorry. It's your birthday today, and here we are arguing like a pair of assholes. Happy birthday. They both give you a hug. We meant to order up from the canteen and have your usual birthday breakfast, but we got to talking about how Utopia has opened up positions in expeditions for kids 13 and older, and well, that's you now. I suppose we'll have to let you spread your wings someday, your dad relents. I just feel better knowing you are safe here inside the colony walls. He gives your mom a faint smile. We decided early on to let you choose your own life path. So if you want to join expeditions, we're behind you. Just be safe. Okay, Daddy! I will be very safe. Alright, let's work. Wait a minute, hold on a sec. We can't do that yet. We got a perk. Extra card draw. Oh, that must be from engineering. That makes sense. What's up, Dad? You find your dad comparing some plant samples. When he sees you, he puts down the test tubes and gives you a big hug. Kiddo, he explains, then kneels down to look at your eye. I've been thinking. I want to say I'm sorry to your mom and I were arguing on your birthday. We disagree sometimes, just like every couple, but it's unfair that you had to see how the soy sauce gets made. I pat you on the shoulder. Thanks for saying so. You're a great kid. Your mom and I talked it out, he continues. We're both just really putting out everything into the farm right now, and it's making us kind of snappy. You don't have to worry about it, okay? Squeeze you in a big hug. If you want to join Utopia's exploration team, just be careful. It's dangerous out there. God, Dad, I'll be all about the safety. Let's go! I'm gonna survey the plains. 3 perception, 1 animal. Bravery, perception. I started doing something fun. Oh. When you boarded the expedition's autobus this morning, you didn't know what to expect. It trundled you and the other surveyors a few clicks north of the prosaic plains, a high flat area with cooler weather than your colony. You could barely control your excitement as you watched the landscape change. And now you're here. You're finally old enough for a real survey mission away from the colony, not the ones that you've been doing illegally. You greet Chief Surveyor Utopia at the depot. This here's a place, blast cutter, she says. Anyone, It's a tool for cutting and heating things. You can use it to make fire, cauterize a wound, boil water, and it cuts some materials pretty alright. You can't use it for self. You can use it for self-defense stuff too, but I don't suggest it. Cool fire! She laughs. Cool. It's sweet. Cool, it's sweet. This is a quiet area, and what we're doing, we're not supposed to be in danger. We're just going to be taking notes and pictures, keeping track of all the flora and fauna we see. Just don't touch anything, unless I ask you to take a sample. Everything is potentially dangerous. We don't know how much about what's out there. We don't know much about what's out there, which is why we need surveyors, even youngins like you. The Mosaic Plains is a sparse region. Like you can assume from the name, you can see things from a long ways off. Utopia sees you squinting at the horizon, and what are you gonna do if something comes for you? Try to bet it. Utopia puts her fingers to her tongue. I'm going to hope you were joking, she sighs. Distracts you. You must come out on an early autobus. Hey, good, you're here, Utopia said, digging for another plastic-covered disc. You two greenhorns are with me, for the foreseeable. Now, you don't gotta sniff each other's butts all the time we're out there, but I do expect y'all to be in yelling distance. Comms can get spotty out here. You and Dish shared knowing glances. You both been sneaking out to explore long before you were officially allowed to. Utopia also hands you a surveying drone and shows you how to launch it. It'll automatically perform local scans of wherever you go, though detailed scans still need to be done manually. When you return here to the depot, it'll upload its findings to the HoloNet. Your job is to cover ground and see what's out there, and so long as it isn't dangerous, record it. She slaps you on the back. Alright, team! Don't get yourself killed out there, okay? Yes, ma'am. I promise not to get killed today. I wonder if you can actually die during an expedition. Never actually really tried that before. Drifts of snow make this area hard to pass through. Your feet keep sinking into it, and you have to work to get them free with every step. The only way forward here is through an especially deep area. Take a break and play in it. You make a snow bunny! Or at least you try. You try. The tiny blue crystals don't pack together very well, and the stuff quickly melts just from the heat of your body. The acidic snow gives you a hot, scratchy rash between your fingers. You probably should have worn gloves. Oh, you know what? I didn't even do all that stuff. What an idiot. You appraise your lumpy snow buddy. It looks a little sad. Maybe it just needs some accessories. With some twigs and a grass and a weird kind of jelly you find seeping out of the ground, you give your buddy antlers and fur. You aren't sure what to call it, but you're proud all the same. Shoot. I didn't do any of that. That's a bummer. Hey, Solane. Dish greets you cautiously as you pass on the notepad. Hey, do you want me to show you something? This almost never makes overtures of friendship. Whatever it is, it's really cool. Yes! You always find the cool stuff. You follow him for nearly half an hour. A couple times he stops to listen for something, then continues onward, tropping through the fields of broad-topped mush trees and swaying antler ferns. After a while, you start to wonder if he's just lost. You're about to say something when he holds his hand up for the silence and directs you to crawl under a huge mushroom. On the other side, you have a view down to one of the perfectly round ponds. Taking up most of it is an enormous xeno, its legs deep underwater. It's a bald meal, this tells you. They live in the swamps. You don't usually see them here. This one seems totally at home. He dips his long neck and even longer mouth into the pond, sucking up water from the bottom and spewing it out a spout at the back of its head. The spray of beautiful turquoise water sparkles in the sun. Tiny, colorful, bird-like creatures dart around it, catching the tiny fish that come spraying out. What's it doing? I think it's eating the mud, Dis says, or something really, really tiny in it. You watch for a while. Sure eats a lot, he adds. I agree. I done concur. Oh, I can't get out either way. That sucks. You stop to watch a herd of shaggy, purple-furred animals slowly meander down the slope. Never seen them before. Let's study them. Yes. 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 Plus 2 duplicates drawn. Wow, okay. Nice. Victory is mine. The creature's fur is like grass, so they must be a kind of photosynth, an animal that gets part of their energy from the sun. You've heard of creatures like this, though you've never seen any yourself. Your survey drone doesn't have any information on this particular species. You found new species! Maybe. That would be cool. You decide to name them just in case. You look at them through your holoculars at maximum zoom. You can kind of make out that they have super long jaws like a huge underbite. You name this species the Sunbasker. Naming things is hard, so Sunbasker will have to do. You log your discovery. Yay. I'm amazing. Oh, shit. I went ahead and I did dumb. One of your jobs as a surveyor is to document the flora and fauna through photographs. You see a thing, a skittish flock of really long insects. Each one has 10 to 20 sets of wings, like long rods with knobbly bits at irregular points. They're moving so fast they're almost a blur. You've got a camera built into your holopalm, but it's not equipped to capture difficult shots like this. You'll need to put in the work. Yeah, I want to try this one. Becomes red. Yes. Nice. 3, 4, 3, 6, 6, 1 and 1. You cautiously crawl up beside your subject, raising your holopalm to get the best close-up possible. Ouch! Just as the camera takes a photo, the subject bites you on the finger. Ah! It was not venomous. On the bright side, you got the shot. Yay! You got a perk from what? Oh, perception. All collectibles glow. What do we have now? It's down here. I don't think I have enough time to do anything really. Oh. There's 2 of you. Alright, fine. You almost bump into Dis. He's being so still and quiet, hunched over and looking down a little knoll. He shushes you and points. Don't scare them. You follow his finger and see what looks like a bush shaking violently. 2 bushes, actually, at opposite ends of a clearing. They're bush bubs, he says, fighting over territory. You look more closely through your binoculars. Oh, those boulders are alive. How do you know that? Dish shrugs. If you're quiet, you see them a lot. You watch the 2 creatures face off rhythmically, rustling the leaves that grow out of their heads and back. Their gangly branch-like antennae swing over their heads as they rear up to their full heights. Even from far away, they look imposing, like agile boulders. One goes, then the other. They watch each other carefully, alternating and repeating the other motions, carefully to outdo each other. Ultimately, the smaller, more graceful one seems to be declared the winner. The loser plops back down and shuffles away into the jungle defeated. Oh, you're too worn out. Gotta go. Bye. You're back. 4 perception and 2 animal. Be quiet. Sleep is late! You step through the colony gates, feeling the breeze from the mushroom forest ruffle your hair. You look around for Dis, but he's nowhere to be seen. He went to class today. Probably not. As you're about to return to the colony, you hear what sounds like crying coming from one of the expedition vehicles. You pull back the tarp that keeps it from being blanketed with fungal spores and find Dis curled up in the cabin. He wipes his eyes and yells and turns away. Go away, he mutters. You okay? I'm fine. Just leave me alone. Why don't you go ask my sister, he moans. Tang is so immature. She knows everything. I'm just a sensitive little crybaby who doesn't know anything. Dis wraps his arms around his legs and hides the face in his knees. I hate her, he mutters. Everyone thinks she's so smart, but she's just a big meanie. I hate everyone here. I hate being here. I just want to be left alone. Okay. Tangent! What do you do to your brother? No, I don't want to study with you. Maybe I broke Dis cry. Relax. Avoid eye contact. Next. Ooh, Tammy, what's up? Tammy is sitting on a little stool in the sun reading a fairy tale book pictured with her arm on his eyes. What is that book about? Well, it's a bunch of stories. She flips through the pages, but they're all about princes and princesses. And look, the princes are always the taller ones. So big, even taller than Kale. How can he be my prince if I'm bigger than him? It's true, Tammy is the tallest kid you know. Taller than the boys, even Cal, who is a year older. You know she and Cal are close friends, but you never thought of him as her prince before. They'll catch up. You tell her that Professor Hal said boys usually start puberty later than girls. Tammy is just an early bloomer. She sighs again and strokes the face of one of the princes with a finger. But I really want to live happily ever after right now. It's not fair. Gosh. Engineering. Professor Hal is looking for someone to help with after-school tutoring. You should know the basics and be a quick study for the rest. Please apply. Focus on your own studies. You can't very well teach others until you learn the material yourself. Let's see. 5, 3, and a 3. Hey! Ow, my buttocks! Sup, Tangent? Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. He seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's face betrays no emotion as he claps her on the shoulder and reassures her that she's doing really well for someone so young. and that everyone compromised some of their samples when they were first learning. He leaves and Tangent sighs as she goes to put her head in her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. She peels them off and digs her fingers into her eyes. "What's up, Tang?" Tang grimaces. "Just great. Well, I compromised an experiment I was working on because the vent was still open when I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. It's so gross here," she says. "I probably did that fungus a favor." Tang takes a bottle of sanitizer from under her workbench and cleans while she speaks. "There are pollen spores everywhere," she whines. "And he comes over to tell me that it'll be okay, Tang. Like it's his job to console and patronize me." Tang shoves the sanitizer back under her workbench. "Don't you understand?" Frustrated seeping into her voice. "If we never feel the pain of failure, and there's no cost to it, why would we ever improve? I need to own my own mistakes. What I don't need," she continues icily, "is someone to pat me on the head and tell me it's okay and the adults will make it all better. I messed up," she says. "Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo." Wow. Someone's feeling upset today. How bad can it be? Da 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 da. Defense training. Hey. Part of self-defense is training your body so that it can be ready for any situation. The security chief has you running laps, jumping through tires, climbing walls, and sprinting back and forth. He has this inverted anti-gravity pad that makes your limbs feel super heavy. When you do jumping jacks on it and then do them again in normal gravity, it feels like you could jump straight back up through the wormhole. It's exhausting, but not that different from the sports ball training. That is a breeze. This is great. It feels good that Rhett actually challenges your body and encourages you to achieve peak condition. Yay. Alright. Four. Not four. Nice. 5 combat, 3 animal. You're getting older. It's that magical time in your life full of discoveries and possibilities. When children become adults and their bodies change in weird, wonderful, and often embarrassing ways. When you were younger, Congruence gave your class a frank presentation about preparing for the changes your body would experience in the next few years. Which part of the presentation was relevant to you? Menstruating, breast growth, voice changing, getting erections. None of it. I'm like a doll down there. You and your friends giggled your way through Congruence's presentation and left with a new appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Puberty had felt like something that would happen so far in the future that didn't apply to you. You put it out of your mind, even as you noticed Cal's voice begin to drop, or Mars starting to dress differently. Until one morning you wake up and something feels different. You just know something's off as soon as you open your eyes. Things are, squelchier than you expect them to be down there. You were having an exciting dream and then something happened, but you can already barely remember it. You just want to close your eyes again. Remember Congruence's sexual education class, and you're really not ready for this real-world practical applications. After a few minutes, you sigh and muster up the courage to look under your blankets. Yep, that's the thing. Deal with the mess. You wait for your parents to leave for work, calling out to you that you're going to miss breakfast. If you lie around in bed, when you're sure they're gone, you carefully strip the sheets on your bed and stuff them into the recycler. You put in the requisition for new sheets from the depot and continue on with your day. That night, you find your dad waiting for you. He's pulled up your privacy curtain back to show you your stripped bed and looks up with a knowing smile when you enter holding new sheets. He laughs, putting on an exaggerated detective impression. Now I can only think of one reason why a teenager suddenly cares about doing his own laundry. He points at you and exclaims, By Jove! By Jove, I think I've got it! What's up, Solana? Got something to share with your old man? You can feel your face getting red as you ignore him and make your bed. But inside, aw, kiddo, it's okay to feel a little wet behind the ears. You retreat into your bunk and slam the privacy curtain closed so you can't hear him make any more jokes. Ugh, he's so embarrassing. Gosh. What is happening? You feel on the edge today. Like, everything that happens feels so unfair and tragic. Like, you want to punch stuff and then cry about it. Like, you want to be left alone, but you also desperately want attention. It feels like a font of new energy is starting to bubble up inside you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty, Solana. Yeah, I've hit puberty. Oh boy, I'm so excited. Upgrade pets card via relaxing in the park. I've got an erection. Oh my god. It's so disgusting. Alright, well, I guess we'll do another biology. Engineering. Professor Hal teaches you about nanites and gray goo, and you can't help stop thinking about it. All it would take was one single microscopic self-replicating robot to end all life on the planet. Ugh. Get to work. +1. Well, that's stupid. I can't do that. Wow. +5 total equals gold. I think I'm gonna go do some exploring. Let's survey the plains again. Now I know I'm probably not gonna be able to get very far with this one, but I have a plan. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get as far as we can, rest, and then the rest of the time that we spend in this will be for exploration. That way we'll have like a full thing of exploration to do here. Whoops. I don't have to go over there, I can just do this. Yeah, no, I'm gonna skip it for now. That's something I might be able to explore later. Maybe. So I did what I had to do down here, I think. There we go, we got this. Now we come back up here to bother you. You're crossing a clearing when you hear a terrible cracking pounding sound. A bush bug bursts through the tree line, barreling straight towards you. Whatever's making a bush bug run, you're pretty sure you don't want to be on the business end of it. Let's see, we'll do this. And I guess we'll just do like... I don't think this is going to end well for me. Look at that. No. You go away. Yeah, I'm victorious. The creature pounds past you, powerful stone-like gorilla arms smashing the ground. It doesn't even seem to see you, and goes around you without even looking at you. You look around, but there's no sign of whatever motivated the bush bug to run so fast. At least I have something to be grateful about. I guess I'll go for this one. You stop to admire the light glinting off the water of a shallow circular lake when you notice some strange rocks near your feet. They're pink and red, bobbing in the shadow along water at the shore. The rocks are flashing golden yellow. This one, then that one, then a pause, then that one, then the first one again. You thought it was reflected sunlight at first, but no. The rocks themselves are glowing. Repeat the pattern. You play a memory game with them, touching the stones and the pattern they gave you. You feel emotions coming from the rock. Affection, interest, gratefulness. Somehow you understand. They like the contact. Are they creatures or rocks? Sometimes the lines between the two can be blurry on Vertumna. They can't move, but learn about the world from creatures who pass by and touch them. Like the way animals rub to leave their scent, these rocks entice animals to play with them and leave information about the world. You get the sense they're excited for your new scent. To what end, you don't know. Well, that makes me happy to know. Yeah, sure. Oh, this is beautiful. How pretty! Hello. I'll take that, please. Something big suddenly bursts out from the jungle and scampers across the path in front of you. It looks like a miniature landslide. Bush-covered stone being pulled forward by powerful arms. It's a bush bub! And hot on its heels is a second, smaller one. These slow, thoughtful creatures are really so full of energy. They charge back and forth across the path as you wisely keep your distance from the powerful animals. But for all the crashing and stomping they're doing, they don't actually seem to be angry. You swear they're actually being playful. Get closer to watch. They seem to be playing a game of tag. When the chaser catches up to the runner, they reverse roles. They do it with such gusto that the surroundings underbrush is completely crushed in a wide circle. An almost perfect circle. Then all at once, the first one crouches down on the path and tucks its arms and head under the bushes on its back. You swear it was just a rock now. And the second one circles the first one several times, sniffing, then crouches in the same position. Now might be your chance to get past them. Keep watching. In perfect sync, the two creatures slowly stretch out and up, revealing their rocky underbellies and reaching their surprisingly long necks up to the sky. They begin to shake their bushes and rattle their antlers in rhythm with each other as they stomp slowly around the clearing they've made. You think they're dancing. The intensity of the dance increases. They're both shaking their backs so hard that some of their branches and fruit are flying loose. Instantly, you reach out to grab a piece of fruit. At that moment, the dancers shift and... Ouch! One of them steps on your hand with the full force of its massive body. You let out a cry of pain and clutch your hand to your chest. Oh, that looks bad. Two creatures had been so intent on each other that they hadn't noticed you there. They're so startled and perhaps embarrassed that they take off running in opposite directions. Well, that was weird. Go home. You're back! Yay! Welcome back, you fools! For Vertumnalia. Time for speeches, games, and feasting! You stare hungrily at the feast table. Sure, it's mostly soy rations, but it's still more food than you usually see it all at one time. There's some potato pods and some roasted slabs of fungi, and a few dishes of earth vegetables from the greenhouse. You try to sneak some food before the speeches start, but Chief Engineer Instant catches you and smacks your hand away. Mom gets really mad at her, and it causes a huge yelling match. Your dad directs you away from the table as Instant blames your mom for the way things are right now, whatever that means. Your dad passes you a soy sweet to keep your tummy busy during the speeches. He's the best. Governor Utica takes the stage and mentions the common down. Welcome everyone, our first Vertumnalia celebration, she says, speaking through a maxophoner. Her voice has been getting weaker lately and can't reach across the square the way she used to. I'm proud of this, and as always, to stand before you as governor and to celebrate another year of peace and prosperity on this planet. Utica steps aside, wobbling a little as she walks, leaving Sack to complete the annual formalities. Your mom steps forward. Before we get to the feast, I'd like to thank our cultivators for their hard work this year, she says. As you know, we lost our hydroponics and microbial soil during the wormhole accident. It has been difficult to grow anything in Vertumnan's soil without them, so our output isn't where it should be. I'm sorry. A ripple of concern murmurs through the crowd, and your mom continues. We're doing our best in geoponics, and I'm proud of each and every member of my team. Hopefully next harvest will be better. Unicott! Thank you, everyone! Let's get on with the game! The crowd packs away the chairs, and the children gather in the square. Which competition do you participate in this year? Bot Quadrathlon. Tom directs your attention to this year's edition. A cloth-covered mountain as tall as 4 adults, studded with mysterious protrusions. He pulls it back to reveal the tower! He announced with a flourish. Test your courage with flaying stories of ladder climbs, followed by a death-defying leap of faith into the poof-shroom mats. You, Nemi, and Cal take in the majesty of the Tower of Terror. Speaking of, I totally forgot my objective for this. Okay, Nemi's still pretty chill so far. But clearly this is the winner of okay, let's start the quadrathlon. Don't mind if I do. Okay, we'll do bam, 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 and then bam. Holy crap! I got a lot of things I don't need. Yay. I'm getting tougher by the day. You blow through the obstacle course, the basket shooting, and the bot rustling with ease, and you arrive at the base of the Tower of Terror with a determined gleam in your eye. You scale it easily, of course. It's only ladders. Sure, it's really high ladders and a huge jump, but you just close your eyes and pretend you're jumping into a great big vat of pudding. Come awards you first place in the quadrathlon. Congratulations! Finally, it's time for the feast. Feast isn't anything special. Mostly the same pressed soy rations you've been served in the canteen for all your life. The foragers have contributed great slabs of fungi that have been grilled like steak. Not that you've ever had a steak to compare them to. The offerings of geoponics this year is as slender as your mom warned. There's a few tureen's of roasted potatoes and carrots. But everything looks so scrawny, everyone gets a taste. But not much more than that. It's so unfulfilled. What have your parents been doing in geoponics this whole time? This sucks. Why are your parents like this? You suddenly shove your food around on your plate. You don't even want to eat anymore, you're so pissed off. You're probably just hungry. You do feel better after you eat something. Everyone in high spirits after dinner breaking off. Everyone's in high spirits after breaking dinner. Breaking off into little groups to talk or make music together as the sky darkens for the shortest night of the year. You feel your mood improve by the minute as your friends pull you into a fun rhythmic clapping game. As your irritation fades, you wonder if this is what congruence meant when she warned that your hormones would make you feel out of control sometimes. When you go back to the quarters and to get ready for bed, your dad gives you a big hug. It's exactly what you needed. Dads are the best. Early dusk. I'm still gonna rest though, because I want to have actually, no, I'm gonna rest. Relax. Alright, Tammy. Tammy looks up, do you want to play with Solane? Do you want to play with me? It feels like you're a little too old for this, but Tammy's so earnest, and you don't want to crush her gentle spirit. You sit down and play dogs with her for a while, like you used to when you were kids. I forgot I have a watch now. Took time off. lake dust. Alright, exploration time. View, survey the plains. The prosaic plains. Oh wait. I already got that part open up there. You know what the hell, why not? I'm at full health right now. Whoops. Sparks though is driving down and visibility is poor. You can barely see your hand in front of your face. Try to find your way. Perception! No. You know, I really could use 2 duplicates when drawn. Lame. +1 for each gem on other cards. +2 to the last card. +1 for gems. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Perception. You keep putting one foot in front of the other, relying on wayfaring and a fair bit of luck to make your way through. But you see something inexplicable. What the heck is that? You squint into the driving snow, but all you see is white on white on white, and the slightest hint of movement. It doesn't even look corporeal, almost like a cloud, but the snow is coming from it. It's possible to get a closer look. You pull your collar tighter against the storm and move on. That's kind of cool. The time passes and stuff was actually above your head in the reflection. I never noticed that before. That's actually a really cool little detail. I appreciate it. Have anything fun down here? Nope. Oh well. I guess I'll take this on too, just because why not? It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby. Loud. Sounds like it's getting closer. Suddenly a massive and possibly tall wall, something, punctures the low clouds and slams into the ground ahead of you. It's as tall as a skyscraper and a meter wide, covered with chitinous bone like an insect. You think it might be a leg. Another crashes down, and another. The creature's body must be in the clouds, so high you can't see anything but the legs. You're in shock. Your body simultaneously screams at you to stand still and run. Alright, let's run. You blindly pick a direction and scramble that way. You can sense a shadow descending from above you. Suddenly, something hits you from the left, and you're flung sideways off your feet. A moment later, one of the massive legs slammed down right where you'd been. Another second, and you'd have been flat as the grass underneath it. You look up to see what hit you, but it, or they, is already gone, having saved your life. Nice! So I'm just doing this because it's just like, because I know like each section has like a story to tell, so it's a good idea to go and like get as much of it as you can. This is how the exploration one works. The terrain here is strange. Some kind of smooth rock covered in lichens and tiny plants. It's weirdly warm and the spark snow melts when it hits it. Carefully move over it. A mysterious stranger too. You know, whatever. I'm gonna keep it like that. Okay, wow, this is like the best turnout I've gotten yet so far. Oh, that's right. It's only round 2. Huh. Interesting. Perception. And cautiously, after cautiously walking around on it for a few minutes and observing quietly, you realize the ground is alive. It's rumbling very slightly. What you thought was just a rock slowly opens. It's an eye. It stares at you dreamily, and you stare back fascinated. This must be a very ancient creature. It's so vast, it's completely merged into the surroundings. There are even trees growing out of it. A little animal, like a moth, with huge webbed feet, lands between you, and and the massive eye, and starts preening. The eye dilates to focus on the moth, then it slowly closes again, and what you think might be contentment. After a minute, you feel a faint rumble under your feet, regular breathing in and out, snoring. You creep off the creature, careful not to wake it again. Look at that. It's like, oh, darn, missed it. There's not much to find out here, but the peaceful atmosphere is great for contemplation. You find a particularly beautiful little plateau where you can see the plains spread out before you like a picnic blanket. Round lakes are on the land and like glimmering mirrors of sky. Dis has gotten further ahead. He was eager to find some adventure. There's no adventure where Dis is either. This is some peaceful territory right here. Boring. Okay, whatever. I'm glad I found you, Dis. Dis, boys, trouble! A series of small circular pools chain together to form an impassable body of water. You don't see an obvious route, though the path does continue off in the distance on the other side. Look for a place to cross. Yeah, take that, loser. 3, 3, 3, 3. Yay. 6, 6, 6. 2, 2. Nice. There's a narrow place where 2 pools meet that you think you can leap over. These little ponds look too small to house anything really dangerous. You hope. You approach the water's edge. Leap of faith! You make it over the narrow gap. Nice! You feel empowered. You feel empowered. Ba, ba, ba. Yes, you feel so damn good. Hello. There's a deep, perfectly circular pond here, filled with clear, crystalline water. Small, transparent creatures like jellyfish bob around in it, rippling with iridescence. Dis is with you and is in a characteristically bad mood, despite the jaw-dropping beauty of your surroundings. He plops grumpily down the bluff to watch the water. Go swimming! When you were very young, you learned to swim through the air in 0G. Swimming in water is different, but some of the principles are the same, so you get the hang of it quickly. It's invigorating. You stand on the shore and let the jellyfish tickle your feet. It's going great, until a tentacle grabs your ankle and everything goes terribly wrong. You flail your arms, find the gentle pull of the tentacle. Dis watches from the shoreline. You think he's frozen in shock, but when you call for help, he only frowns in thought. Dis, help! Dis moves closer to the bird. Panic doesn't help, he mutters. Calm down. Just calm down, see? You stop flailing and the tentacle stops pulling. See? It's not pulling you under, Dis says. It's just checking you out. After a while, the tentacle releases you and disappears into the depths. Dis helps fish you out of the deceptively deep pool and helps wring out your clothes. I thought I was gonna die, stupid. Don't do that again, Dis says, sounding furious. Actually, if you drowned in there, it would have been my fault. Don't ever do that again. You realize he's upset because he cares about you and is in his way. You mumble a thank you and grab a towel to dry off. Keep exploring. I'm too worn out to explore. 3 perception plus 1 animal. Sleep! Nothing happens this month. I'm gonna get rid of this one here. Just because I can. Oh. Should probably keep going with engineering now, man. Actually, I'm gonna keep going with this. 20, 21, 22, let me count. Bouncing a sport ball 24, 25, 26. Oh, hey, Solana! She picked up the blah, 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 done. Oh, let's see here. You've heard Security Chief Rez on the lookout for lookouts. This is for kids to chill out on top of the walls all afternoon and count Xenos. Sounds way better than going to class. He gives you a once-over, eyes narrowed. Alright, he says. Look over there at the end of the field. What does that sign say? Read it out loud. If you can read the sign easily, it says, if you can read this, your eyesight is 20/20. Huh, what a weird sign. What does that mean? Right now, it's an approval. Good, you passed. Come back next month and I'll put you on the roster. Yay! Oh, it did count as a straight. Alright, cool. Except, that was a one thing. There we go. Bravery, toughness. Yeah. Mid-wet. I'll take that, please. Thank you. Play sports ball. Wait a minute. You and Nemi have a competition to see who can get the most goals with their eyes closed. You manage to squeak out a win against her. She pouts a little, but you can tell she's proud of you. Card becomes 2. 3, 3, 5, 5. For bravery, 2 toughness. Hell yeah. The glow. Relax on the wall, look out, Dewey. What does that do? 3 perception, 1 animal. Honestly, I can do a better job of that out exploring than I can freaking with them. Let's save real quick. Relax in the lounge. You spot Dis listening to music and ask what band. He shares his playlist of something he calls post-punk mid-21st century. It's kind of whiny, but it sounds like once you get used to it. But it sounds nice once you get used to it. God, I wish I had a freaking desk where I could just stand. Done. Okay. Another year, another glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's going to be an attack this year, so the colony's on high alert. Collecting glowflies in the geoponics garden with Cal and Nemi, when the sirens begin to wail. You all stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. Your parents run off to help defend the farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouses and stay quiet. Nemi declares she's going to the wall to watch the soldiers fight. She knows a good spot. Get behind the walls. You and Nemi race towards the wall and scramble up so you can watch from a safe distance. Do we miss anything good? She pants. Oh, look, it's my brother. Come! Come up here! Come looks around for the source of the voice, squinting up at you when he spots you on the walls. He yells up at you to stay put, and then the animals burst through the gates. The wood splinters in every direction, and hop eyes pour in, quickly overwhelming the guards. Hop eyes are small, but in large numbers they're fierce. You watch the security officers manage the chaos. They have gloves that shoot arcs of lightning, and if you watch close, you can practically see the skeletons of the little animals light up within when they're hit. Cool! Look at him go! Nemi cries, cheering for her brother. Get him, Calm! Watch out! Oh, he's okay. She touches your arm. He's so brave! I want to be like him when I grow up! You could really impress Nemi by going down there and helping out. Sure, why not? You scramble down the walls and are immediately faced with a seething wall of hop eyes. You kind of thought they were only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there are swarms of them now. And not just hop eyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you see large creatures that look like walking bushes. These huge centipede-looking things with long spider legs and at least one giant many-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. They all seem to be incited into a frenzy, attacking everything in sight and trying to get through the walls. It's dark and chaotic. Calm sees you through the fray. Solane, get back to safety. You're suddenly not sure this is a good idea, but then you look up at Nemi shouting encouragement from up on the wall. Fight tactfully. Tactically. Yeah, man. 6, 3, 3. 6, 6, 3. Yeah, it's because I feel like it. Yay! I did good. You're not even trying to win. There's too many of them, and you're unarmed. But even your vulnerability can become a weapon. Use your knowledge of the buildings around the gate to bait anything that slips past the defenders into circling back so they can be picked off by people with actual weapons. Nemi acts as your air support, calling out when certain shortcuts are blocked by the creatures so you always have an escape route. Eventually, the defense forces manage to push back the creatures. The rest of their broken swarm flee back into the wilderness. Calm jogs over to you, breathing heavily, and slaps you on the back. You're one brave kid. You're one brave kid, he says. Stupid, but brave. You really helped out back there. Nemi whistles and hollers from the wall, and Calm shoots her a grin. Your parents are arguing quietly at your little table. I'm telling you, it wasn't a fluke, your mom says. They're not just wild animals. They have plans. The fields, the lights. Okay, your dad replies, taking her hands across the tabletop. We have to tell the people what we saw in geoponics. They look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worried expression quickly changes to his wife. Hey, Rutabaga. What happened in the field? Your mom says, don't worry about it, she snaps. Get to bed. It's late, and we have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up. Glow. Look at that, we've grown. I think. Start age 14. Alright, what are we doing now? Oh, look at that, everyone's all grown up. Everybody's grown up, how wonderful! You spot Nemi halfway up a garrison watchtower. Her legs wrapped around the scaffolding, and she cranes to look over the fence through a pair of holoculars. You clear her throat as she peers down at you and waves. Solane, come up here. I want to ask you something. You clamber easily up the scaffolding. Nemi gives you a high five. Here, look through these, Nemi says, shoving the holoculars into your hands. You raise them to your eyes and look where she's pointing. A long ways out, much farther than the expeditions are going, you spot a dark humanoid shape moving through the towering fungal forest. See him? Nemi asks. It's Dis. I swear, he's always sneaking out over the walls. He's not supposed to do that, right? He's gonna get in trouble. He does say we're not supposed to go outside the country unless it's on an expedition. Oh my god. Nemi says, taking the holoculars back and looping them around her neck. And Dis just goes wherever he wants. What if he gets hurt? What if he dies? She wrinkles her nose. What if he picks up a weird alien disease and comes back with 3 heads? Nemi scratches her cheek where acne has made her skin dry and sort of like, ow, she mutters as bits flake off. I don't know what to do about it, she says. What do you think? Try to convince her to stay inside. Nemi barks at her and laughs. Yeah, right, I tried that. He told me to F off, she says. And I talked to Tang, but I guess they're not talking either. I don't know what's up with that. The colony's got rules for reasons, Nemi says, staring off into the wilderness. If we don't do our thing and don't care about the rules, we're all gonna be toast. Kinda like a sports ball team. We're all doing different stuff, but we all gotta play by the same rules so we can get as many points as we can. Anemone! Solane! You look down at the guard where a passing colonist is waving up to you. You two get down from there. It's not safe. Okay, sorry. I'm on watch. Nemi shouts back into her holoculars. She shoots you a smile. I guess we should get inside the watchtower, huh? You both climb the rest of the way to the guard platform. Nemi heaves herself over the edge and reaches down to help you up. And you notice that her hands are all banged up and scabbing over with blue scales. Probably from scampering all over the place the way she does. She notices you looking and laughs awkwardly. She runs her hand through her fluffy hair. Maybe if I get beat up enough, I'll have so many scales I won't have no more acne, she jokes. All cards under 3 become 3. Dis. Dare you? Dis is curiously studying a small bleached white animal skull. Look at this, he says, holding out to you. There's mushrooms growing in this one. I don't know that fungus could grow on bone. It's kind of like everything on this planet was designed to work together. He throws the skull back into the wilderness. Well, except us. Dare you to eat this worm? Oh yeah? Well, I double dare you to eat a worm. You just can't turn down double dare. You're no meek little hop eye. Slimy, unsatisfying, very, very gross. Dis eats his like a noodle, slurping it up and wriggling his nose and wriggling his mouth. Yuck, he says, swallowing it whole, then shows you his empty mouth. You should have known better than a dare person who fears nothing. Fair enough. Fair freaking enough. Can I do anything else with, like, anemone? No, I need to have 80 toughness or greater. Alright, never mind. I'm not gonna bother. Gosh. Jaysums McSqueezums. I'm gonna go into engineering. No! I'm not gonna be a tutor. You're headed off on lunch break when you see Mars and Tang sitting together in the engineering break room. Tang is eating a sandwich while also scrolling her hollow palm with it, and Mars is half collapsed on the table, barely holding her head up on her hand as she protests at Tang. Come on, she whines. You said we were gonna hang out after lunch. Aren't we done eating yet? Tang takes a slow, deliberate bite of her sandwich and chews while making eye contact with Mars. It goes from funny to awkward to hilarious as Mars' face falls and she puts her head on the table and groans. Proper mastication is important to digestive health. Tang answers primly, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. You can masticate in private, Mars mutters. What are you reading? And how is it more important than me? Your best and only friend on the planet. Just something for work, Tang answers. It's really interesting. I didn't know Dr. Instance was so well published, even though she was only 25 when the Strata left Earth. She was practically a prodigy like me. She looks at her holosphere again. It's absolutely fascinating. We're so lucky to have such an accomplished researcher here on Vertumna. Damn it. I need biology. I care about biology! Wait, I want to learn about mycophages. Oh, well. Take a seat, blah, blah. Don't look at me. Me neither. To be honest, luckily, no one is making either of you read over my shoulder, Tang says. She takes another purposeful bite of her sandwich. You've been eating for like half an hour, Tang. Come on! Pulling her hands down her face. Please, can we go do something fun before some rampaging Xeno eats us? We're both too pretty to die of boredom. Thanks, Miles. You think I'm pretty, Mars? She asks, seemingly genuinely curious. Mars sets her hand on top of Tang's. The prettiest, she swears. Her other hand over her heart. Even prettier than me. Well, I mean, I win in the looks department, but I think smart women get, like, extra points. Tang says, putting her hand on top of Mars's hand. Her hand on top of Mars's hand, and leaning in to fix Mars with an unusually fictitious expression. Yes, do tell me all about my great beauty, she deadpans. It's all I live for. Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder, and you tune them out in favor of eating your lunch before you're expected back in engineering. Yay! 3, 3, 2, 5, 5. Oh, shit. Yay! It's your birthday. You wake from a night of blissfully peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a pleasant feeling of contentment. You stretch your arms over your head, blinking in the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. Things are always changing on Vertumna, but you can't help but feel like things are changing for yourself, too. Not just your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. Your parents have been working around the clock since the last attack, trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Spark snow has already started falling, and every day they come from home complaining about having to clear it. They ask you to ping them when you're awake so you can share birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during breakfast service in the canteen. You fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching dust motes float lazily in the light. After a minute, there's a knock on the door. It's Auntie Seaton. She sweeps into your room in a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits down beside you on your bunk. Oh, look at you, she says. Happy birthday, beautiful, 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's creche, but all the kids still call her Auntie and think of her as a close relative. Her sweet baking bread smell is as comforting as it ever was. She sits back and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Solane, ever since I held you in my arms as a baby, I knew you were so special, so important. You're becoming a young man, but I want you to know I will always, always be here for you, just like your mom and dad, she says firmly. I don't want to grow up, Auntie. Annie seems to smile sadly. I'm sorry, little Snapdragon, but growing up is a part of living. I can't wait for you to grow into the strong, smart, courageous adult I can see behind your eyes. She pats your hand. I'll always be your auntie, but when you're ready, you can call me Anne, like the other adults do. Thanks, Aunt Anne. Thanks, Aunt Anne. Now come in here, Aunt Anne says, spreading her arms wide. Give us a great big hug. You hug her, enveloping yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. Over your shoulders, you see Nemi standing in the doorway. Well, her hair anyway. She's been growing it out, and there is no hiding it behind a corner. She skips into your court. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing on your butt. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me for a few months. I thought you were on your way to the med bay, Anne tells her, and Nemi shrugs. Anne turns to you. Annie's supposed to get her menstruation cessation implant today, she says. Mom, you're embarrassing me, Mom! Nemi hollers, gross! Solane doesn't want to hear about my period. Anne smiles, fondly at her daughter. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Annie. Getting your period is a beautiful thing. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life. It's a sign you're growing up and becoming an adult, and ready to take on the responsibility of taking care of that life. I feel so bad for you women. Nemi wrinkles her nose and throws herself onto your bed. I'm never making life. Ew, pass! Maybe one day the two of us could. Nemi flushes the same color as her hair. Oh, null off, she mutters, scratching her neck. Don't be weird in front of my mom, Solana. Nemi does look different. In a good way. More grown up. You can tell her that her hair is pretty and she rolls her eyes. I just forgot to cut it, okay? She says, avoiding your gaze. Your parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields and bringing in the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. Oh, look! Birthday visitor! Your dad exclaims. Anne, are you staying for breakfast? Anne reaches into her bag and brings out a stack of tiffins. No, thank you, but I brought your order with me from the kitchens, seeing as I was stopping by. She pats you in one more time. Happy birthday again, Solana. You'll always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Your mom shakes her head as Anne and Nemi leave. Oh, Anne, she laughs, sentimental to the core. She starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast. But I don't know how the colony would manage without her and the children's creche, she says, and points a fork at you. Family is more than the people that birthed you, Solana, and don't you forget it. I mean, fair enough. Hey, I got a perk. What did I get now? Blue mental challenges. Okay, goody goody. No, fine. I'll just apply for it. I'm not gonna do it ever, but it doesn't really do anything for what I'm looking for. You learn about some of the fantastic technology that they have on Earth, but the colony couldn't bring with them. At least you brought all the plans and knowledge you could. Maybe someday you will get to be able to recreate them here on Vertumna, or come with your own incredible technology. Get to work, fools. Alright, well, I guess I'll do 4, bloom. You have to be the first, so we'll do that. And then we'll do 5, and then 3, and bada bing, bada boom. That's all the news. It's all good. We got it. Mid-quiet. I think I'm gonna no, I shouldn't do that. I should just keep doing engineering. Tank follows you down the hallway. Oh, Solane, do you have a moment? You go out on an expedition sometimes, right? She asks. At least far more than I do, or would ever wish, so you mind doing me a favor? Of course. It's a small thing, really, and I'm to understand it's not terribly dangerous either, she says. I simply need you to bring me some hot-buy eggs the next time you come across a nest out there. I would ask this, but, well, she makes an evocative, dismissive gesture. I'll keep an eye out for them. That's all I ask, Ting replies primly. They're quite common, if the reports from the foragers are to be believed. They tell me that they commonly find nests in the Valley of Vertigo. It's positively lousy with them. Wait, you worked as a forager before, right? You worked at Tang asks and you shake your head. Seriously? Ugh, okay. You'll probably have to put in some time as a surveyor before Utopia will let you join the forager teams. I am a forager. dare you belittle me, woman? Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and see how far I can get with this. I don't even know if I really have much to explore in this one anymore. Utopia is sorting through some of the stuff the foragers have brought back, putting them into the bins to either get analyzed or... He's ready to the kitchen. Hey, sweet, she says, not even looking up. You headed out? You and this will just take care of each other out there, okay? She says, I've got to get through all this before day's end, she says. It'll make me all day because you're here to help me out. Unless you're here to help out. Sure. Oh my. Utopia lays out an assortment of mushrooms. Alright, here's a simple one. Which one of these fellas is poisonous? Mushrooms. You got this. You know what kind of mushrooms are served in the canteen, and it's easy to pick them out of the assortment. Great work, sweets, Utopia exclaims, big smile on her face. You're a regular pig. Don't worry. That's a comment. On Earth, excuse me, they used to use pigs to sniff out buried mushrooms. Go out there and dig us some, why don't you? Finish up what you're doing on the survey team, but come back next month and I'll put you with the foragers, she says. You'll be in the Valley of Vertigo. It's one of the best places to forage for wild berries and other edibles. Nice. Okay, let's do it now. Keep exploring. I don't think there's anything to explore in here anymore. Oh, look at this. Where'd you come from? You're crossing a clearing when you hear a terrible cracking pounding sound. A bush bug bursts through the tree line. You're pretty sure you don't want to be on the business end of this. Blah, blah, blah. Something we've already done. 2, 2, 2. 5, 5, 5. 4. 3, 3. 3, 3. 4. Blah, blah, blah. It's our buddy Dis. Dis and you are surveying together, though he's mostly just throwing rocks and things at things and seeing what happens. Oh, this is so boring, he complains. We've seen everything here already. The other surveyors are going to cool places like the Sabaquest Swamp. Places are actually dangerous. The Valley of Vertigo is cool. Yeah, I've been there, Dis says. It's neat. But Utopia sends people there to forage. And I just want more adventure than picking berries, you know? Dis goes back to chucking rocks and complaining. We're just here all that time, he says, even though we know everything about it. Utopia says we need to come back every year and take new readings. In quiet here, and in pollen in the valley. Quiet here, and in pollen in the valley. And we have to be patient, because we can't just take stuff without letting nature replenish itself, he says. And I mean, I get it, but it's still so boring. I want to explore other places. Well, I get to explore other places. A mass of dead bushes block your way. They have pointy spines, that are very, very sharp. Ow, ouch, ouch, ouch! You wriggle your way through the thinnest part of the bushes, but they keep catching your clothes and your hair. Your clothes are getting all scratched up. Your mom's going to be pissed if she's not too busy to notice. Try to think of an excuse. You emerge to the other side and look back at the tunnel you made. This will be easier if you have to go back through. You're too worn out. Go to sleep, fool. Your lunch with your parents. Sliced soy cakes and watery broth again. Great. When they put down their cutlery and look at each other, then you. Solane, your mom says, there's something we should tell you. We've tried to shelter you from some things, but we think you should probably You should know why we've been working so hard in geoponics. There's a meeting after lunch, and I want you to come with us. Your parents changed the part. What? You do? How? You scramble to explain that they haven't exactly been subtle. The announcement of Evertominalia, plus how stressed they've been, you can put the pieces together. No, you didn't live it in a dream or past life. Your mom smiles. Our little boy is more mature than I realized. Still, I want you there. Okay, sure. You follow your parents to the council room. Mars is also tagged along, and you take a seat near them as your mom and Aunt Anne stand to address the council. After Utica officially calls the meeting, she gestures to your mom. I'm not going to mince words, your mom says firmly. All of our efforts to increase food population in geoponics have failed, and the destruction of the fields during the last attack put the nail in our coffin. By the end of the year, the colony will run out of food. The rest of the council murmurs in concern. You and Mars exchange horrified looks. You've been doomsdaying about our food supply for 2 years, Flulu, Red questioned. Do you mean to say we're past the point of no return? Your mother nods grimly. I'm afraid so. Even with rationing, without securing of Vertumnant's food source or supplies, we'll be out by wet season. She gestures to Anne, whose face is grave. Anne and I have gone over the supplies and come up with food plans. We've crunched the numbers. Your mom sighs and spreads her hands. I'm sorry. Geoponics should have been producing better by now. We should have been able to wean ourselves off of soy rations. During wormhole transit, when we lost our hydroponics in the hull breeze, she sighs again. I know I've said it so many times, but our crops just don't grow here. We needed those algae tanks. We needed the microbial soil from Earth. It's not Mom's fault. It's not. The survival of the colony shouldn't rest on one person's shoulders. Not fair. She's been working harder than anyone. She did everything she could. The council members mumble in agreement. You decide they probably never really blamed her or your dad. The only holdout is Mars, who crosses her arms and grumbles that it's clearly a problem with leadership. Uh-oh. So what do we do now? She asks. Starving to death isn't an option. No, it isn't. We need to secure food sources here before our rations run out. We're working double shifts in geoponics, but it's not enough. We need more people planting, tending, and turning the soil. We need more hands. I can pull back the surveyors and focus on foraging native plants, Utopia offers. Even the young folks can help. If they've proven themselves around the survey equipment, I'll send out a hollow message later. This has been the burden of geoponics for so long, Utica says. It's time we all step up for us here. Okay. Alright, first, resty rest. Then, explora. Then, excuse me. Save. Overwrite. Next month. Time to save the homestead, maybe. We'll take that. Off we go. To forge in the valley. Utopia greets you warmly as you muster for your first expedition with the Forge team. Solane, I'm glad you can make it. We need everyone to get out here right now, boosting our food supplies. I'm ready to sniff out those tasties. Oh, what's going on here? Well, that sucks. What happened to my other monitor? Well, ain't that just a kick in the ass? Huh. Well, that's just weird. Well, that's stupid. OBS crashed on me, I guess. Well. And of course, I can't refresh it, so. Well, I guess that'll just have to do for today, I guess. Let's hold on a sec here. Maybe I can recover somehow. Does this actually work still, or is this just... Oh. Well, that explains a lot. Alright, fine, I guess I'm closing the program, I guess. Well, I guess that's gonna have to do, because everything's frozen now and I can't get it to recover. So, if you're hearing this, thank you so much for watching. And we'll try this again in the next stream. Bye for now, everyone. Have a good one, I guess.